Going to pick up where we left off with the Survivor Man Challenge. One thing I'm actually going to show you is just a teaser for the run I'm doing off stream that we're posting on YouTube only, to show you the mistakes I made there. We won't dig into too long because I don't want the save to go forward. It saves every 15 minutes. But I'll just give you a quick little sneaky peek at what's going to be happening in a couple episodes on that YouTube series we've got going on, because I do have a YouTube series of a different Survivor Man challenge I'm doing on this map called Calmlands. That's been going pretty fun, and also terrible and awful in horrible ways that we did not experience on the run we're doing on stream. Oh, come on. You're not that big of a map. I mean, you are, but it's a pretty empty map. But this is an alternative to No Man's Land, which is the map we've been playing on the run we got going on. But, I have that nightmare to deal with. And this one is not using any mods other than the map. And these weigh 1.6 tons each. And I have literally hundreds of crates of carrots that I've got to forklift one by one onto a trailer. And I can only move about 4 per trailer before the whole thing bogs down. So that's a god-awful nightmare that we've been dealing with on that one. So that is a teaser for something we got going on over there. But yeah, so that's another Survivor Man challenge we've got going on a different map for a YouTube series. And I made the mistake of going, I can't afford to grow the regular crops with the money I made on this tile from the trees. So instead, I'm going to plant carrots because I can afford to actually do this crop. Knowing it wasn't going to be a good time, it was much worse than I expected it to be. And the issue is, I don't have enough money to pivot, really. But for those who do not know what the Survivor Man Challenge is, we did start with this bus. It's just a place you can fast forward time. It has no other function. It technically costs a little money. We started with this truck and this chainsaw. And $0. And from there, we cut down all trees that were on this tile, use that money to buy ourselves some greenhouses, use that money to buy this tile over here to put our fields in, use that money to buy ourselves a granary and then a bakery and then another tile way over there. And then after all that, we got sheep and that tile over there in the distance. And I believe where we left off is I needed to plant this field. So before we get too far, we are on wheat. I am confirming we are on wheat because we made that mistake last time. All right. So let's get you planting right away. And from here, we can start dealing with all our housekeeping stuff of rotating out the bread, grabbing the flour, and doing that. Did the run die? The run did, in fact, die. We got attacked by a raid of 3 melee pawns, and I did not back off our main pawn fast enough. We got caught, and once we got caught, you know, that was that. Like, if it was a pawn that was, like, really terrible at melee, I may have gotten away with it. Like, they had low stats, but they didn't have, like, penalties to their health or whatever. And if I stopped to fight him, the other pawn could have potentially reached us. So I just misplayed it. I needed to take my shot, back off, so I could put a door between me and the enemy. And then while the enemy went to go and attack the door, run out the other door to get some distance to potentially get a couple hits in. But that's always the issue with the starts where you only have one pawn. You always have that risk. Alright, so I got a whole bunch of flour in there. If I remember correctly, we did the first pass of fertilizer on all of these fields. They do need 2 passes of fertilizer to get the full output. But before I can do that, I do need to seed the fields, which is what I sent the blue tractor to do. We've got our worker there, eating up all of our money, but seeding the fields. And that'll be that whole deal. But in the meanwhile, our main income on this farm is selling bread and now selling flour as well. Now we've got enough flour being produced that I've got plenty to spare to sell as flour when the time is right. So the big time sink we're going to have for this stream is seeding these 4 fields. It'll be the big one. And then we'll very quickly be able to fertilize them. I need to plow that field out in the distance, but that's not going to be that big a deal because there's no urgency to it. And that'll be like the big time sink. after that, we're basically ready to make sail. We just gotta wait till it's the right time of year. All right, so you got 12 more pallets popping out. Okay, sorry about that. There you go. Alright. So yeah, so we're just getting these out of the granary, so that way it doesn't back up the building, because it can only store so much inside. And just dumping them on the ground. We did do some good stuff in the last one. For those who missed the last stream, you keep noticing this red trailer I'm passing. That's known as a bale autoloader. So it's not a mod, it's just the base game. But what ends up happening is that trailer, you'll notice there's the two hooks kind of hanged up there. I can deploy those and they just sit on the ground. And then when you go by a barrel, it just, you know, swings it onto the trailer. And so you just repeat that process again and again. And it could hold something like 24 bales. So versus this thing where I have to walk, you know, drive up, hit the buttons, do all that stuff, and it grabs like 4 bales and all that. I'm gonna kick this out the other side just like we do with the bread so we can get full sets. It's just a much faster way of dealing with the baling. Sorry. Okay, and also I didn't check. Do we have anything good on sale? We'll check that in a minute, actually. Now, ideally, when I do make my sale for the bread and the flour, we're making somewhere in the ballpark of around 120 to 140,000 a year now. So ideally, what I want to do is I want to buy whatever the best cultivator I can afford based on the tractor's horsepower. I can get away with. That's not gonna happen right now. I gotta wait till it's cash out time for the bread. So yeah, so we have a 150 horsepower tractor. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad one to replace the thing we've got. I've got a thing I can transport vehicles with. That's cool and all, and it's cheap enough, but not that. This would be really nice, but honestly, the harvester's the thing. And this cultivator is on a sale I can afford, but it's 3 meters wide, so it would be actively slower than what I've already got with the plow. So that's all that stuff. So what we're probably going to do is I'm going to drive over here, I'm going to repair and gas up the tractor. I'm going to take the little plow, and we're going to do the laps on that field that we weren't quite done plowing, so that's all ready. Because then with that, I should be able to take this tractor and do the fertilizer for the big field over there, which there's no urgency to that field at all. That field even growing sorghum in it. I'm honestly tempted if it would be worth putting... I mean, we could just do the sorghum. The sorghum's fine. We've been doing the sorghum because it has like a different season than the wheat. So where I was really struggling to keep up with the wheat so far as without changing game time and everything, it makes it so it's less of an issue. But yeah, so I think the order of operations, we get the other cultivator, I buy a new tile of land to set up a farm in and or more fields and everything in. We'll try and diversify our crops, so I might just make that new field soybean for just a cash crop for right now, until we get something like the oil processing place or whatever, and then maybe with that we switch to like canola or something. But after we get that new tile and we start growing stuff there, it'll probably be soybean for the mid to short term, or another grain to put into the granary. Either or, haven't really decided. But so we'll get in our tile to do that. And then I think the next purchase will be to replace our harvester with a better harvester, because I think the harvester will be our next big bottleneck. And then after the harvester, then I think it's time to look at upgrading our tractor to potentially take this tractor, have it take over the job of the little 25 horsepower tractor, just looks like those little projects. Probably keep the blue tractor around, but go ahead and get ourselves either another big tractor in that blue tractor's range or an even bigger tractor, and make that happen. All right. So I think that'd be the investment. That's, you know, keeping in mind what I just proposed there is a couple years worth of work. We get the payout from this year. That's the cultivator. That's not going to be enough to get ourselves the cultivator and a new tile unless we manage to catch a cultivator on an extreme discount. If we get the next tile, then it'll take us probably 2 in-game years to be able to afford the bigger harvester. But realistically, that's something that likely won't happen for a while. Again, unless we get lucky and we find a used one on the market when we've got the money, because then you can get it. You can actually get it better than half off. That's the reason we had the giant sprayer. This giant sprayer would likely have been the purchase we would have finished this in-game year, but we managed to snag it early at like only 30 or 40% its normal price. Now, it does mean it's a maintenance headache, but honestly, that's not that big a deal compared to what it could be. Alright, so I take the sprayer over here. And then the little plow should be there. I'm gonna need to get the big plow out of the way, which should be fine. I should probably be able to drive with the plow, even if I can't use the plow in the little tractor. It doesn't have enough horsepower. We can move that out of the way, grab the little plow, let this work on this while the other tractor is dealing with seeding the field. Just to keep things moving. Because the other reason it would be good to get another big tractor is because of situations like right now, where I have all these processes I need to do, but only the big tractor can do most of them. So once the big tractor's tied up doing something, you know, if I don't have other things to work with, all I could do is sit here and like twiddle my thumbs and wait for it to be available again. All right. And give it to the AI. You're gonna take a while. This will probably finish first. Yeah, so things have been going pretty smoothly in the run. We're making really good money these days. Like nothing like you would on a non-challenge run. Like on a default settings non-challenge run. I'm sorry, I need to. TikTok was covered. You know, not challenge. Hey, Savannah, thank you so much for the roses. I hope I didn't miss those for a while, but I do appreciate the support over there on TikTok. It does mean a lot. So thank you. For those on the other platforms, roses are kind of, well, a lot of these things like roses and galaxies, they're kind of the equivalent of bits. So that was someone throwing money to support the channel. So I do really appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So sorry if I did respond to that late, but it does mean a lot. So thank you so much for that support. But yeah, so we got a lot going on. But yeah, no, it's been interesting doing the multi-platform streaming. Where, for those who don't know, I am on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch streaming simultaneously. Twitch is my main platform. We got about 70-ish people tuning in there. The other platforms, you know, they pop up and down. Like some days there's almost no one there. Some days we'll have like 15, 20 people. You know, it varies. Definitely the primary audience is over on Twitch, which I don't see that changing anytime soon. But still, trying to grow on as many platforms as possible. That way, when not so great policy changes happen on various platforms, I'm not beholden to a single place that, you know, suddenly I go, oh god, my income's gone. Because that's definitely been a fear that's happened a little bit. And it's certainly not something that isn't on my mind with the layoffs Twitch went through. Considering, what, it's 3 rounds of layoffs they've gone over the last year. They had 2 big ones and a little one. Now, a lot of the way they're presenting stuff on Twitch and trying to read between the lines of what's happening there. I don't imagine Twitch is going away, and it's very unlikely it's getting sold. I just don't realistically see that. What I think they are doing, though, is they are in the buckle down and make it profitable way. And they tried last year going very heavy into trying to push the advertising, so the revenue side of things really hard. You know, with some successes and a lot of failures. And now this year it seems like they're taking the other approach of trying to massively reduce their operating expenses. So, you know, for better or worse, that's the way it seems to be playing out. What that looks like on the other side, who knows? But if they were trying to sell, usually what you'll see happening before a company sells is they will try to do stuff to spike the revenue up a lot and then immediately like dump all the people they can, you know, to make their value look really good. But there's a lot that also goes into it that when you go to actually sell, that they look into the, you know, more than just the publicly available numbers, like investments and all that. So you can only finagle the numbers that way so much. But you are on a time limit when you do that kind of thing to sell right away before those decisions catch up to you. And I'm just not seeing that. Now, that said, you never know when someone like Microsoft says, hey, we really want to do the streaming thing and Mixer didn't work out, and you seem to be like a good price right now. You never know when that kind of thing happens, but I don't see that happening. Like, and I know a bunch of people ruled out and said, oh, Microsoft would never. With how Mixer ended, they would never. I'm like, I don't know. Like, their whole thing was they struggled to get the market share. If they bought the thing that has the market share, what I've seen Microsoft do over the years, I would absolutely see them be on board with buying. I don't even think Microsoft would be a bad company to own Twitch either. They do seem to have a big passion in the gaming industry with Xbox and everything else there. They do seem to try and do that. And then on top of that, Microsoft has Azure on the back end, which has been extremely lucrative for Microsoft. And it's just another thing that they can hold up. It's like, oh, you remember that website you really like over there, that Twitch website? Well, now it's going to be running on this. And that whole thing. And it's between Azure and AWS, which are the two competing products between Amazon and Microsoft for cloud stuff. They're basically the same. Like, they have their own nuances, how everything's there, but like uptime, all that, they're within a rock throw of each other, so I don't think you'd see like massive problems on one platform there. Hey, Zoside, how's it going? Sorry, sneaking a couple bites of my dinner. It's just a little rough, because while I do very much enjoy Parmesan cheese and that big, you know, pieces of Parmesan cheese and all that, it straight up just sucks the moisture out of your face. You're good spending hours enhancing gear. Painful? What you got? I mean, I got chill vibes. Does that help? Maybe I can distract you for a couple of hours, all that good stuff. Yeah, so right now I got... Oh, sorry, food-wise. Oh, what do I got? It's a charcuterie. So we've got prosciutto. I couldn't tell you what type of salami it is, but it is some type of salami. And Parmesan. Like, straight up a wedge of Parmesan. That I could slice, but you know. Which that's always the, So I like Parmesan as a crumbly cheese and all that. So slicing is always a pain because it just falls apart, which is it's supposed to. But then for eating, like while I'm streaming and all that, slicing it up and having it crumble becomes a whole thing. Let's see. How do you start off with the settings or challenge you're doing? So the way I do it, and there's a couple different ways. So what I do is I start up a brand new map on the start from scratch beginning, which is the one that gives you $500,000. I immediately pay off the $200,000 that's a loan. And anything I'm going to give myself at the beginning, I buy that. So I buy the chainsaw, and in this case, I bought like the chainsaw, that bus that I sleep in, and then the truck. And that's it. So once and I buy the tile of land, because you have to have a tile of land for the game to even function. Like you can't cut down trees and land you don't own without mods. So you buy that handful of stuff you're going to give yourself to start. And so to give you an idea, if I do all of that, I probably had a little over $200,000 left over still from the beginning. Now, there's a couple ways you can deal with that remaining money. One is you can just literally spend the money and delete the things again and again, like just terraform, whatever. That's inconvenient. I wouldn't recommend it. But it is one way of getting yourself down to $0, is just spend it and all that kind of stuff. The way I do it is actually go into the save files and I edit them. Which all that is depending on how you've got the game installed, it's usually you go into your My Documents, My Games, Farming Simulator 22, and it's oriented by save slot 1, 2, 3, 4, that kind of thing. And you can just go into the thing and say money, zero it out, that kind of thing. That's one way of dealing with it. You can also go into the console. There's an entire guide on how to go in there. And you can say, like, add money minus whatever amount of money you have, and to, like, wipe it out that way. Is another way to deal with it. There's also a mod out there that you can buy an item that doesn't really exist in your world, but costs a bunch of money. So you could go in to, like, the start from scratch, and then immediately buy, there's, like, a start from scratch item from that mod. Which is something like Start with Zero or Start from Zero or something like that is the name of that mod. But you can just buy, like, it's like a $300,000 or $100,000. It's like a seed bag, but it doesn't do anything. So it just, you buy it, it absorbs all the money, and then you can just get rid of the bag. For me, though, I edit the save file because I'm comfortable doing, it's XML code, which, you know, XML markup, I guess, is more technically correct. But, that's not too bad. If you're someone who's not comfortable with that, I think the console commands would be the easiest way to go about it. Which, like I said, you can just look up a guide, because I don't remember the steps, or I'd tell you. You just look up a guide to, like, how do I get into the console, and then you'll notice, like, this is the console here. But you'd hit that, and it'd be something, I don't remember, it's something like add money minus the amount or something like that. You'd have to look up the exact command. But you'd do that. The only thing I use the console for, why I've turned it on for myself, is sometimes when I'm doing the thumbnails for these runs, it's something like GS set player flight mode or whatever, that I can then, you know, fly up in the air and, like, look down at the farm and take a screenshot kind of thing. But that's about all I use the console for myself. But yeah, so the big thing is get whatever you're going to be using in your run, and then either edit save files or use the console to just delete the money. The other thing you can also do is just buy something that's useless. Like, if you wanted, let's say we buy everything, we got $210,000 left or something like that. I could potentially go down here and say construction, you know, just $200,000. Sure, I could, like, put a house down here and then go here. It's like, all right, that's 150,000. I don't actually have a good example for, but, you know, you get the idea. Like, you buy a weighing station, like, just something to delete your money or whatever. It's all fine. But yeah, I just edit the save file. Like, I can actually show you. Actually, will this be something I can show you? Yeah, I can show you. Yeah, so I could go here. I'm going to display, so we're going to be out of the game for just a minute. So I can go here to the My Documents. You can go to your My Games, You can go to Farming Simulator 22, and then you'll see the different save files here. So this would be save file 1, I believe. And I could go into this, and the big one that matters is your farms. So you go here, find any type of text editor, code editor, and then you go in here, and what you do is you look for money up here, and you'd set that to 0. And that'd be the minimum to give you $0. Now, it's also worth noting, if you want the statistics in your game to be accurate, you can go to the career save one, and it has a money field here. That'll just be the statistics. That actually isn't the money available to you, the player. It's just the way it looks. But as you can see, this is a bit much if you don't know how XML code works. So that's one of those things that is the cleanest option in my opinion, but you could just go into console and change it. Does the map matter? No, not really. So if you're trying to do like a Survivor Man challenge, generally speaking, they recommend mod maps that don't have like a whole city there. Or rather no existing fields, I guess is the more important thing. Because usually a lot of people have the Survivor Man challenge, you cannot take contracts. So maps like this, if we went to the contracts area, there'll never be a contract here because other than the fields I built, there are no fields on the map to generate contracts. But that's a preference. Like the challenge doesn't have strict, these are the rules. It's more thematic. That the idea is you're trying to do like a rags to riches. You start with $0 and then just the minimum to start. Because like where I gave myself the truck and the sleeping spot, there's a lot of people who don't. There's other people who do give themselves like, there's some people who give themselves like the littlest tractor and a trailer instead of where I gave myself the truck. But that's the idea, is it's more of a thematic challenge than here are the hard rules. Usually the hard rules that people have is no leases, no loans, and no contracts. And starting with $0. That's usually the stuff people give them for Survivor Man. But, like I said, it's more thematic. You wouldn't turn around and if someone had like a handful of mods, you'd be like, you're doing it wrong, it doesn't count. It's not a competition kind of challenge like that. Alright, so first field is seeded. So I'll turn around, top this off. Get you started to seed the next field. But yeah, now if you're looking for good maps for it, No Man's Land is an excellent map. There's one called Calm Lands. Calm as in like you're not anxious, you're not whatever, you're just chill, you're calm. There's others. There's a handful of maps that all are, the idea is the map is mostly empty so that you can make what you want of it. No Man's Land is like the default that everyone goes for just because it's most known. Not that it's better or worse or anything like that. Gotcha. If you're new to the game, the big thing you need to know how to do is to make a field. Because you don't get fields by default. But all that is getting a plow and... Oh, I'm trying to remember what the button is. Because I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, I use a different one. I think it's F is the key. But, that you can use the key to like sit there and say, all right, plow, I want you to like tear up this ground and all that. The only way you can get yourself into a stuck state in this is if you're in a situation where you do not have a means of making money. You spend too much money and you can't follow through. So be very careful about, planting like wheat or stuff like that right at the beginning. Because there's a good chance you'll get yourself into a place where you cannot move forward. Because you won't be able to afford the harvester on the other side of it. So just be very careful about that. But as long as you get something like a greenhouse or something like that early on, even if you do mess up a little bit, you'll be in a way that you can kind of get yourself back out of it. It may take a lot of fast forwarding time, but that's an option. And don't get bees. Don't start with bees. I made that mistake. Technically, you won't be in a stuck state, but bees don't make any money in meaningful speed. They're like 50-something bucks a month for like the $4,400 bees. I just got food for Papa Dragos before his surgery tomorrow. Because If I didn't, his blood sugar would have been crashed before tomorrow, and I would have had to... Yeah, I mean, we don't need to, like, go to the funeral part of it, but... Yeah, no, that's, it's good. It's good to make sure everyone's taken care of before something as rough as surgery. Are you up to the 15 sheep? Am I ready to sell a couple sheep? Alright, let's get you out of here. You know what? Honestly, we're not going to get the sheep out here. I was going to sell 2 sheep so I could, like, keep reproducing kind of thing. But, I mean, that does reduce our amount of... Is logging recommended to start? Usually it's how you have to start. In all intents and purposes. That's the reason you give yourself the chainsaw. Because at the minimum, you need some way of making money. And if you have $0 to work with, chains, like, cutting down trees is one of the only ways to make money with almost nothing. Because, again, you have the chainsaw. You've already done the spend. The big danger there is, you know, you run out of trees. But yeah, so, like, that's how we started. This hill to my right, that used to be covered in trees. And we went ahead and cut them all down. Also be careful about over-reliance on workers early on. When you're doing this challenge, because you're on the hardest economy settings, just by the nature of choosing start from scratch, if you have a bunch of the slower and smaller tools, so that the workers have to work for a lot longer to get the same amount of work done, it does lend you to having the problem of you have the workers working for so long on a field that you ultimately lose money, you know, before, like, the whole work getting done to harvesting, you lose money. So you will need to do it yourself until you start getting some pretty good upgrades. Now we're at the point that we're well past that concern. But they do eat to your profit margins pretty hard, so you need to make sure you're at a point your profit margins are doing pretty decent before you can start tossing workers in that are going to eat a big chunk of it. Like, normally I wouldn't have this little tractor doing this. I have the big plow, but right now I'm on a time-sensitive thing of planting all the seeds here. Another thing I'll give you as a pro tip is don't forget to fertilize your fields. When you go to get to the crops, you definitely want to be able to fertilize your fields before you start getting too much into the crops. Because, to give you an idea, the amount of money I make from a field without doing the 2 rounds of fertilizer is half-ish of what I would get for doing the two rounds of fertilizer. Like, the revenue's double, but then, you know, there's a cost of maintenance and gas and all that to actually do the fertilizer, plus the fertilizer itself. That eats into that double. But yeah, so to just think about this run as profit margin is king. It's not necessarily about how much total money you're making. It's for the money you put in, how much did you get out? And you need to make sure you're on the right side of that. And then as you get the run, you know, once you get off the ground, then you get to worry a lot less about that. You can hurt your profit margins to go macro scale and that kind of thing. Which is where we're at, is we're just trying to scale up. We're not as concerned about the margins anymore. But the beginning margin is everything. Otherwise, it's just more years you have to do the same work. One other thing I was debating doing, and I got the idea from Bloody Drongo was doing it on... We rated Bloody Drongo at the end of our stream yesterday. It was the pizza topping tier list. That amused me. I was debating between doing the tier list, you know, posting on his Discord, like, my results, or doing the tier list myself kind of thing. Tier lists are nothing new on Twitch. But, just, like, the whole idea of, like, the pizza topping tier list, because there was some, like, weird stuff on that tier list. You know, and I definitely have people that stopped tuning into the channel entirely when they heard my opinion about certain ingredients. No, I understand, Strider. One thing though, you should like, you know, it's good to acknowledge that something would be difficult for you and all that, but but you know, it's also those things that there's no point in dwelling that which has not happened, because you're just getting yourself the beat up before you got there. Hey, Blind, thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? I was watching that you were doing some Dwarf Fortress earlier on. I definitely was hanging out and lurking for a good chunk of that. I was enjoying the conversation about different games and, you know, all kind of good stuff. But for those who don't know, Blind IRL, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. I don't know why I expanded the thing to see what games you played lately when I literally just said that you were playing Dwarf Fortress today. But definitely a fantastic content creator. Plays games like Dwarf Fortress. Was it Caves of Cud? K-U-D? Or not K, Q-U-D? Is that how you pronounce it? So a lot of those style of games. So good times over there. A lot of good conversations over there. But definitely good times. I know you were still dealing with the problem of... I was told we would be plowing. Here, sorry. I got that. There, we're plowing now. Gotcha. My apologies. My apologies. I didn't realize there was promises of plowing. But there is in fact plowing happening. Normally I'd be using the big plow, but right now we're trying to get our wheat planted, so I need this tractor to do this. This also is not the plowing I'm used to. Fantastic. But yeah, again, you should absolutely check out Blind IRL. Absolutely fantastic. To be honest, they need to plow the roads here about 2 feet worth of snow. So on one hand, I understand the pain points of snow as someone who used to grow up in, you know, who grew up, not used to grow up, grew up in Michigan. I've been through my share of pretty rough snows myself. I've been through the window heading out. But man, do I miss snow. Every time I see like the mountainous scapes with all the snow on it, and I'm sitting here in Florida going, well, at least today's not sweaty. And that's like my high note for the weather. And I'm just like, man, I miss snow. And he's like, you don't remember shoveling? I was like, yes, I do. I still miss it. I only had to shovel snow so many months out of the year versus I have to mow year round here. I'm not saying one's better or worse. They both have their, you know, pros and cons. But I do miss snow, and I prefer the cold over the hot. Sorry. Blind got you drunk. Florida sounds nice if you like gators and Crocs. Florida does have perks. That said, if I'm being real, I actually really don't like Florida, but it's not all negatives. But yeah, but then again, like I was saying, definitely good times over there, good conversations, that you can very much enjoy over there in Blind Chat. Plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress. Does play other games, usually in that general area of games. Sometimes further off stuff, but usually in that general area of games. But good times. People know that, like, I did not enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress. I do enjoy watching Dwarf Fortress. I enjoy the absolute anarchy that game lets you get away with, where you're like, what if I could build the entire thing and then just knock the pillars out supporting my entire base and watch the entire thing collapse? It lets you do that. I could allow my entire base to die to cat overpopulation. That's absolutely a thing you could do. You can open that which ought not be opened and watch the entire thing burn down around you. You guess who went AFK for 2 hours and then left oxygen not included playing its own time? Oh no. How many of your dupes died? But Florida hype? Yep. 3 dead dupes. You have 2 dupes. Yeah, that's anytime you leave oxygen not included alone, that's what happens. It's just, they beeline to see how fast they can remove themselves from the mortal coil. Usually in the most just slam your head in the desk kind of ways of just, what if I go up and down on a ladder looking for the one spot of air, even though I've got perfectly good areas that are plenty much in range. But I'm looking for the one pocket of air. I'm going to keep going back and forth until I literally suffocate on the ladder. Good old oxygen not included. I like the game. Man, do those dupes get frustrating and how stupid they can be sometimes. You're just like, please, dupe, I just need you to just, please, do anything but what you're doing right now. Or they'll jump across and then mine the path away from behind themselves and then go, I can't get back. Ah, classic. Alright, so I actually do think they're going to get done pretty close to the same time. And I could be doing this myself, but we're just kind of hanging out, having conversations. You know, same thing, like the exact same thing probably happens in Dwarf as well, where you get things set up, you're like, alright, let it run for a minute. We already queued up our 50 tasks. It's just going to need a little bit of time to get through that. Same thing that happens in RimWorld. You queue up like way too much stuff and you go, okay, I need to sit on my hands for a moment and just let the game catch up to all the things I've assigned it. So we're doing kind of one of those things. Because me doing this, I do save a little bit of money because I won't have to pay an employee to do it. But at the same time, I'll also be wasting seeds, so I'm kind of justifying it myself. For those who don't know, I should explain what's actually going on here. So I'm doing what's referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge in Farming Simulator 22. And the gist of what happens with this is when you start it, I can actually get up and go over here. What ends up happening when you start the Survivor Man Challenge is you start with as little as possible to get a run going. And I gave myself like 1 or 2 luxuries because stream. We gave ourselves a place to fast forward. So this is where we sleep, in this wonderful bus. This is home. So we've got our good wood fire stove. Don't sleep on the bed, and our MREs. And I gave ourselves a truck for convenience. That I have a rule that I may not sell it. And the only reason I gave him that is because the way you start this is you cut down trees, you cut them into little pieces that you can pick up, and I put them in the truck, and I drive off and I sell them. Whereas if I didn't do that, I'd be picking up 1 log at a time and walking. The sell point is behind those trees way out in the distance. No one wants to watch me grabbing 1 piece of wood at a time and selling it over there. So we did the truck. And a chainsaw. And what we do is, on our tile land, we had a bunch of trees. We chopped up those trees and we sold them. And then we used all the money we got from selling those, and we bought ourselves a bunch of greenhouses to get, you know, some type of sustainable money. We used that to go and get ourselves some fields where we make some more money, and we use that money to get ourselves a granary, and we use that money to get a bakery, and we use that money to buy even more space for fields. We use that money to get sheep, because sheep, and you get the idea. But the whole point is, you're starting with basically as little as you possibly can and building up from that. Normally when you play Farm Sim, the game gives you a couple $100,000 to start and says, have fun. And you can buy all the equipment you want, maybe not the best, but that you want to get off the ground and going. Versus this one, we fought tooth and claw to get ourselves a couple tens of $1,000s to get the greenhouses, to get everything going. So this is a little bit more of a slow burn challenge. Yep, so start from the bottom, and now we are still sleeping the burnt out bus. That's because I like things that make me money, and getting a better house doesn't functionally get me money. So, you know, we're investing. But yeah, so we've got things going pretty well. Right now I've got that person working on getting that field plowed. We've got our person over here working on seeding. I can do this work myself, and it'll improve my profit margins. But nowadays, where at the very beginning of the game, I was making maybe $10,000 a year and that kind of money. Now we're making about $140,000 to $160,000 every year. And that's with me just making the employees do certain tasks, which does help out. But yeah, so just the Survivor Man Challenge, it's like a 0 to hero, rags to riches, whatever you want to call it. It's the same gist. You start with a minimal viable to get off the ground and build up from there. Because if we look at our equipment list right now where we're at, this is not where I look at my equipment list, this is where I look at it. If we were to look at this entire list here, honestly, with the start we have, the start from scratch, I would be able to buy everything here right at the beginning of the game, but I would still have the loan you start with on that difficulty. So the hardest difficulty, I'd be able to buy pretty much everything we have and start right here. Not all the land, but we would have been able to start with all that. That's probably not the most realistic way to beginning, but that gives you an idea that we've had to put in, I think it's like 15 or 16 in-game years to get where a normal run would have started. Ish. Little blurring of the lines there. If we chose the medium or the easy difficulty, we would still be sitting there with a couple $100,000 just in our pocket, able to build more if we wanted. So that gives you an idea of the slow start in this. To give concept to people about how long a year is in the game, each in-game day is a month, 12 months in a year, all that sort of stuff. Now, realistically, we have our busy work days that we plant everything or harvest everything. Those usually take me somewhere in the area of an hour or so to go through. And then we have days that are like kind of just those middle days of just, you know, cycle some products and go. That take me about 5-10 minutes. I would say each stream would go through roughly a year, give or take a little bit. All depending on what's up. But primarily what we're growing right now is we are growing wheat and sorghum. We take the wheat, we make flour, we make bread. We make our bread with our bread. And then sorghum is just another grain. We also make bread with that. I had chat fill me in that sorghum in real life, my understanding is you use that to make bread that doesn't rise. So usually like gluten-free bread, like that kind of stuff. But it's just a different bread. And the only reason I'm growing the two different ones is before I upgraded my equipment, the wheat fields, I was taking the entire in-game day just to keep up with them when it was time to harvest or seed them and all that. And so the sorghum was just something that has a different plant and harvest time, so I could have like this growing season and that growing season. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Max saying, no, gluten-free bread is not bread, bro. I mean, there's the not bread as in preference, but I believe it qualifies as bread so far as just classification. We can get into the whole, what is it? Was it corn? There was one, I think it was corn was the one that could be fruit, fruit, vegetable, grain, or there's another one by culinary definition. It could be like all of those things depending on how you use it. Do I have any farm animals? At the moment, we have sheep. Go watch some John Panette comedy about gluten-free? That assumes I have time. Yeah, so right now, the only animals we have is we do have sheep. And you will notice the sheep have long tails. Congratulations. That's sheep. You do have some breeds that have shorter tails, but naturally, sheep have long tails. The more you know. But, it's just a common practice to cut off the tails off sheep for practicality reasons. That's it, a lot of people have lots of rules around it because, you know, it's not the nicest thing to do to the sheep. But yeah. Alright, so we're gonna have... I've got my giant field over there. We got our, like, other large field down there. This is a fairly large field. And these two are tiny little fields. I'm actually gonna get rid of the little field there at some point. We'll put more businesses and production lines and all that there. So you have caught, like, at the moment where we just have a bunch of tractors running around doing their various processes. But what'll end up happening after we get this knocked out is if I check our planting schedule and all that, we are planting our wheat. We don't plant sorghum till April. Our big cash out day is January and February is when we make our money. That's when we sell all the stuff we've been growing and all that for the year. Because they have the entire idea of, like, right after harvest, the goods tend to be at their least valuable because there's an overabundance of it available versus, you know, a while bit later it goes up in it goes up in price, so on and so forth. The game does have that mechanic. So basically we get all our bread, and you don't question it, we just take all our bread out of the bakery, we leave it in the yard until December and then we sell it, or January and we sell it. Don't question it. It's totally fine for bread to sit on the pallet in the rain and snow and sun for, you know, good 6-7 months. It's fine. It makes no sense, but sure, we can pretend. I feel like there should be a freshness mechanic in the game. That, like, okay, yes, getting something out of season has a value, but also, you're getting it out of season unless it's like a, you know, a greenhouse hydroponic kind of situation. It's probably not that good. Good preservatives in that bread? Yeah, it's like Wonder Bread. It's more wonder than bread. Alright, so we've got that all situated. Topped off the seeds in our planter to get ready for the next field. You'll see if this works out, because the reason I want to get rid of this field is it's so close to the back of the granary there that when I hand it over to a worker to do the work, they really struggle because they try to avoid running into buildings and all that. And to say they give it a pretty wide margin is understating it. Like if we walk over to this field over here real fast, you'll notice that rock on the end there. You'll see how much I had to like bring the field back from that so they would not skip the whole area. So because I painted the grass on there, just how it works mechanically, the wild grass isn't growing on it. You can see the idea here. This is how long the field was, down to like right along here. I had to shorten it like almost 10 feet. So it was distant enough away from that rock, because what would happen is they'd go to do like the seeding and the harvesting, and it would just give this big half circle around that rock, because they're like, no, you can't get near the rock. I don't know how to deal with it. Can you dig out the rock? So you can destroy rocks in this game. Now the catch is not all of them. Yeah, the AI in this game is not the brightest. You've got to like perfectly align your stars and moons for it to have a chance. But with the rocks in this game, there are some rocks that you get a it's on a skid loader. You get a big hydraulic spike. You just go up to the rock. It starts tapping on the rock till it crumbles. Which is one of the things you can actually do to break rocks in real life. It's the same. It's effectively the same thing as someone banging on a rock with a pickaxe till it gives. But you know, just using hydraulics. Now that said, what said is this particular map does have a signpost you can cut off in the front that deletes all the rocks from the map, but it's a modded map. We're not going to do that. I actually like to leave the rocks and the various like little forests and all that for myself, for things to work around, because it makes it more interesting than, you know, here's a rectangle, there's a rectangle, there's a rectangle. You know, having the occasional rock that goes, okay, well, here's this weird long thin rectangle and here's this other one. I'll put some buildings around that spot. Is that a plow? Yeah, we're just using this little plow even though I got the bigger one, because this little tractor here is only 100 horsepower, so it can't handle the big plow. Whereas my other tractor over there is like 345 horsepower and can. This is, the fields don't get overgrown if you let them follow. I don't believe so. They'll get covered in weeds, but I think they will remain as fields mechanically so far as the game's concerned. If you try to grow something in them, they'll be horrifically, you know, the yield will be awful. But they don't ever turn back to grass as if there was never a field there, from my understanding. But and thank you for the 10 stream streak. It means a lot that not only would you tune in, but you tune in and not even miss a stream. Like, not everyone has that opportunity, so like the fact that, you know, it's worth it to you so much to catch everyone does mean a lot. Alright. So really this tractor also has no business using the sprayer, but I can get away with it. You can see it's struggling a little bit to pull it, considering that sprayer is like 8 times the size of this tractor. Weeds don't grow until seeded? No, they'll grow. Like, so if I plow a field, they won't grow. If I cultivate a field, they will grow. And there might be a time limit on it. I haven't really pushed it. Alright, so let's try and get this. Are we configured to the largest setting? When I record my YouTube videos, I turn that off. Yes, we are. So let's start spraying a field with fertilizer. We'll get a higher yield. Go ahead and let the AI deal with that for a minute while I stretch. But yeah, so if you cultivate, the seeds will grow immediately afterwards. If you plow, I believe they won't grow at all until you... Actually, I'm pretty sure if you plow, you just don't get weeds until you harvest, at which point it's no longer considered plow. But you should have seen this one coming. Oh, yeah. But yeah, so this is nice because even though we're not moving fast, we're only going 8 miles an hour, we're covering a width of 36 meters per pass. So we're definitely going with the, it may be slow, but it's at scale. So this whole field will take 4 or 5 passes. This is our largest field by a very large margin. This represents, it's not quite half of all of my, my fields. Oh, right. The AI fails really bad at this. Aren't you crushing all your rows? Oh, right now this is just plowed. So we just turned up the dirt. You don't have to worry about crushing anything until you get crop that have started growing. And then by default you will destroy your crops. But yeah, now the game doesn't consider like you're going the wrong way along the lines and therefore you're messing it all up. They don't have those mechanics because honestly, it'd probably be annoying to deal with. The balance between realism and fun, you'd be pushing into the realism getting in the way. Now they do have it's DLC that kind of acts like a mod. It's free, called Precision Farming, that does add a little bit more realism to the game. But even that doesn't get to the point of, oh, I'm sorry, you went the wrong way on your stripes and therefore you've messed it up. But they make the fertilizer a little bit stricter. There's considerations of the soil and everything. Versus this is like, do you need to lime your soil? Yes, no. Do you need to fertilize your soil? Yes, no. Do you need to roll your field? Yes, no. But like this, I have to do 2 applications of the fertilizer, and I can't do it. I have to do something in between those applications. It won't let you just do 2 blasts back to back. So it's got a lot of realism going on, but it's not like you play this game and you can go out and be a successful farmer because you know the ins and outs of the work. It's more realistic than like Stardew Valley or whatever, but not to a level that gets a bit much. Alright, so you're still only about halfway through your field. Okay, so we can go with that. We'll probably snag on those trees if I don't fold this up. So let's fold this up. Because there's something about having something that sticks 18 meters off you on both directions that makes it really easy to snag on stuff unexpectedly. Alright. There we go. A little overlap's fine, but I want to avoid missing stuff. You snag on stuff all the time, and I'm not even close to 18 meters. Yeah. Now, for those who are new to the channel, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. You know, games like I do city builders and settlement builders, like, you know, RimWorld and that kind of stuff. I do a decent amount of simulation, so we've been doing a lot of SnowRunner and farming sim lately. I have a reputation in Project Zomboid, as I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed in that. I do not hold that title anymore, but I used to. Which, for those curious, that was 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life on harder than apocalypse settings, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. And you might go, well, what is the new record? Last I looked is about 830,000. We did the math at the beginning of stream. if I played 6 days a week, 9 hours a day, and did nothing but that challenge without any mistakes and maintained a better than average kill rate, it would take me 10 real life months of playing just that nonstop to tie the record. So people are like, you're gonna take your title back? No. No, I'm not. No, I had it. I have had the record. I'm proud I had the record. I wouldn't even honestly put in the time to take it back at literally tying up my record. I enjoyed the game a great deal. I had a lot of fun with it. I've got over 3,000 hours with it, and I think, like, I'll go back and play it when Build 42 comes out. I honestly don't think I'll ever have another run that hits 100,000. You know, maybe times will change, but I don't think I'll ever do that again. Not from, like, lack of ability, from lack of... I will burn out before I get there, is the way I will phrase it. Did they cheat? No. I mean, like I said, I had 135,000, and we have our character Venus, who is alive and is at 170-something thousand that I almost never play anymore, but I still do have them alive. It's just time. Like, that's just it. Once you get to the end game of Project Zomboid, it never gets harder. It's just time. If you can survive to the point you're getting past 3-ish months in-game consistently, you can hit those numbers. It's just time. It's not increased challenge. The game gets easier as you play it. So every day you survive, it just gets easier and easier. You can always have one mistake and it's over. But to me, that it's not a hard game, it is a punishing game. And there is a there's a very significant difference there. The early game is rough, like especially when you're first learning it. Yeah, you're gonna die a lot, but it's hard in like the Dark Souls hard. The Dark Souls is primarily pattern recognition. I like Dark Souls, but it is pattern recognition. All it takes to be good at Dark Souls is effectively time. You just keep fighting the boss till you learn the pattern, and then once you memorize the pattern, then the boss is, you know, fairly I'm not gonna say easy, but it's not like the sweatiest, hardiest thing ever. Nightor said, would it be possible to kill all the zombies in that game? On apocalypse settings, no. If you're doing the settings like we're talking, where you go to maximum population and you turn off respawn, yes. Now, the difference between is it possible and is it realistic, that's a different question. To give you an idea, that person who is at 800,000 kills, I believe has not killed 1/16 of the total population of the map on their settings. Yeah, no, I should cut down the trees. I deliberately actually don't want to. So I'm actually doing this field the way I have not intended. The way I've been doing it in the past is the way those stripes are going. So doing the width of the field. That was smooth. But this particular time, for whatever reason, I went the other way. So that's the reason I'm having the issues, because there's trees on that end and this end. But if I go the width of the field, you notice there's no obstructions on either side of the field. So I'm just going the wrong way. That's player issues. But yeah. And that isn't to be like, for people who struggle with Dark Souls and that doesn't mean like, no, you're just not good at the game. It is still a game that is not easy. But there's certain games that they are always hard. And there are certain games that are hard because of random chance. And then there are certain games that you get into the hard that is pattern recognition and that kind of thing, where you will fail a bunch. But then once you've played it for long enough and you recognize the pattern, the game gets significantly easier. And Project Zomboid would actually fall into the pattern recognition as well, to a certain extent. It's more risk assessment than pattern recognition. But once you start learning the tricks to mitigate your risk, the fighting themselves is effectively pattern recognition, knowing like what timing, like how close is too close, when they get into this situation, what is the way to get around getting grabbed, yada yada yada. Like, you can learn all that. And once you hit that point, like, the way you die in those really long runs isn't because you got just straight up overwhelmed. It's you did something that you knew you shouldn't have done, but you did it anyways, and you died for it. Or you had that moment of inattention, and then you died. It's no longer the game was too hard kind of thing. It was just you had that one lapse in judgment, and then it's done. So those long marathon runs are patience. Alright, this will probably be a little bit wider than it needs to be, but I know it's wider than 2 meters. There we go. And wasting a little fertilizer is not that big a deal. Versus getting the lower crop yield is a little bit more painful. Plus down there it's a little bit sloppier, so it's a little bit wider. Alright, so I got one more field to plow. Then, or not plow, to seed. And then I just need to do the fertilizer in those other fields. Which they've already had their first pass, which is what I'm doing now in this field. So I just need to do the second pass, and then they're done for the year. But yeah, no, definitely those trees are in the way. But like I said, we go lengthwise that field, like this way. Versus I've been just doing this one the wrong way. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. The fertilizer's not really my bottleneck in working the fields. It's the seeding and the plowing right now, and the harvesting. But like this, even though it moves slow, because the area of coverage is so obnoxiously large, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so I do actually play a pretty wide range of games. Sometimes, probably honestly, a wider range of games than I should, which was a discussion we had earlier today. But I don't know. I like a variety of games, so it's hard for me to be like, let me buckle down and play just this style of game in the future kind of thing. Alright, so you're all done here. It does look like you actually finished. That's where you're gonna not do the edges of the field. Up. Alright, so to give you an idea on that, where I mentioned they avoid the rocks.
Thank you Chaotic Awesomey for subscribing for 20 months. Behold, it is I the Frenchiest fry. How's it going, Rual?
It's going good. But yeah, before I say the thank you, yeah, you'll notice they missed this little strip of field. It's because it was too close to that rock. But thank you Chaotic Awesome for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 20 months. A year and 8 months. It's a heckin' long time, so I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel that long. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But I'm doing pretty good. Just been chilling, playing a variety of games per the usual. I have a lot of games I'm looking forward to pretty soon. We got Enshrouded, which is a bit of a it's been the crafting side of things, like open world kind of crafting kind of thing. But it's got its own thing that's going to differentiate it. So I enjoyed the Next Fest demo, so I'm going to play the full thing when it comes out. Looking forward to Little Guardsman, which is a complicated game to explain. It reminds you of Papers, Please in the... You'll have like, all right, only let these people in that fit, match these criteria. Don't let people in who are like this. Confirm their documentation is legitimate and that. But that's kind of only like the tiniest part of the game. But it's like that. It's very, very, very heavy on like the comedy and that kind of side of things. It also is, instead of being like, this dystopian kind of place, instead it's this more like high fantasy kind of thing, elves and gnomes and ogres and stuff like that, dwarves and whatnot. But you're running the guard post as a small child because your dad would rather go to the bar, to earn back their gambling money or whatever it was. But yeah, it's just ridiculous comedy kind of thing, and I'm looking forward to that. That's probably a playthrough where you do like, you probably play through like, once or twice, like on stream, probably just one playthrough. Then you'd probably do a couple of playthroughs, like go through the different routes and go. What's the name of the game? It's Little Guardsman. So L-I-L. So not spelled correctly, like little. L-I-L and then Guardsman. But that's coming out in a couple of days. So I'm looking forward to checking that out. What else? There was a couple other games that are coming out that I'm looking forward to. Or major updates or whatever. Gonna be checking out probably News Cycle pretty soon. That's a survival city builder. That one I've heard kind of mixed things. I've heard a lot of good stuff, and I've heard a lot of like balance issues. One moment. Sorry, I thought I was gonna sneeze. Looks like it's settled. 23rd of this month. Yep. Yes, we got Little Guardsman. We got News Cycle. We'll be checking out that one. That one I expect to be more of a play, check it out, go cool, and then put it aside again. Little Guardsman will probably be the same because those kind of very, very comedy story type games, like, you know, Day of the Tentacle and all those, usually are like one playthrough and you're kind of done, unless you're like doing speed running stuff or whatever. So far as like on stream content creation, I can definitely see, you know, going back as a player who wants to see all the things, getting to the event, choosing the dialogue option one way, go back, choose the dialogue the other way, go back, just to see like all the different jokes or whatever. But we've got that. There was another one that I'm blanking on. I know Frostpunk 2, that's coming out at some point. That's what I'm super excited for. Because definitely enjoy Frostpunk. I'm looking forward to seeing how Prison Architect 2 is. That's one I'm a little bit more on the wait and see. Because the initial devs did sell the game over to Paradox. And so it'll be with Paradox at the helm. So I'm more curious to be like, all right, where, like, how is this going to be compared to the original? Is it going to be very true to the form, or is it going to be a totally different animal? We're going to waste a little bit on this one. It's fine. Straightening it out will be too much effort. Not worth it. So we'll see, but like, I'm hoping they stay true to the form, because I would be curious about Prison Architect, where you can build up as well. I mean, you're not wrong, JD. So we have Max saying, I see you're drinking Dr. Pepper. If you're drinking Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream, plus strawberry daiquiri and vodka. I've enjoyed some of that. It's so that both myself and my wife are on board with. Like, sometimes I get the stuff I really like, which is like Mountain Dew, Mellow Yellow, that kind of thing. She doesn't like that. And then she likes, you know, the really heavy, like, not heavy. She likes the cherry stuff and all that. I'm not as big of a fan of that. So the stuff like the Diet Dr. Pepper and all that's cool with her. Normally I wouldn't get Diet personally, but, you know, it's not worth us getting, like, each our respective sodas and just having that. With Paradox in charge, a good basic framework and everything else will be sold as DLC. So Paradox is a mixed bag sometimes. I will say there have been plenty of Paradox games I've been very happy with, and I know a lot of people have very strong opinions about Paradox. A lot of them are earned. That when I get a game from Paradox, that if that was all the game would ever be, and I would be happy with the price, then I have no complaints. Like, where you're like, this game, you bought it for 20, 30, 40 bucks, whatever, and at the time it was released, it was a complete game. They're like, cool. Like, Stellaris is pretty solid. But, then there's also the times where you get a game from Paradox that you're like, okay, let's be real here. This is like minimal viable product you're charging me 50 bucks for, and is missing features that came in your predecessor game that sure were DLC in that game, but we're talking, this is the next generation. Now I expect those to be just part of the game to start with, or something along those lines. Like, you know, obviously they can go back and say, well, we added this to that game, we actually didn't like the way it worked, so we reworked it to be better, but it just included in the game. Then you had the DLC. Because I actually don't have a problem with the model of, you release a game, and if you do major additions to the game, you charge money. Because that's how you fund that development. The games that you release it, and then they're updated forever for free, for the most part, is not really sustainable for a lot of groups. We do have the Terrarias out there and the Stardew Valley out there where they made millions and millions of dollars and can afford to do free updates for a very long time, and the extra sales justify it and all that. But those are more outliers, that they're more exception to the rule. Not saying that it can't be a thing that's done, but it's not frequent that is really that sustainable of a model. It depends. It's got to have wide audience appeal for that to work. Alright, so we've got that one all sorted out. Yeah, Jason Slars, they had to rebuild a few times until they got it solid footing. Even before the major DLCs came out. And maybe the first one or two they had to tweak a lot. You don't mind DLCs, just make them worth the price. Not an art asset flip for $10, $20. Yeah. Well, not some. Like City Skylines 1, I was happy with most of the DLC. Now that said, I do hold out that the airport DLC for City Skylines 1, to me, was a DLC that I'm like, I actively dislike this DLC. It was not worth it. Like, literally, this DLC is a negative on my experience of this game. So it is a Paradox game that there is a DLC. I'm like, this DLC here was bad. Now, generally, something like skin packs and that, I don't buy those DLC. I don't care about them. So to me, whatever their price is doesn't matter to me because I'm not gonna buy it. But that's to me more a problem with games like The Sims, where every other T-shirt is $15 or some nonsense. That I won't get, what do they call them, the stuff packs or whatever. But like the ones that meaningfully add new systems, I'm willing to pay. Now certainly the conversation to be had about them being overpriced and all that, sure. But everyone's gonna have a different line in the sand on where that's a fair and that's overpriced is. Some people say like $5 is too much, and some people say $30 is fair. You know, that's a very subjective measure. But yeah. He says, I'll say with all the stars about Yamal's release until the 5th DLC came out, and they parked around 2000. Yeah, I played a ton of Solaris when it first came out, so that's a game I'm not upset about at all. But like I said, that's one of the things that Paradox gets a really bad reputation. And again, part of it is their model is very DLC heavy. And they definitely have had DLC they've come out with that you can say this was not worth it. These are fair statements. And I will actually 100% hold it against Paradox that when you've had a game out, and it's been out for like 5-10 years, you've got your like 10 DLC you've added to it, you gotta give discounts. Like, it'd just be that the base game comes with like the first DLC, and then you've got DLC packs that run what the DLC would have cost new. So like, you know, if I've mentioned like what I wish they would do is you'd come out with the game, fair. Those first 3 DLC, they come out with that price. Once you start moving on to the next 3 DLC, that first one becomes like a year 1 pack or whatever that's at a discounted rate. Because the problem is when you go to get a Paradox game late, you sit there and you look at it and go, but that's $300. I'm not buying that. No game's worth $300. You correct. So that's to me if you're not in at the beginning, that's a problem. Because it doesn't matter. There's not a game out there I could be like, yeah, I'd spend $300 on that up front to try, to play it. Which of course the counter argument, well then don't buy the DLC at the beginning. Fair, but some of those games are balanced with considerations of the DLC that playing without the DLC is very tricky. That'll do. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. They need to bundle and reduce it a lot. But I think it'd be fair to have the game at, your reduced price. Say it was a $40 game to begin with. It's been a couple years, so now it's a $20 game. And the DLC, if you bought it new as you go, like maybe is $90 for the first year's worth of, well, not first year, but for the first 3 of DLC, that probably took them 3 years to come out with or more. And take that $90, drop that down to $15, $20. And then the new DLC would still be the normal price. Like, that would be more reasonable, because then you're buying the game, and the game plus, like, the first 6 DLC would be roughly the same price of what you would buy a new game. No problem, Mac. It's good to have you. I hope to see you again in the future, and you sleep well and all good stuff. Let's see, if you go back and look at the game prices on SNES era, modern games are cheap. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. That's there is so much rose-tinted glasses when it comes to older games that they'll be like, oh no, remember when games were good? And I'm like, I mean, games are good now, but when you look at a lot of like the old games that people hold really high, you're like, yeah, do you remember the NES days? Do you remember you could actually get games that just straight up didn't work? Or they had bugs that you physically could not finish the game and there was no patch going to ever come? That if it was a buggy mess, congratulations, that's what the game was forever. And it was like 40, 50, 60 bucks to buy those games in those days. Which, you know, that's 30 years worth of inflation ago. I'm not saying games are better now necessarily, or those games were better. The point is where people are like, oh my god, games were so much better. There's like, you don't remember games. You don't remember, especially in the computer scene where you'd buy a game. It's like, is this going to work on my computer? I don't know. Their system requirements are listed. Does it run? And guess what? It still didn't run. Yeah, so I don't actually take the stance that, you know, games aren't necessarily better or worse at any point. It's just different times had different problems. I didn't think this through. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need to get into arguing the price between now and then kind of thing. Like, we could go into the nuance, but for every example you're going to come up with, you're going to come up with 3 exceptions. So it's kind of a lost argument because there's no real, you know, real way of dealing with it. I think this actually has to be that tick. Almost perfect. We're going to try and get away with it. I'm going to miss a little bit, but with the granary there, this is just what's going to be what it is. But see, I will say you're super happy we don't have to deal with the XMP and other memory shenanigans we had to do for some games. Oh yeah, like all the weird stuff you had to do back in the day to like fudge with memory to make things work that would always have side effects. Like, don't get me wrong, we have our own demons nowadays that we deal with, but that's just going back into the, you know, I wouldn't say either era was particularly better for games. It was just they had their own problems that we had for frustrations. And then I would also say a lot of times when you look back in nostalgia, you tend to not think about as much as all the pain points. You tend to focus on a lot more of the, oh, do you remember that game? It was so good. And then you go back and play that game, it's like, oh man, I remember this expletive area that didn't run right half the time. Oh yeah, the frame rate dropped in this part of the map to the point that it was hard to time everything, and they had timing components here. I forgot about this painful spot. That's one of the reasons why I never buy anything that's clearly going after me for nostalgia. Like when you have like a re-release of an old classic, I will avoid it like the plague. Because I have been disappointed almost every single time. And to me, it is a company cashing out in your nostalgia, knowing they don't even have to deliver a good game. You're going to buy it because you loved that, you know, whatever the predecessor was. And you only won't buy the next one. So, like, as much as I joke about loving the, there was an old Super Nintendo game called EVO, where you start as, like, a little fish and you, like, work your way. It's kind of like the idea of what Spore is before Spore was a thing. Not so much of the building the civilization side of it, but, you know, where you start as, like, a little critter, and then you become a more advanced critter, and then you become, you know, you move from this type of critter to the next type of critter, and just kind of go through evolution. It was that. But, you know, with some, admittedly, sometimes pretty weird storytelling going on over top of it. But, like, as much as they did that, if they were like tomorrow, like, hey, we're going to release a brand new EVO that somehow we have found the original creators and they're making games, I guess, which I extremely doubt, because they're probably not only retired, they would be up there in years, is the way I'll put that. They're probably not making games anymore. But with all that, even if they said, hey, we got the original creators, they're making EVO 2, get ready, get excited. It's not that I wouldn't buy it. It would definitely be a game I would be like, all right, I'm going to leave that alone and see how it actually does in reviews, and then maybe buy it. Because that feels like it'd be a nostalgia grab for me. Just the same thing, if they came out with, like, right tomorrow, they were like, we're coming out with a brand new Chrono Trigger. Brand new Chrono Trigger's coming out. Square Enix, we're going to break out the brand new Chrono Trigger, here it comes. Like, you know, it's gonna be along the lines, it's gonna be like a remaster or like a remake or whatever of Chrono Trigger. I would 100% wait and see on that one. Because I just assume it's a nostalgia grab. But yeah, even games that I remember being really good back in the day, like, you get used to the games in those genres nowadays with all the quality of life features, and you go back to play like the original you played forever ago, where all those quality of life features are missing, and it can be like literally difficult to play. They're like, oh man, like I don't miss the map not working. How do you shrink the sprayer from there? So if you look at my controls on the left, it mentions control semicolon to change the work width. Now, if you're looking at those controls saying, wait, those are really weird choices of buttons, I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. I use a Dvorak keyboard, so my keyboard layout's different. So you'll see the controls I have versus what they would be by default. So, like, for example, that higher worker on a QWERTY keyboard would be H. Oh, I should probably repair that, shouldn't I? Alright, well, all of our fields are done. Let's go ahead. Control Z for you? Yeah, Control Z would sound about right. Like, sometimes people ask me, it's like, what button is that? And there's that long pause of going, alright, brain, let's remember what QWERTY is by comparison to what I have. And usually I can do that. Now it's a little easier since I got my new keyboard, because my new keyboard has the letter print on it where the QWERTY keys are. Whereas my old keyboard, when I was learning Dvorak 10 plus years ago, I got a keyboard that had literally none of the letters were printed on it at all. And I was going to confirm I was learning to touch type. There's going to be zero question I learned to touch type. Because there was nothing to look at to figure it out. And for the record, do I recommend people learn Dvorak? Probably not. If you have reasons to learn these things, sure. But for like the average consumer who's been doing it for 10 years, no, it's probably not worth the time investment. Just very, very genuinely being straightforward. Probably not. For me personally, the work I was doing before content creation was software development. That carpal tunnel syndrome is a very real concern in that industry. And so I want to do everything I could possibly come up to mitigate it. And one of those things was the QWERTY keyboard layout is very inefficient. And it wasn't like a malicious design thing, but it was because QWERTY was designed with mechanical typewriters in mind to avoid key jams. And so as a result, it is fairly inefficient because it was trying to work around those key jams. But it became the standard, and that's just what we use. You can type perfectly fast on it, fast enough to do any job, so it doesn't matter. Like, even if you were someone who's like, I want to learn Dvorak so I can have a faster typing speed. Okay, realistically, that would be a goal you could achieve. Is it worth it? I'd probably still say no. But for me, it was entirely to prevent repetitive stress injury from the nature of the work I was doing. But also, if someone was learning a language, or not language, a keyboard layout, I wouldn't even necessarily recommend Dvorak. Dvorak's a little bit more focused for people working software development versus if you're doing like, you know, typing emails, books, letters, like normal English stuff. You'd probably be better served by, I believe there's a layout called Workman. And I haven't kept up with the layouts nowadays. I'm sure there's even better ones now. But there are keyboard layouts that are purpose-built as well. Yeah, it's not specifically that it was designed to slow typing speed. The only reason I'm saying this is, like, there is this concept that it was deliberately designed to slow down the speed you type. The idea was when you're typing on a typewriter, for those who don't know how a typewriter works, you push the letter, and there was an arm with a little indention on the end. And what it'd do is it'd smack a piece of ribbon that's got ink on it against your paper, and so where that indention would make the letter. Now the issue is those arms are going back and forth constantly, and there's one for each and every letter on the keyboard. And then the issue was keys that were close together, those arms could cross and jam on each other, at which point you had to stop typewriting. It could damage your typewriter after a while, but you had to like separate the arms and let them go back. So what they were trying to do is they're trying to take the common keys you'd push and spread them out as much as possible. So stuff like E and S, when I hit them, they couldn't cross each other, because, you know, you use those keys lots. But that's the reason why you have like the weird letters like K in your home row, even though K is not a super common letter. So a side effect is it did slow down typing speeds a bit, but it wasn't the design point. Like the design intention. The intention was to try and separate out the common keys as much as possible to mitigate the number of jams. And don't get me wrong, people still got to the point they could type fast enough to keep jamming them. But, you know, that was the problem they were trying to solve. And then just, there was, I can't even remember which manufacturer was who came up with QWERTY, but they kind of became the big name in typewriters at the time. And that layout kind of got standardized, so when computers came in with word processors to replace typewriters, they also used the same layout because that's the layout everyone was used to. So it just continued forward because it was the standard. And there's been pushes over the year here and there to replace the standard with better ones that have been pretty much unsuccessful, with some exceptions. There is keyboard layouts that are available for like German keyboards. There are keyboard layouts for a bunch of like Spanish and Italian and French language that are a little bit different. But they're basically based on QWERTY. Like there's a SERDY and that kind of stuff. But they're basically QWERTY with a little bit of consideration for language-specific stuff. Alright, so we're picking up our flour from the granary, and we're going to go dump that out in the grass, because there's only so much capacity in the granary, and if I don't empty it from time to time, the granary stops working because it's full, and there's just no penalty for me leaving flour out in the field, for some reason. Alright, now at least I could accept in real life that if the flour is properly packaged and everything and sealed, that maybe it'd be perfectly fine just sitting out in a field for a while. But we can plainly look at this bread. That bread's still good being out in the rain and the snow and all that for, you know, 6 to 8 months, right? Fully exposed, not even like wrapped up in any way, just sitting out in the field in the grass in the rain and the snow. Alright, so we've got that done. That's not what I wanted. Okay. It's hardtack travel bed. Sure. So let's do a quick check. Make sure all of our buildings are running fine. You're full on water. You're full on water. You're full up on sorghum. Just about. I mean, you're not full, but you've got a bunch of sorghum in there from where we harvested the other day. Nothing else I could do. I have to wait for stuff to grow. You're pretty close to full on flour, so it looks like all of my my company's production lines are working fine. And the sheep have all the water and all the grass, so they're good. So it is time to fast forward to the next in-game day. And that's basically, we're just square on all these fields now until it is time to sell. So the only things I need to do right now is I just need to go and pop over here. Take the bread out of the bakery. Drop it in the pile of bread we got over here. And then pick up the flour and drop it off. And just keep repeating that process. And I don't technically have to do it every single day. I've just gotten in the habit of doing that because ADHD things, if I don't, I'll forget. And then I'll get backed up and that's money lost. And we are using a mod that does load these up. Otherwise, normally you need forklift to put those all on there. Which is fine. But as you get to the late game, it starts to become Forklift Simulator if you don't have a mod to do that. And there's things you can do to mitigate it in-game, like rather to where I'm hoarding that bread and then waiting till it's at its best price and selling it, you could just say, hey, distribute it to the seller, you know, every single day kind of thing, like at the start of the day. You do get a pretty bad cut into your profit margins when that happens, but it reduces the amount of work you have to do. Eventually, we probably will get to that point, but we're not there yet. Alright. Just takes a moment for it to spit those out. But yeah, so when it comes time to sell, which is pretty soon, we should make a good 140, 160,000. We can buy our brand new cultivator, still probably have 60-ish thousand left over, and go from there. Speaking of which, before we get too far, any good sales today? We got a larger trailer, that's not terrible. Sadly, your low horsepower one. I mean, the trailers are nice, but I don't think we're buying either of those. Like, the trailer's not that big a deal, because my bottleneck for harvesting is the harvester itself. So I could get another trailer, and it would save me, like, a trip or two per harvest. But for spending a bunch of money that prevent me from getting other tools, it's just not the move. I think that thing carries, like, 21,000 liters worth of crop. All right. Now drop those there because that's not a full trailer full yet. Get this parked back in position over here. Let's actually check on our greenhouses. Okay, nothing's being stored inside, so they're not full yet on the outside. There's no point in me running over there. But we can pop this over here, advance the day, and pretty fast that'll run out of stuff to grind up for flour, and I won't need to be able to even, or I won't need to pick up anything from there even. And with that, that's all dealt with. Time to go to the next day. But that was the whole thing, is the day you all raided in on was my busy day of the year where I got like all the stuff I have to do in the fields and all that. And then we're waiting for it to be time for our stuff. And it was April, I believe, I plant the sorghum. Let's double check that. Alright, so those are right for me to pick up. You're quickly running out. That's fine. Yeah, so we look... Not there. Here. So sorghum we plant in April, so I don't have anything else I can do with that field for a while. It's weird that they mark that as buying, even though that's mine, so it doesn't technically buy it. Yeah, so it's end of December, beginning of January is when the price is the best for... That's wheat. That's not what I'm selling. I'm selling bread. Yeah, so it's end of December. So I'm not actually going to deal with the December. We sell on January because it'll be right there. Same with the flour, and then I want to say all the greenhouse stuff was February. Let's check our production lines. So you're doing okay for right now. You can go ahead and drop this off. And get you all loaded up. And I'm going to run all the way over to the greenhouses, pull out all the produce, and just sit it out as well, because they're getting full. And then after that, we will go and grab the flour for on the way back to take to the bakery. Well, to the area by the bakery. Then we'll have one more month of just rotating everything, and then the next month will be sale. And when we do our sale, that's when it's cash time. Thank you for the support happening over on TikTok. I really do need to figure out what the different things mean. Like, because you're given, like, galaxies and roses and all sorts of stuff. You're like, thanks. I know you supported me. I know you gave me money, but I don't know how to quantify it. I don't know if that's $1 or $20. Hard to believe, despite Rual having all these facilities, he's still living a bus. Hear me out. That does actually happen with certain people. That they'll be living in, like, the budget of the budget of the budget apartment kind of situation. And they'll also be, like, a major owner in some, like, big company. And they'll be like, but why? Like, yeah, Galaxy is, like, $13, $15. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, it's not clear in the moment it happens how much money any of it is. So you're like, oh, I was given roses. I don't know what that means. I know it means someone supported me and I'm thankful. But, like, you know, someone pops on Twitch, they turn around, they drop, you know, 500 biddies. You're like, oh man, thank you so much for that. If someone turns around and drops like 200,000 biddies, like, there's gonna be, it's gonna derail things, frankly. But it's gonna be like, oh my god, was this a mistake? Did you put an extra 0? What happened? Your cat get a hold of the computer? Your kid? Is everything okay? Like, it'll be a huge thing. But I can't quantify it over there. I'm sure it's the thing you learn with time kind of thing. There's so 3 more boxes pop out. Okay. So I really should be using the blue tractor for this. You can see the green and yellow tractor. It can do it, but it is struggling. But that's okay. Alright, so there's our greenhouse goods, which is strawberries, tomatoes, and lettuce. Sitting there. Those don't get sold till January. No, February. Whatever, it's bread 1 month, and then the next month is all that stuff. And then April is the wool. We literally just looked at it. So we sell, yeah. So we sell the greenhouse stuff in February. We sell the bread and flour in January. It's one of those things you learn in time and experience, like making your own home made of solid rocket fuel. You only get it wrong a few times before uncontrolled fires, but you eventually learn. Yeah. I need to figure out what it can do for where we put down that grass to make it more interesting. One of the things I plan to do eventually is I do plan on building a town around here, even though a lot of it doesn't function. It'll just be places where sleep. That's when the bus will go away, is when I have enough money sitting around, I'm like, yeah, let's build the town. But the plan is to basically make like a town up this main dirt road, like cobble it, stone it up. Add parking lots around here, probably in our production line in this area. You know, so we're like, right now it's a farm. I want to make it actually feel like, you know, it's like a little, not like a full-on city, but like, you know, a little rural community, whatever. Alright, so we've got more flour to pick up. This thing should be getting pretty close to tapped so far as the stuff for making flour. Yeah, so you're about halfway through that sorghum. You build a small town complete with power lines, house, bank. Cost you 12 million a game, but money stopped meaning anything to you after you had a massive windfall. Yeah, but that's normally what happens. Like, that's, for me, most of the time, the early game. Like, for me, early game, like, is usually my favorite part of most games where you don't have the resources you need. So you'll find a lot of my challenges I do in games, that's kind of what it's around, is extending the early game as much as possible. So like with Project Zomboid, I'd give myself 0 stats, so it was absolutely terrible at everything. And it just means where your ability to like carry stuff, fight zombies, not I was hoping I could fit there, that's fine. Yeah, no, I did the grass, that's the thing. Where you look over there and you see that green patch, that is the painted grass. That's the problem, is the painted grass doesn't have like where you have here, where you have like the little bushiness of kind of uncut grass or whatever. It's this weird, like, artificial, almost like astroturf looking grass, which is flat. And it's that, so I like, okay, I either need the whole area to be that astroturfy looking grass, or I need a way to make that astroturfy looking grass look natural again. Oh, there is meadow grass? Interesting. Gotcha. So you're saying I have to like look where you find trees and bushes, not the paint section. Alright, so we gotta we're not gonna bother picking up the bread right now, we just did that today and it doesn't fill up in one day. We're gonna get this back in position to do this. Eventually I will have the bread sell directly so I don't have to pick it up and do this cycle all the time. We're just not there yet. Okay, and check on the sheep again. They're fine. Because the sheep are the one that things change fast. They have to top off their water and whatnot. Okay, so sheep are still okay. It is really dark. How are your sheep doing? Not bad. Look. I'm just a little disappointed. Nah, puns are always fun. Obviously, they can get to a point where you're like, alright, calm down. But puns are a good time. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and kick those out real fast. But see, if I had a farm in real life and I had to sleep in that bus for a few years, I would do it. I mean, it's kind of one of those things, like if in real life, so you could imagine this person, they're making $100,000 plus every year, and they started with nothing. Like, one would, like, honestly in that situation, it'd be really easy to be like, yeah, we're totally doing that. If you had any of those kind of guarantees. Now the reality is farming isn't quite that simple. You're not gonna hand someone a chainsaw and say that land's yours now, and without like going horrifically into debt to bootstrap everything up. They're not gonna turn around and be like, oh well, I made a multiple $1 million farm, with this chainsaw. It's not a realistic outcome. Versus casually having $60,000-$80,000 of flour sitting here and another $100,000 or so of bread sitting there and that kind of stuff. Your uncle showed me his books one year, and you only farm if you actually love it. Or you're a huge factory farm? Yeah. Okay, and this will be the last of the flour we're gonna get out of here, because it's right up out of sorghum. Oh yeah, I forgot our farm was named Hopeless Pastures. Isn't that what all billionaires claim their money? Is that they're losing money? I'm sorry, I'm missing what they all supposedly do. Like, so far as claiming money. Are you saying where they report that they're not profitable for, like, the tax write-off kind of things? It's a little bit of a different animal, but... I mean, that is one of those things. That's getting to, like, tax code shenanigans where people find loopholes and not. Let's see, when you're done and with all your expenses, he barely makes above minimum wage. Yeah. Oh, where they all start with nothing? Oh yeah, I come from a humble background. I just got, $1 million loan from my father and built up from there. Yeah, we don't need to get that. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. Unfortunately. You'll have a lot of people who claim they're self-made, and you're like, you're not self-made. I'm sorry, you're very not self-made. You got every advantage. I'm not saying you didn't put in work and you didn't earn a whole bunch, but you're definitely not self-made. You got a pretty good stepping stool you took to get up there. That isn't to say you didn't put in work or anything else. I'm not trying to get into that argument. But the self-made from humble background thing, a lot of times you're like, mm-hmm. Alright, it is payday. The land is worth so much, though, that when he wants to stop, he sells it. You're doing good, pretty good for 4 years slog before you hit that point. Yeah. What am I stuck on? Okay. That was weird. I was definitely, like, hard stuck on something there for a month. Okay, and this time we're not just rotating the bread, it's sales time. It's time to see the big number in the top right corner go from small number to big number. Well, bigger number. This should be landing ourselves somewhere in the area of $50,000, like $50,000 from this load. And then we'll have the flour and all that stuff. It says the only self-made billionaires are pretty much Gates and Jobs. They went into massive debt to start their businesses. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say they're the only ones, but yeah. Well, billionaires, maybe you're right. But, like, there's definitely people who do come up with an idea from nothing and make it. But, like, a lot of people present that way. They're like, oh, yeah, I just borrowed, $150,000 from one of my friends. Like, yeah, so you're not self-made. Your friend invested in you and gave you that money when banks probably wouldn't have, because you didn't have enough to go by. Let's see, there are also century farms in the US and Canada. They get additional subsidies because it's been the same family owned for over 100 years. And they help produce food for the country for long enough that... Yeah, and that's the whole thing. And Microsoft is a $22,000 debt startup with no investors. Yep. All right, so 47,000 from just the bread. And now I get to sit here and haul a whole lot of flour for a minute. But this should put us over 100,000 and then some change. And then the next in-game day, we sell the I mean, $22,000 in the 80s is not an insignificant debt. You gotta keep in mind, like late 70s, early 80s is pretty big. That's it's not insignificant now. And you can go, oh well, inflation hasn't gone that far. I'm like, right, but if you're averaging something like you'll have people argue the number. We don't need to get into that. But like 3% inflation per year, and it compounds on itself. And I'm just gonna remind you that the 80s, that's it's almost 40 years ago. Just fill it in. That's 40 years ago now. I was gonna say almost. It is 40 years ago. So you know, 3% compounding by 40. It's not nothing. I would certainly say for personal debt on a business you have no knowledge of whether or not it's going to take off, you know, that's massive. I would call it massive for a personal debt for spinning up a business. They're saying, we'd actually not only have dairy like what we have today without prohibition drink. Oh, not have a dairy market? That's probably true. Well, Gates and Allen went $1,000 into debt for the Altair 8800. Yeah. But it is one of those things, like those are people who, you know, they basically hit their own wallets to try and make stuff happen. Eventually they got investors and all that later on to, you know, take their existing and established proven business and made it larger. Like that doesn't really, it's not that it doesn't happen anymore, it's pretty rare. Most businesses nowadays, they either have someone who believes in their business who funds it, or they're able to like catch investors or get, you know, big loans at the bank, that kind of thing, to make it all happen. And even with like the loans in the bank, like that, you can, I guess you can argue that's self-made in the sense that you took on that debt and you have to pay it back, so sure. But a lot of times you have to have something to put up for collateral that's got that value. Yeah, $22,000 is worth about $125,000 in today's money. I'd believe it. Because again, you know, you go 3% times 40. Wait a second, it shouldn't be that much. It's compounding. That's the catch. Compounding anything is always tough. So it's not 120% because 3 times 40. It's, you take the, like say it's $100, you do 3, so that's 103. Now you take 3% of that, so it's, you know, it's not 106. It's like 107, and then each layer it goes higher and higher. Median family income more than doubled to 21,000. The average car price has risen. That's okay, but now you're selecting individual data points. You're looking at, you gotta look at the raw value of money and all that. You're using car calculations. Nah. You're cherry picking numbers there, man. You're going, like, we didn't say what's the average income now. That is a separate metric. I'd also be surprised if the average income was 40 or 50,000. You're more than likely it's probably in the 20 to 30,000s. We're talking average income. The average income is what people... No, that's... What statistics are you using? That's not how you calculate inflation. Inflation is an all-encapsulating thing about, like, what is the income rates, what is the cost of goods. Cost of goods is a higher measure of inflation than your income rates. Because if we're going by income rates, then income rates, by and large, have been stagnant for 50, 60, 70 years. We would argue you've had a near zero inflation for the last 70 years. That would make no sense. But yeah. So the thing is you're looking at inflation from a different metric than what inflation is. The typical inflation annually is about 3%. People will argue what the actual number is till they're blue in the face because people have different interpretations of it. I needed to drop this in the bakery itself. It's fine, we'll use a different one. But yeah, so it's one of those things that inflation is a heavily disputed number on what is and is not the inflation in a given year, but generally on average, it's usually in the ballpark of about 3% annually, and it is a compounding 3%. So it's kind of like when you buy a house and how compound interest works on that, where you look at how much you spend at the house and the other side of it versus how much you started with and go, wait a second, how did this become so expletive expensive? And it's because of the nature of compounding. That your interest effectively creates interest unless you're knocking down the principal to get ahead of it. Now, is 125,000 the exact figure? No, I'm sure there'd be a whole big dispute on that as well. Let's see, in 1983, as a U.S. Marine, you made $433 a month. Gas is 89 cents. Food is 29 cents. Right, and if we compare, like, food nowadays, that, like, getting a decent hamburger at McDonald's, you're going to be running up, like, 8 to 12 bucks. You know, and gas is, what, like $7, $8 now? Depending on where you're at, it'll vary wildly. It could be, like, 4, it could be, like, 7, 8. But that's the thing. Usually when you're talking inflation, most of the time you're talking about the expense, not the income. And even then, by and large, incomes have been mostly stagnant in a lot of places for the past 50, 60, 70 years. Not fully. Like, incomes have come up, especially new areas like tech and all that. But nah, inflation is really not based around income. Now, higher incomes can lead to inflation, but that's not how you measure it. Yeah, as Fullman is saying, it's between 2 and 4. Like, sometimes it'll go down to, like, 1 and those kind of things. Yeah, so you're saying the Federal Reserve of Minneapolis? Okay, so you're saying 4 times there. Give or take. But now, is that specific for Minneapolis, or is that, like, federally, like, seen for the nation? Because, like I said, there's entire disputes where you'll have the same exact inflation will be given 8 different numbers depending on who you're asking, because of what they include and don't include. But where the initial was, you were saying that it was going to be closer to like 45,000 by modern. We've split the difference almost exactly there. Was it 45, or am I misquoting you? It's somewhere in that range. Yeah, no, you said 45. So yeah, so you're saying it's 45, they're saying it's 125. Like, the mid-80s is in between. You get the idea. But that's the whole thing. What the Federal Reserve considers inflation, what this group... It's one of the reasons it's hard to have discussions about inflation, is because no one's using the same amount, no one's agreeing on what it is. Like, what should and shouldn't be included in inflation, what should and shouldn't do this. It's one of the reasons it's so difficult to have any discussions about inflation, because you have one group quote that this last year that we supposedly have had 35% inflation. Like, well, that's clearly BS. Like, that's clearly a lie. But at the same time, they'll be like, oh, it's only been 3%. Like, well, that's also clearly a lie. Like, you're really cherry picking your numbers to get those numbers. Has it been higher? Certainly. What about deflation? Deflation in the real world almost never happens, and you don't want it to happen. You may think you want it to happen until you start taking into consideration how that changes the flow of economics entirely. Inflation within itself isn't inherently bad, evil, or whatever. It is a tool. It can be bad. But yeah. But like, if the saying $100,000, whether or not that is a significant debt, that is subjective. So that's where I'd say with that is, for me personally, if someone said, hey, are you willing to go $80,000 in debt in something that seems like it might be a good idea? My answer would be, hell no. Because that is a really risky prospect. That is, you lose your home and your cars kind of prospect. Like, you lose your livelihood kind of prospect, that you are now basically screwed financially for the rest of your life, potentially thing. And yes, there's bankruptcy and whatever and all that, we could certainly argue. But the point is, that is an amount of money that could economically destroy you. I would argue that is a significant investment. Is the 100,000 of your life saving or potato money? But yeah, like, that's the whole thing. The value of money is different between people. I would definitely argue, even by modern standards, like, going in debt tens of thousands of dollars is not insignificant. Now, do companies do that left, right, and center to be able to spin up their business? Sure, absolutely. And someone will need to write and repost for it to get people to even consider. Yeah, like the typical bank, if I just walk into a bank and say, hey, can I have $100,000 to, like, start a business? Unless I can put up collateral that they see as something that they can take from me to make worth their while, the answer is going to be no. Like, now, if I'm someone who's spun up business after business after business, maybe they'll talk to me. But if I just, like, go randomly, hey, can I have 100 grand? They're going to say no. But yeah. Is that, yeah, you had an investment go south, and 30,000 went with it. We'll be paying that back for the next 10 years. Right. So it's exactly like that. So that's 30,000 by modern money, or whenever that was. So imagine saying, well, what about 80, 90,000? And so that 10 years now becomes 30 years. That's the rest of your working life. Or depending on your age. I didn't even notice the cheese reserve with the conversation happening. It happens when chat's going by. Yeah, the point is, going in that kind of a debt was a significant risk that, you know, it did pay off. Like, it did pay off. It ended up being worth it a while. But it was a risk. If you go to a bank and you ask for $100,000, you'd be laughing. That's the whole thing. If you ask for $100,000, it's not necessarily a bank that's worthwhile. Wouldn't immediately laugh you out of the building. They'd be like, okay, well, you know, your credit, like, it doesn't matter if you got an amazing credit score. That's not going to be enough for me to give you $100,000, just period. You're going to have to put up collateral. And for those who don't know this process, basically, when you go to borrow money, the bank is taking a risk on you. Now, you can have, like, your credit score, and they'll be like, all right, yeah, we'll loan you $10,000, no collateral, potentially, if your credit score is good enough. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we'll loan you to $10,000. The thing you're looking to buy with this or whatever makes sense. They'll do cash loans. Those are usually, like, the lowest loans they're willing to give. You'll be surprised if they go, like, $5,000, $7,000. This is assuming you don't have a bunch of money in the bank or whatever. So you put up your collateral. Now, if you're asking for a large amount of money, they're like, okay, hang on. We're not willing to take that kind of risk on an unknown quantity or whatever. And so what ends up happening is they go, okay, collateral. So what ends up happening is that's usually where you say, okay, well, I have this house currently valued at whatever amount that I'm willing to put up for collateral. It may not be the full sum of money. It might be that I have this $80,000 house or whatever, and I'm looking to get $100,000, and I'll put up the $80,000 as collateral. And what that means is if I go underwater on my debt, I don't pay it, they take my house. because that's the agreement. I'm basically saying, hey, if I can't make right with my due here, you get to have that. And there's more complexity to it than that, but that is like the super duper simplified version. There are a lot of times that sometimes they'll ask you to put up something worth more than the collateral if they're more concerned about you paying back, that they don't want to deal with the house. Where the heck are you living $8,000? You can't even get through? Well, that's the difference in cost of living in different places. If you move into the middle of absolutely nowhere Idaho, you can live pretty comfortably in an $80,000 house. If you live in the middle of absolutely nowhere, the woods of, like, you know, way out in the middle of nowhere, Missouri, you can find a pretty respectable place for $80,000. If you're living in, like, anywhere in Florida, good luck. If you're living anywhere on the Pacific Northwest, good luck. But, you know, living in any major metropolitan area, good luck. But yeah, no, you can. Well, it's always one of those things that's kind of weird to look at. Like, you look at the value of your home or whatever, and like you have, you know, what you consider a very humble home or whatever, and you look at that same money and you go, what if I lived in literally the middle of nowhere? And you're like, man, I'm living just short of a mansion. I can't afford the food and everything probably after that, but like, you know, you could get a pretty nice place in the middle of abso-freaking-lutely nowhere. And that same amount of money, if you go to live on an island, good luck to you. You won't be able to buy the land with that money, let alone put something on it. But then there's the counter argument of like, okay, so you could buy this nice place in the middle of absolutely nowhere, but like your internet connection's not good. You have to commute a long distance to get basic necessities. You have like, there's pros and cons with everything. It's not to be like, oh, you got it easy or whatever. Question is land or isn't land? Well, that was like oh, what are the area? It's northwest of Washington, so it's like here's Canada, here's Washington, and then there's like the waterway along there, and there's a bunch of islands out there, that like are very popular because they're very mild climate, you know, year round. Like they don't really get bad weather very often. And you look at those islands and be like, I would like 1/8 of an acre, and they go, ah, no problem. Here's 1/8 of an acre. That's the side of a cliff that doesn't really have any buildable space. That'll be $1.2 million for the land. Oh, you want to put something on it? All right, well, that's going to get real expensive because you're going to have to haul that out there by boat. Yeah, Kidderfun saying, for $80,000 you can buy nearly 100 acres in the Upper Peninsula with a 5-bed, 5.5 house on it. Yep. You were saying Eastern Europe, was that right, Killer Fun? Like, even here in the U.S., you can find places. How do you get a half bath? I'm not sure if that's a thing that's just different where you're at. So, at least here in the U.S., when you say half bath, a full bath means you have like either a bath or a shower, toilet, sink, like the whole setup. A half bath is usually just a toilet and a sink, like no bathtub, none of that. So it is like, other places might call it a wash closet. So when you see a place that says 2.5 bath, it means there's 2 bathrooms that end up having like, you know, the shower, like whether it has a shower or tub or like and tub, like whatever, that's not a whole thing. No, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan? Ah, yeah, no, I believe it. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan is basically just shy of no man's land. As having grown up in Michigan, you go to the northern part and it gets, you're just in the woods, like the literal woods. Like when we play SnowRunner and we're driving around, that's what northern Michigan looks like. You know, not so much like the little town you go in, they have those certainly, but a lot of the people, the way they live, it is like those little houses that are just off the mud road in the middle of nowhere. We have public toilets here in the US. Just generally you have certain requirements for them, like they're supposed to have doors in the stalls and all sorts. I don't know all the codes. That's probably like that'll be a state by state thing. But there's usually a lot of stuff around the public toilets. Public toilets, no place to wash your hands? I don't think I've ever heard of that. I would be surprised if there isn't code requiring you to have sinks present. To be fair, even if it wasn't code, you wouldn't have customers willing to put up with that. To clarify where Soul Adams is saying no door between, that doesn't mean you can't have, like, the door as in regard, like, a stall door. You can have that. It's basically the sink can't be in its own room. Is I think a better way of putting that. I don't know if that's actually the code, but I would believe it because I don't think I've ever seen it otherwise. But yeah, so where you you can walk into a bathroom and you have, like, the whole big room, and then they've got, like, the dividers with the doors on it for, like, the toilets. That's all fine. You can have the sink outside there. But, like, if you have, like, a proper door you walk into a separate room, that would be expected to have a sink in there. Like I said, I don't know what the actual rules are, but I've never seen it otherwise. Usually, honestly, the only times you run into that, though, is either A, it's a standalone bathroom, like there's just the one bathroom there, or it's, you know, a restroom for people with disabilities, where, you know, they've made it so it's much wider open so you can get a wheelchair in there. They've got, you know, the bar along the toilet so you can, you know, properly get out of your wheelchair and over onto the toilet. Yeah, no, it was with 88 laws. That makes 100% sense. The big thing is they don't want it to be a situation where you have a person who, like, has a disability and they go in to use the restroom and then they can't get to a sink. Because that's gross. And it wouldn't be the person, you know, wouldn't be their fault either. Like, if the facility can literally not provide them a sink, that's on the facility. Hey, about stalls? What's up with the gaps y'all have at the doors? It's just the manufacturer. The manufacturer they use to make those. They're designed such that they have those spaces. They're cheap. You can find places where they don't have them here, but most people just get those cheap, you know, dividers. I mean, you can find some places that actually take the time to put up proper walls. Like, you'll look at where the stalls are, and have proper walls, like, the whole way. But, like, the door, you know, it'll have a frame, like, along the sides, but there's, like, an over and under kind of thing. But, and the over and under is fine in case something happens to the person in there. Usually you have some way to get through the door from the outside when it's a bathroom. Just because, you know, you have someone who's not feeling well, they go in, they black out because they're having some health crisis, and you need to be able to get in there. And it's in your best interest to have a door that people can get into in an emergency so they don't have to kick it in every time. Because people pass out and have health problems quite frequently. And a lot of time it's nothing super serious, but you don't know that at the moment. Have I seen News Cycle? Yes. I actually got a key just before stream. I debated starting with News Cycle today, to the point that I actually had a timer set up to, like, be like, hey, these devs gave me a key and forgot to turn it off. I think we're going to play it on Saturday. From what I've seen and heard about News Cycle is it seems to have, like, a really good base for the game that they've got set up. And it's got a lot of good stuff going on. And it's got balance problems. That's pretty much what I've heard. Like that, they've got a really good start and everything, but there's some there's some rough edges. But that's not surprising for any new like city builder survival game, whatever, like survival city builder that, you know, they release and go, okay, let's do some tweaks and all that. That's pretty standard. I actually don't remember if it's early access or not either. With a comment about like the crappy bathrooms with those cheap dividers and all that. That's one of the things I get jealous when I play Project Zomboid. And you go into some of those like, you know, the bars that are like all wood wall, like, you know, some of the old-timey style bars and all that. Where the whole building's made out of wood. I get jealous when you go to the bathrooms in those because they are the style where that has like the wood framing along the sides and like a full-on, like they usually have like slats in them so it can breathe, but it is a door that you don't just see through kind of thing. And again, it doesn't go all the way to the floor or all the way to the ceiling, but it goes most of the way. They're like, oh man, remember when you had doors that weren't crap? Those were the days. Alright, we got one more crate of flour. And then we're cashed out for this season for our flour and our bread, putting us at 120-ish thousand. And that's not counting all our stuff from the greenhouse that we sell tomorrow, which will score us another like 20-something thousand. Basically, it's payday. And then check. So discounts today. This machine, so that's a cotton harvester, which is way out of our budget. And then all the rest is mostly grass stuff. Did I ever play Payday 2 or Payday 3? I have played Payday 2, and I got really, like, I bought the base game, and I got basically kind of, I played it like a couple times, and I liked the game loop. But I got extremely off-put by the way they do their microtransaction and how aggressive a lot of that gets. That I really didn't give it a fair chance after that, because I just saw, like, all the DLC monetization. I was like, no. No. Like, you see that on the outside, and you're like, nah, that's alright, I don't need to get it. No, that's okay. I have no idea where Payday 3 is on that spectrum, but I kinda got off-put by Payday 2's microtransaction shenanigans. And the last of the flour is gonna push the 120? No, not quite, that's fine. Alright, let's do our maintenance and gas up again. Now, next in-game day, we sell again, but tomorrow's sale is much easier. It'll be probably, what, 3 trips? But yeah, that was, there's been a couple of games over the years that I went to play and I looked at the microtransaction situations like, nah, haha, absolutely not. Which also, to be fair, I don't really play that many first-person shooters. Not anymore. I used to play tons of them back in the day. Like, and both, like, competitively, so far as, like, where you're versus other people, as well as, like, PvE. Like, honestly, like, I played lots of Counter-Strike back in the day, lots of Team Fortress 2 back in the day, PUBG I played a ton of. No, PlayerUnknown's Battleground. I used to play tons of them, but I've already had the whole discussion a number of times where, for me, when it came to competitive games, I got kind of tired of like the toxicity that comes with so many of those games where like even when you're on the winning team, you're listening to your own people like yelling all sorts of sexist and racist things at the other team and back and forth, and like, yeah, you can global mute and all that, but it's just kind of one of those things like, I don't want to deal with that. When I'm on my day off after a stressful day at work, that's not relaxing to me. To deal, like, the game part's fine. That was one thing. And then the other thing was, especially, like, PUBG was one of the last games I played that's fairly competitive. And it was, like, right when, like, the cheating was really kind of getting to its worst. That you'd start, like, every other game and you just see, like, the headshots is going down the ticker on the right for each person, or it's left or right, whatever side, is, like, going down, like, very quickly, running through the list for headshots. And you just watch this person moving at, like, 100 miles per hour, and just everyone's disappearing. And you'd run into that, you'd play, like, 2-3 rounds a night, and you'd have, like, 2 of them spoiled with that kind of garbage. And there was some that would just immediately start cheating right at the beginning. There's some that the round would get 5-10 minutes into the run, and they'd hit their cheats on button kind of thing and just go with it. And you're just like, alright, so I waited in queue for 15-20 minutes to get into this round, and then waste another 10 minutes to not get to play the game right. So, you know, this person just basically wasted half an hour of my life. Cool. This feels great. And so I stopped playing a lot of those games entirely. Like, and I also was playing a lot of Escape from Tarkov. I didn't run into... I know there were people cheating, and I'm sure I died to a couple people cheating here and there, but it was never that overt. It was much more minor stuff, like, you know, aim assist kind of cheats, where they're trying to, like, fly under the radar kind of thing. So that didn't get to me that much. Because, like, okay, from my perspective, I couldn't tell who was and wasn't cheating. So it didn't bother me as much. When you had the people, like, very overtly cheating, that there's, like, zero question about it, that was when it was rough. Alright, I'm glad I checked, because we're basically out of water. And also, with a lot of games, I mean, Escape from Tarkov's not a good example, because you can lose a lot of progress to a cheater. You know, killing your character and you lose all that money. But, you know, a lot of games like Team Fortress 2 or Counter-Strike, if you go into a cheater, like, you run into a cheater, you just go to the next game, and who really cares? Games like PUBG, it was just how long it took to, like, get through the queue, get into the game, you know, get properly into the game, that it could really just ruin your night. Escape from Tarkov, it could ruin your night. Versus, like, Counter-Strike, okay, you died. Who really cares? It's a mild inconvenience at the most. You know, 5 minutes later, I'm gonna be my next round, so who cares? Same with Team Fortress. Oh no, you ran to a server where someone was cheating. You just go to the next server. That's also why I stopped playing any amount of GTA Online, as I really kind of enjoyed that. But, like, after it started picking up, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's always had, you know, some popularity, but after, like, cheating became common in that game, you couldn't go, like, in a single lobby for more than, like, 15, 20, 30 minutes before you had someone on that node, like, changing the weather, whether it be fire or explosives raining from the sky or everyone instantly dying in the map. You know, all the different nonsense that people would do in that game with the cheats. The hella loose, even with a cheater in the other team, it's not a lot they could do. Yeah, no, there are definitely games that, even if someone's cheating, their ability to influence the game is somewhat limited. Like, it's still unfair, but it's not like one of those things that you play some games and if you have a cheater in the game, it literally ruins the game for the entire lobby. Like, if you're playing solos in PUBG and you've got your 100 people there, that person just wasted half an hour of 99 people's time. You know, versus if you're playing a much smaller form game, then they've only wasted, you know, people's time for 8 people. And then, like you said, there's some games that they can cheat to, like, precision do stuff, but especially if you're not directly competing, it's kind of like there's like tower defense type games that's like versus tower defense that do a pretty good job of making it so that even if you're cheating, you can kind of have your meta setup, but someone can pretty closely follow it, kind of thing. And a lot of times you can also have it where there's stuff that you can finagle things against the cheater when you recognize they're cheating. That those ones, like, okay, you're cheating, but it's more like you can execute on a strategy precisely. If I identify the strategy, I can still do stuff to mess with it. Alright. That's where I like either... Nowadays, if I'm going to play multiplayer, I'm either going to play what's effectively cooperative games. Like, they can be multiplayer, or there's like also what I'd refer to as a cooperation game. That they're games that, you know, you need the other players to get the full benefits, so you need to like succeed on the grander scale thing, which you cannot do yourself, but you're just trying to kind of do better at the thing than them for slightly improved benefits, kind of thing. And that's another one of those things. 50 versus 50 FPS. One cheater can still ruin it. Give one side God mode and they just delete everyone else. And then it wastes the team, like the 50 people you kill, it wastes their time. The 49 on the same team, like, it's not fun because you don't get to participate. This person just wipes them out. I mean, the grand scale FPS, like, again, going back a ways, I would be interested in that. But nowadays, not so much. Like, I don't really do much in the way of FPS anymore. Like, honestly, any competitive game, like Versus, it's very rare you'll see me play it. Not never. Like, on my own time, I won't. But, like, if for example, there's other creators who want to collab with me, that we are going to be playing, you know, like an Among Us or whatever type game, I can have fun with that. Town of Salem, I can have fun with that. Even if we're getting into first-person shooter, if it's a handful of people I know, I can have fun with that. But outside that, nowadays, I'm just not even interested. The devs didn't take the time to like squash cheating and toxicity. That it's just poisoned my entire enjoyment of that genre. The very last 13 said something like BattleBit, where you can have lobbies of like 300 people. A cheater doesn't really matter as much. Yeah, so long as the amount the cheater can impact the game is limited. Yeah, let's see. So it says, one thing that devs did well, even though you didn't agree with, is that you can't set up your own server. You rent it from them. For which game? I mean, that is one of those things that if you control the server, you can mitigate some cheating there. Oh, some people are cheating by ultra low graphics. Yeah. Like, there's things you can do to mitigate cheats at a different range. Like, one thing, and I know a lot of people hate it, is I do appreciate when game companies approach dealing with cheaters through shadow bans. And I know a lot of people hate shadow bans because, you know, arguably you can be an innocent bystander who gets caught with it, and then you have no idea why you're getting put with all these toxic, awful people. But when it comes to, you know, hackers and cheaters, one of the things you run into a problem is if you ban someone the moment they cheat, like on the spot, you ban them. That actually helps the people who author the cheat tools identify how they're being detected and make harder to detect cheats. Which is why a lot of games do ban waves. So that, you know, they'll let a month go by and then they'll ban everyone at the end of the month. Because that lag means they don't know for certain when they got caught. And that kind of stuff. Now, when you do stuff like shadow ban kind of things, that gets more interesting because you're banned, but what they do with the shadow bans is they take the people who got caught cheating or just being toxic or whatever, and you get put on servers with just other people that are flagged. So that the idea is you cheat and you only play against other cheaters after a while. And that ultimately means it takes a while for you to realize you've been shadow banned. And they can figure it out, don't get me wrong. But that lag means from the time that cheater got caught and shadow banned before they realize they got caught and shadow banned, there's that long that they're not negatively impacting the game for everyone else. And you'll notice I included toxic players in there, and I know that'll be another one that people disagree with. But I personally 100% am on the team of, if you're saying like racist garbage or whatever, that you should be flagged to be tossed in to be only playing with other people who are saying racist garbage. That you get to be put in your corner with all the other awful people, so that the rest of us can enjoy games without dealing with it. Yep, exactly, the very last sardine. Got grabbed by the auto mod. I'm going to paraphrase this, but if you're being a jerk, you should be playing with other jerks instead of ruining other people's funds. Exactly. We're paraphrasing this, because auto mod didn't like a particular word. Understandably. It's no surprise that got auto-modded either. I'm not going to paraphrase that one. You were expecting that? Yeah. Yeah, for those who don't realize, I do actually have automod here. I don't have a problem with people cursing or anything like that. It's not that I don't curse myself ever or anything. For me personally, I use curse words as a tool. If I overuse them, they get dull and ineffective. So, generally speaking, when you hear me drop a curse word, it's a deliberate and intentional decision to grab attention. And that just comes from, I'm a former educator and a public speaker in my background. And it's really hard to be successful in those jobs if you curse like a sailor. Much younger me, being, you know, exposed to the internet and video games, my cursing was a little heavy, to understate it. But over the years, it's kind of got trained out of me due to the nature of what I did for a living. Why wouldn't grass grow on the field cutout? It's just the way the game works. It doesn't make sense, I would agree. It's just the way the game works. But yeah. And it's like, I'm not, well, you know, there's people be like, oh, well, you kind of of a lower intelligence. I don't believe in any of that garbage. There's definitely a point where someone can curse so much that you're like, all right, come on, man. There are other words in the language. Please utilize them. But, you know, just general cursing is whatever. But I generally don't use it super much. But when it comes to moderation of chat, like if someone says a curse word, who cares? At the same time, if someone is just blasting out the curse words, it's like, all right, come on, man. Calm down. You get the idea. The way I've joked about it is, this is not a channel that's necessarily safe for work. It's also not a channel that's not safe for work. The way I look at it is, I'm okay with the boss overhearing it and then raising an eyebrow. I don't want the boss to get out of their chair and walk over and need to talk to the person watching the stream. That's the way I put it. Yeah, when you were a teenager, like, yeah, when you were a kid, like every third word. Yeah, I wasn't that bad, but I got pretty bad at time. That curse words were a very regular occurrence in pretty much every third sentence. But it is one of those things that, you know, you can agree or disagree on whether or not people should judge people for cursing, and certainly all that. And, like, there's certainly definitely a level of judgment that, okay, that's not reasonable or whatever. But at the same time, it is also definitely a thing. It's like, you know, being rude in public. Okay, like, that doesn't mean anything about your intelligence or whatever. But there's certain things that you say out in public that people are going, ugh. There's also difference in the curse words. Like, there's a lot of curse words that don't have important second meanings you gotta worry about. Like, you know, Like when you're going with words like damn and all that, you're just saying I curse you or whatever. It's a mean thing to say, but it's like really there's no teeth to it. Versus, you know, if you say something like the C word, that's very derogatory, it's very awful. Understandably, if you say that in public, there's going to be people who have a problem with you. So, not all things are equal. And there are a lot of curse words that have those kind of problems with them. It is a word that is perfectly acceptable, well, I wouldn't say perfectly, is not seen as bad in places like Australia, but is really bad in the English language. Not that one. We're not gonna say the actual one. It is usually used in a derogatory way to refer to women, C word. Do not attempt to actually type it out, because it will absolutely time you out. Yeah, don't spell it out either. Like, that should be enough that people can figure out. Obviously, I'm not going to say it, because as far as curse words go, it's kind of as bad as it gets for the English language. Let's see. Free anti-cheat and everyone can use. The point might as well not have one. Yeah. But yeah, like it's just a word that is particularly awful. And it's like, it's not the fact that a person's swearing when they say it, it's the substance. Like, there's definitely words out there that you use them out in public, and people are going to be, what the hell is wrong with you? Yeah, we don't need to elaborate on that one any farther. It's the same thing with, like, anything else. Like, what you say in the privacy of your own home, like, whatever. But again, as the background of educator and public speaker, if I'm saying words like that, I'm probably fired. Because when little Johnny goes home to their parents and repeats that word, there's going to be a lot of discussions occurring. Oh no, in English it's like top 3. Like, people probably disagree where in the top 3 of bad. It is way up there. But there are other places in the world that it's not even seen as like a swear word, or it's like, it might be perhaps crass at the worst in some other places. But in English, yeah, it is one of the worst ones. But again, that's partly because it's used in a derogatory way as well here. And that's why it's so bad. Like, it's a word that actually has harmful meaning. Yeah, very last Lardine says, you grew up in a family like swore like sailors and used almost every swear you can imagine, even then it was not. Oh yeah, no, if like, you know, if I drop an F-bomb, you know, maybe my grandmother would have gotten on my case. My parents would be like, hey, you know, don't say that. If I did that one, like that's one you'd be like, all right, over here, you're like, whatever the punishment, like you're in timeout, or you're like, not grounded would probably be a bit much, but it's like, you're in timeout, you know better. But yeah. Was being aware of, that isn't a place like this? Yeah. Harry's saying, in New Zealand it's fairly acceptable. It isn't, it is actually mostly used in a positive way. I know it sounds funny to American. Yeah. I mean, my parents were the kind of people who, like, slap or hit you. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not that I never, ever got spanked growing up. But, like, that wasn't a normal thing. Like, I don't know the inner conversations with my parents. I have a feeling that happened, and there was a discussion between my parents about that. Because, by and large, you know, slapping or spanking a kid, for the most part, is usually not that effective. Because, like, for the record, you want me to tell you what I did that got me in trouble? I have no idea. That's how effective it was. I didn't learn the lesson. I got spanked. That's all I knew. I don't remember what the heck I did wrong. I sure remember getting hit, though. And that's the thing. Because you went right to that type of punishment, there was no lesson learning. There was just consequence. You gotta explain the problem. I wouldn't say that's necessarily true, Soul Adams, but like that's the whole thing. Like if you sit down with a kid and you go, you know, a kid like they say something they're not supposed to, you know, they call someone fat to their face or something like that, you know, regardless of if it's true or not. Like they just you know, they call someone fat in public for no reason. It's like whatever. And you're like, hey, you know, pull your kid aside. It's like, hey, we don't do that. The reason we don't do that is yada yada. Like you go through the whole thing of explaining why this behavior is unacceptable and yada yada yada, and you do all that stuff. And usually, you know, it might take 1 or 2 times. Usually the lesson will stick because you've explained to them that like, hey, you know what? Like this is the thing that makes this person feel bad and all that sort of stuff. You know, this could happen to you and that would be pretty crappy. Do you want to be the person doing crappy things to crappy people? And most kids will be like, no, I don't want to do that. And they'll like, you know, they'll get upset about it and everything. And that works. You just walk up to the kid and the kid goes fat and you just wallop them in the back of the head. Like, they're confused. They're like, okay, I don't do the thing. I don't understand why. And I'm not saying, like, every kid's the same and, you know, what works with one kid works with all kids and yada yada. But there's definitely a lot of people who just go right to the punishment, forgetting you gotta, you know, if you walk the kid through it, a lot of times the punishment's not even necessary. The kid didn't even mean to do anything wrong. They didn't realize what they're doing is wrong. Or they didn't realize it's that big or whatever. And sometimes they do know what they're doing is wrong. You know, and that's maybe when punishments escalate a little bit. But yeah, no, to be clear, like the C word here in I can't speak for all English speaking places because I know in Australia and New Zealand, I remember it's like not that big a deal. But when you say the C word here, it is like if you casually drop that in a restaurant, you're gonna be able to hear a pin drop most likely. Like it is you just don't say it. Like that's the level of swear word it is. Like you just don't say it. It's not that never ever happens, but you're going to have public opinion in that place immediately turned against you, even if the reason you're upset and you say it was 100% justified. Like, it's just that bad. You did just that. You said to my uncle, who's constantly sarcastic and mocking me for an idea I was sharing, and everyone got pissed. Oh yeah, no, like I said, because here it's a derogatory term against women, just broadly. And I'm not going to go into trying to elaborate exactly what the meaning of it kind of was. Because it's basically just a hugely negative turn against women kind of thing. That you just drop that and say that, and it's like, no, you don't do that. Absolutely not. Versus there's a lot milder terms that are along the same line as far as the meaning, but they're just not seen as nearly as... like, as harsh. Yeah, you don't even know the origin. So I don't know the origin story of it, which, honestly, outside of stream, I'll probably look up. But it's just it's a word that basically you attack women with. That's primarily like you don't typically you would never say that towards a guy, because it'd be like, why are you calling me? That's just a really weird thing to say. Like it'd still be a thing that would get someone pissed off and might get you punched in the face or something because it's so rude. But it'd also be like just misapplied kind of thing. But yeah. Then the word lost all purpose. I would be totally fine with the word being just gone. It doesn't serve a purpose. But when its only purpose had become to be a derogatory insult, that's its only purpose. That's a word that I feel perfectly fine having not exist anymore. A word whose only purpose is harm is a word I'm perfectly okay with being gone. Or just falling out of the vernacular. Yep. It wasn't insult, loosely translate to place of creation in Old Norse. Yep, that's definitely not what it means nowadays here. But it happens. Language change. Like that is the only constant of the universe is change. Language evolves, it changes. New words form, old words, go in and out of favor. Something that was perfectly benign in the past becomes a horrific insult because people use it in horrific ways. Things that were insults become not insults. It's just how people use language. Alright, Uche, you have a good one. Let's see. Syntax says, after you've been logging for a while in the game, how do you go about preparing the land for crops, like clearing stumps and rocks? So, if you are doing the, to clarify, are you doing the challenge where you're really limited on money, or are you playing the style of map where you're making a field? Because my answer is going to be a little bit different, because the answer to your question, if you're playing in general, will be fine, but will screw you for the challenge. So just trying to go ahead and do that. Yeah, you have tons and tons of words that move around like that. Like, you actually look at the history of pirates, and pirates were not a romantic or happy thing. Like, people who are pirates lived a miserable, miserable existence. Like, there was no glamour in that job. But, nowadays we romanticize it. You chose a general map? Didn't want to mess with mods? Oh, you chose general map? Okay. So, if you have an existing field... Alright, so we got a couple things. If you have an existing field, like you just go on the map... where are you at? We just go on the map and you got a field there. The order of operations is you can plow the field to like turn over dirt. You can also cultivate instead. There's a little bit more complexity with cultivating, but it is faster. You can plow a field, and then after you plow the field, you would fertilize the dirt using either solid or liquid fertilizer. So a sprayer or like the big lime machine or whatever. Then you plant your crop, then you fertilize again, you wait until it grows, and then you harvest it. If you're cultivating, you would cultivate it, you'd fertilize it, you'd plant your crop, you'd go like, you'd put the another round of fertilizer down, and then sometime in the future you'll have weeds show up, and then you have to herbicide it, then you harvest it. And if you don't have an existing field, the only real step that changes is here. I can show you. I'm not going to make a new field right now, but I'll show you what you're looking for. Is you will need a plow. There's a couple different things, but like kind of the default is you will get a plow. And it's actually perfect that I did. I was like, I shouldn't be bringing the tractor over here, but it's good I did, because here's my plows. But you'll get a plow. Generally, I recommend for making a field, actually get a smaller plow. Versus when you're working, you want to have like a bigger cultivator plow to make things easier. But it's a little bit easier to do fields with this. But if you notice on the top left there, it's, I can't put my mouse, actually, can I put my mouse on it? Nah, it's fine. But if you notice on the menu on there, it says like rotate plow, higher worker, lower plow, and you say allow create fields. So if I were to turn that on, and then I lower the plow, it will start creating a new field, and I would drag this along, and it would make a field just like that. And generally the way I recommend doing that is getting a smaller plow, creating, like, boxing out your field, and then you just go back and forth inside. And the reason I recommend boxing out your field is it can be a little tricky to make it look nice, but you just have to turn on allow field. There are other tools you can do it, not strictly plows, but plows are kind of the default that most people do use for that purpose. So that is something to be aware of. Was the herbicide and fertilizing on the field the second time preferable before growth? Yeah, and that's the whole thing. But yeah, that's that part. But yeah, so making a field, you just take your plow, turn that on, and anywhere you drag that plow will make a field. So you can make it as messy or clean as you want. And the plow will... Oh, sorry, for stumps. For stumps, you got a couple of options. My apologies. For stumps, if we go under the forestry tools here... Where are you at? You have a couple different tools. So you've got this thing here, which is a stump grinder. You just take it to the stump, you lower it down, and it grinds the stump. And then you also have these, which are forest mulchers. These can also create fields, but it's just a thing you drag behind your tractor, put on the front of your tractor, and it goes over the stump and it grinds it away. But you need one of these. And it'll tell you right up here that it's used to remove tree stumps and bushes. I'm sorry, I forgot the stump part. Did I get any chickens or cows yet? I have not. We're honestly right about to hit the point where I will be able to get my cultivator. Like, I can actually buy it right now, but I don't need it right now, so I haven't bought it yet. Just in the off chance we get lucky and it shows up for sale. But I'm going to get the cultivator. Then my next purchase is probably going to be a new tile. And then maybe that new tile we expand into the animals or other crops. I haven't decided quite yet what goes on the new tile. If it goes to the animals, then I will need to go grass, hay. We already have straw, silage, and then I can go for cows. How much did the repair and the giant sprayer cost? I want to say it was a couple hundred. It'll get up to 1,000 something. Did I actually get the water for these? That's what distracted me in the first place. And you're all good? Yeah, you're all good. Cool. Alright. So, let's check back into sales. Yeah, so we've got the sprayer up again. We've got a giant harvester for those. But all that. The harrow will be expensive. Yeah. Like, that's the thing that's going to be a big thing, is if we decide to go with the animals, I am going to need to... Yeah, it's only 2 in-game months to sell. So, like, it's not going to fill up before April, but it's going to be right on that fence. So we don't need to worry about any of these. They're not going to go fast enough to matter. Let's check the sales. That's for pulling logs. What are you? So that's a shallow harvest, or shallow, So, here's the problem, chat. That is a really big cultivator. And that will work. The problem, and why this is actually, like, not super exciting and making it a decision situation, is that requires 450 horsepower. And the problem is our tractor here is only 351 horsepower. Now, that tractor I can configure, if we look at it. So this is what we have now. For $42,000, I can make it right up to point. Even though it's 450, 300, 435 would work. And I can afford all that. And that's probably the move I should do. I can't get light tires in this, right? I forgot you get, like, the crawler tires. Yeah, and that's the thing. It'll work. It'll struggle, like, the only place it'll be a big problem. The only place it'll be a big problem on my farm is that hill over there. It'll struggle with that a little bit, but it should work. I think we do it. It's gonna wipe us out, and we're gonna have to dip into our greenhouse goods to make things work. Probably. But that is almost, like, that's almost half off. And that's 14.3 meters. By comparison, the one we're doing is 6 meters and goes 2/3 as fast. Let's look at what's on sale. Like, let's look at like the normal price and decide based on that. So the one I was looking at was, thank you. Yeah, so this is the one I was looking at, which would still have the same slowdown problem and cost more than what we're looking at now. Versus this is the one we're getting. So we're getting a whole 2.1 meters larger. And then the largest one was, I believe, the 15.7 there. So we're getting the second largest one in the game. And I don't, like, 500 horsepower, I'm going to need a monster of a tractor. I think we do this. I think that is a great deal. We're going to do it. It's ours. Okay. Now, I'm not going to worry about upgrading the tractor yet. And the reason I'm not going to worry about that yet is I'm not at the point I need to cultivate yet. So there's no urgency on that. Now, granted, at 68,000, I'm not going to have like a tractor show up for sale that I can buy that's stronger than what I've got. But we will be able to get the what are the words? We will be able to get the wool sold. That'll give us a little extra money. You can do a test run in the plow field? No, I don't need to. Like, I know that's gonna work. Like I said, it'll run the normal speed for most of it, but it'll struggle a little bit once we get there. So I should have enough fertilizer to do all these fields another time. I don't have enough seeds, but the seeds aren't that expensive. We skipped lime last year. No, we didn't. That's a lie. I was going to skip it, and then I decided not to. Oh wait, I haven't repaired that yet. That's fine, we'll deal with that in a moment. Okay. Yeah, so that's all fine. And none of our production lines are backed up. And the sheep are fine for the moment. Who knows? I was going to say, who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and the upgrade will be just kind of like, wait, that's not how this game works. So yeah, that was a bigger cultivator than we planned, so that's nice. It is going to be a major price on our tractor, but I've already said I'm probably going to keep the blue tractor and more than likely retire our little tractor whenever we get the next upgrade. Does the trailer have a tow bar? This trailer, do you mean? I do not believe so. Okay. So you can't take the wool to the store and then tow the cultivator back? No, it'll be a two-tripper. I mean, technically, actually, I can. Because what I could do is I could take that tractor, I could put the cultivator on the front. It won't work on the front, but I can attach it to the front and just drive with the whole thing sitting up in front of my face. Perfectly safe. But that would be a doable thing. So the trailer's on the back, cultivator on the front. Alright, Adams, you have a good one. Yeah, so this barely did not fill, which is perfect. Because to me, that confirms that I don't have to empty that out multiple times a year and pull all the goods aside like I do the greenhouse and whatnot. The thing that does need to happen right now is we're going to go and grab the stuff. That field needs to be seeded. Because it's time to put down the sorghum. So more than likely, I'm going to be buying an entire thing of seeds and all that kind of good stuff. We didn't put down lime this year. I'm going to go ahead and just leave the lime alone. I am debating whether or not in the near future I buy the roller. Because you can only get to a certain percent of yield, bonus yield. You get up to basically what's 200% yield, which is 100% bonus yield, 100% yield. Now, to do that, you can use any combination of things that gives you more yield. That's fine. If I do the full fertilizing and the lime, that works. In place of the lime, I could instead do 2 passes with the rollers, and it wouldn't be exactly the same, but it'd be close enough to not be worth mentioning. So these need to be repaired still. Actually, let's deal with repairing this first. We'll repair this. Now we can get the blue tractor doing its thing. I need to change what we're growing to sorghum. But this is good. We got our cultivator. We got better than the cultivator we planned. Oh, and the other thing is I honestly think even our little 100 horsepower tractor can bring the cultivator back. It won't be able to use it, obviously. It's not even remotely close to strong enough. But as long as I can pick it up without tipping over, I think it'll be able to move it. It's when it's deployed that's an absolute nightmare. And if it can't, it can sit there until I need it. We won't need it till it's time to harvest. And it is important that you repair every chance you get so far as, like, especially things like your seeders and your harvesters and that. Because for every vehicle, when they're damaged, whatever the main function of that thing is, pretty much gets penalized. And it can be pretty severe. So, for example, your tractors are top speed and their horsepower gets reduced as they need maintenance. For the seeder, you get reduced rate that you actually finish the... Basically, you burn through seeds faster doing the same amount of work. Harvester, you get reduced amount of crop you actually get from harvesting. The idea is, like, you know, stuff's falling out the sides or getting destroyed by the harvester because it's in a bad state of repair. Yada yada. You get the idea. Alright, so this needs to be run, and then we will need to do a round of fertilizer. That shouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, where last time I had it going the entire long way around the field, that's not what we want to do. I have this field oriented so I can deal with it like on the width side, and there's no trees or obstructions that I have to worry about. Every once in a while, when I'm doing the plow, it seems to have difficulty with spots. I don't really know why, because I've looked for tree stumps and that, and not found anything many times, and it doesn't always seem to do it in the same place. So, I don't really have an answer. Alright, so let's get that. We can go and grab this. We can repair and gas it up. Then I'll bring the trailer back, put it back in position over there for the bread in the future. And then I'm going to try and take this tractor back and see if I can bring the cultivator back. Like I said, this tractor doesn't have a prayer of running it. Because this tractor has 100 horsepower, and that thing requires 450 horsepower. So we're not even remotely close to capable. But, as long as it's not so heavy it causes the tractor to roll backwards, we should be able to just drive it there and plunk it down somewhere. There's a difference between lifting a weight and then getting giant hooks and dragging them through the dirt. But that's exciting that we got it that cheap, even if it does require $40-something thousand upgrade. Because ultimately, that makes it $10,000 more than the next smaller one would have cost me to set up. But, you know, I'm getting a higher horsepower tractor out of the equation as well, so it's fine. We should still have, after all of that, not counting this wool, 20-something thousand cash left over. So that's exciting. Solid progress this in-game day. Well, not this in-game day, this stream. Yeah, it's another 9,000. Now, I'm not going to immediately drive back down there. I've got a couple things I need to do while I'm up here. I need to repair this, that's one. And I need to gas it up. And then we're going to buy another full load of, like, another full purchase of seeds, because we're down to our last box. And I'm pretty sure that'll run out before the field is done. Then go here and say big pallets. Seeds. I would like all of them. So we can bring those back with us. And I don't mind just spending, just like buying all of those, because they're 900 each. So buying all 8 of these is not a big deal. 7,200. Man, that's just the cost of business. Cool. So we should be good on fertilizer and seeds for this now. So we don't have major expenses before harvesting. We will have a major expense when we harvest the wheat and the sorghum before we get our cash out, though. So I'm going to do this whole field. I think I might still be okay in fertilizer for the whole process again. It'll be on the fence. We'll be pretty low at that point. Seeds will be good. This is enough seeds for about 2 years or 3 years or whatever it ended up being in the last set. But that should be pretty okay. So I think we'll be okay for purchasing the tractor upgrade without having to dip too hard into our reserves. When I talk about reserves, it's basically buying the product that I would taking the product that I'd normally wait to sell at the correct season and selling it prematurely at a lower rate to get money I need now. We've had to do that plenty. Alright. But yeah, so with these purchases, the next purchase is another tile of land. That won't probably happen. Well, actually, we did start. It probably won't happen this stream. That we buy the next tile of land. We'll get pretty close to it. Because we'll have the harvest for these. And we'll have the reseeding of these. And we'll have the harvest of sorghum, but not the reseeding. I think it would be ambitious to try and get that done this stream, but we'll see if we get there. I don't think we will, but that'd be pretty good. The big question is, what tile of land do we buy next? Because I've been buying only tiles next to ours. We haven't looked at this tile at all, but that is a ton of trees there, so I will probably not do that tile. There's a weird hill that kind of goes through here. You can kind of make it out that cuts through all this area. And there's like a little path there and there. I would probably not get those until later because they're annoying. This has a bunch of trees on it as well. This one has a bunch of trees, but a little bit more usable space. I want to say this one, I think that's a ridge we have here. This one's probably the one we'd end up doing. It's probably going to be 45. It'll likely be my next candidate. Because it's got that hill right there. That's inconvenient because it's kind of in between. So what would end up happening with 45 is either take a road this way or this way and then have stuff back there. So I think it's going to be 45. It's a little hilly if I remember correctly, but we're kind of running up against all those tiles that none of them are particularly great so far as hilliness. What map is this? This is a modded map called No Man's Land. It's kind of one of the more popular maps for when you want to make your own farm. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so there's No Man's Land is a really popular one for making your own farm. And there's also one called Calm Lands is another popular one. Oh wait, I need to do the maintenance. We can do the maintenance in all this. Oh, the reason why the maintenance is so terrible, right, because I bought this thing and it's all beat up. That's right. $6 on you, 2,000 there. So yeah, so this tractor can move this cultivator, but if I were to deploy it, it would immediately grind to a halt. It wouldn't be able to do anything with it. But yeah, so if you remember how tiny the plow we've been using is, which for the record, it is the largest plow, by comparison, this is how wide this monstrosity is. Just wait, it's not done. Yes. So we are doing a bit of an upgrade. Oh, that's not the right button. So that means the only process we still have that's a bit on the slow side is strictly the harvesting. And unfortunately, that's going to cost us, unless we get real lucky, like $200,000 to get a proper upgrade for the harvester. But that's okay, because we're one less of the best cultivator. We have the largest sprayer. We have, I believe, the largest lime putter down thing, whatever you call it, lime sprayer. The bale loader, or the bale wrapper, whatever, not wrapper, the baler, I don't really, like, I've got one that can do the largest ones that we can haul. We've got the largest of the bale auto loaders. Our trailer could definitely be upgraded a significant bit. But yeah, so the harvesters are bottleneck at the moment. Yeah, we still need a roller. Well, I mean, we don't need, but we still probably should get a roller. But that's not a huge priority, because I'd use that instead of the lime thing. Because if I use them together, it's effectively wasted effort. I don't get a benefit for it, because it'll be at 100% bonus yield, and you can't go higher than 100%. I was going to take this over to that field, because I'm going to be putting our long-term equipment storage over there. And then came to the realization, I'm going to use it here next. So there's no real point in me doing that. Versus what I can do is I can grab the sprayer and bring it over there, because the sprayer is going to get used over there one more time. Because I have to do 2 applications of fertilizer per field to get the maximum value out of it. So I definitely... Oh yeah, we're fine with the spray. So we did all of our fields, and only one of them hasn't had its second application. We're still not at 50%. Yeah, so we're good with the fertilizer for the year. Because we'll go through this field. It'll probably use a good, like, 8, 9, 10%. It's a decent-sized field. But that does mean doing all of the fields use less than 50% of... Or about 50% at the worst, of our liquid fertilizer. And if that's the case, that makes our life way easier. Because that means, as far as big expenses, we've already got all our seeds, we've got all our fertilizer. I could buy lime, but I'm probably not going to. We do need to do the 40-something thousand to upgrade the engine in that tractor to handle that cultivator. And then we have, 20-something thousand that's just spare. That'll go, like, some of that'll go into employee wages and all that. And that's fine. Alright, so we're nowhere near ready to spray yet, but we are in position. Let's see, the difference between the seeder and the sprayer spraying... Oh, just the size? So they actually have, if we look at our seeders here, they have big seeders as well. So like this one is 9 meters. Yeah, so 12 meters. So yeah, so you got a 12 meter... wide one is the largest of the ones we see there. I don't think there's... So 15 meters is the absolute largest. So the difference between the cultivator and that is 1 meter. Hi, farming sim for me? Well, I don't know, I'm Cajun. I mean, sure, you'll figure it out. But yeah, and then the sprayer is like 36 meters. Yeah, so the sprayer does get to be like twice the size. But I mean, all the sprayer does just like it's got a hose with little holes in it that just sprays down. You know, there's gonna be like all sorts of stuff to control flow and everything. But yeah, it makes sense that the sprayer would be able to do a lot more range. It's just running a pump. No, Cajun is that's like a region. They have like their own food style and everything. Like parts of Alabama would be considered Cajun. Yeah, and Louisiana. But it's stuff like cuisine and all that is involved, but it's you know, demographic kind of thing. And I apologize if I got that wrong with Alabama. I thought it was Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana kind of all in that area. Yeah. So I need to use the restroom really quickly. I've needed to do that for a little while, so I've just been getting distracted by one more thing and all that. So I'm going to quickly do that so you can watch our seeder do the seeding thing. And in the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay, I'm back. I kind of jump scared myself on Tomb. She's asleep in the beanbag chair, but I didn't hear her come in, so I like, you know, moved the green screen to like walk past. I was like, oh, you're here. Okay. Like normally I notice when she comes in the room. I just didn't hear her this time. Like, people. You make jam jellies. Try the spicy. Oh yeah, that's for me, the big things I like Cajun seasoning for is stuff like, you know, chicken and all that. But yeah, like Cajun usually a little on the spicy side. Not spicy. It can be, but usually it's a pretty reasonable spicy where it's not hot, it's not mild, it's nice and in the middle there. When you find stuff Cajun. But yeah, no, you can certainly sky's the limit with anything. You make your own Cajun spices? Just out of curiosity. So in my particular thing where I'm talking here, like chicken and all that, like what is Cajun spicing like as far as the actual spices? Because I've learned my way around like a lot of Mexican seasonings, a lot of that kind of stuff. You know, stuff like cumin and whatnot. But I never did. Like I never tried to make my own Cajun seasoning. Because like I can make a lot of seasonings just by scratch. Like, oh, I need to make something like Italian seasoning. Oh, I need to make something Mexican seasoning. And if I don't have it on hand, I can like put the things together to at least make something passable. But I haven't a clue what goes into the Cajun seasoning. Like, it's good. I just don't know what. Like, you know, usually you start to be able to taste things. You're like, oh, that's got cumin in it. Okay, there's some cayenne. Okay, there's this. I know some of the Cajun seasoning I've had has had cayenne in it, but I'm not sure what, like, the main base. I don't know what the proper culinary term is. I'm not a chef, but like what it's based around. I don't think it's cumin. I can see paprika, but even that I'm not very confident about. Sorry, that's very dry. But I'm sorry. When you make your own, you probably mean the jams and jellies, not the seasoning. Sorry. My brain was just like, oh, you make your own Cajun. Excellent. Let me... I'm very curious about this. It would make a lot of sense that you're referring to jams and jelly, and you're referring to jams and jelly. Yeah, I've done that. I've done preserves, not Cajun, but I've done preserves, usually with loquat, which is... It's similar to a peach, but I've done the preserves where it's like, it's borderline sugar water and fruit. The last thing you cooked on your own was charcoal. I don't do a lot of fancy cooking, but from time, like, I'd like to do home cooked stuff. Cajun seasonings is 1 tablespoon of chili powder, 1 teaspoon of dried thyme. And, okay. I guess I expected to be more complicated than that. No, that makes sense. It's the chili powder is probably the thing, because I don't use chili powder for very much. Like, it's good. I just... Not so... Like, I've got in the cupboard. I don't use it for very much. But yeah, that makes sense. Dried thyme as opposed to wet thyme? You can get not dried thyme. We went to a, I didn't post the pictures on the Discord. I probably should have. I went to, there was a, I won't say the name of it. There was a restaurant that, it's not convenient for us. It's a bit of a trek. But we were going to be over that way anyways for something unrelated to anything. And so me and Tuma stopped by it. And like the whole thing about it is like, it's sort of modernized, like country food, like farm food, that kind of stuff. But it was cool, like, you know, they came out, they had like this really good presentation, the portions were good, but they took like a whole thyme sprig and just stuck it in there. Like, you know, so they had this like kind of like little poof of green coming off of it. Like it was like this tall of just like a sprig of thyme coming out. I was like, you're not intended on eating that. It's like where you take like parsley and you put it on the corner of the plate sometimes. It's just there for show. You can eat it, it's edible, but you don't want to. Tim took like a leap off and just ate and just like, you know, she likes thyme. Is like, oh, just eating raw thyme is a little much. You use your own, but you put lots of love. You love the burn cayenne pepper. Gotcha. Yeah, I used to grow habaneros a lot of time, and I would dehydrate them, grind them up into a seasoning, and use them with stuff. Or if I was making like a salsa, I would use it fresh. But it was always a juggle of finding how much habanero to put in there, because habanero is a little spicy for most people. So Lab says, one of the things I love about Romanian cuisine is the basis. Let me see what I have in the fridge. I've had the discussion a number of times. That's pretty much every culture has their what are our leftovers? Let's make it into something kind of thing. That you'll have, you know, some leftover protein, you know, a handful of like typical vegetables, and then you put them in something. So like and when I say here in the U.S., there's a variety. We're a mixing pot. But like casserole is one of the big ones. You just get a casserole dish, you just kind of huck it all in there, maybe add some egg or whatever, and then you have food. And it's like generally it's like a savory thing. Like my understanding is with Japan they have it's a savory pancake kind of thing, but it's the same idea. You know, you got leftover chicken, you chuck it in there, You know, you put some other stuff on there, and then you put like some spicy mayo on it, and that's your food. And I used to know what the name of it is, but I don't remember. For some places, you have like stews. They just kind of, again, you chuck your protein in there, you chuck a bunch of vegetables into some like broth or whatever. You heat it up, and you've got your thing. But it's the I had a little bit too much chicken for, you know, the meal, or too much beef or whatever. Had a little bit too much protein for the meal I was making. I had a little bit of extra this. I got a thing of potatoes. I had like 1 or 2 extra potatoes, not enough for a meal, but not enough to like serve on its own thing. You know, I got a little bit too much of this. It just kind of huck it all in there. And almost always, like, all those dishes are at least relatively good. How many hours do I have in Farm Sim? I don't think I'm up to 400. I take that back. I am. I'm at 415. I didn't think it's that high. But yeah, I'm at about 415 hours. Like right now, I'm just letting the AI do this part while we're having a conversation while it seeds this field for us. Then I'm going to do a round of the sprayer fertilizer, and then we are gold for this field. Leslie Slav says, all the recipes you see in Romanian food is more along the lines of recommendation or anything. Well, I mean, you have that. That could be a lot of just how you deal with food anyways. Like, if you go and see... I can't see OBS because that... There you go. You'll have, like, for example, like tacos. You'll have some people have like the strict, like, it's a shell, you know, it's a shell, protein, lettuce, tomato, maybe extra stuff. But like, there's a lot of variety in that kind of stuff where you'll vaguely have a thematic part of it, but it's like, if you want to do a different protein, go for it. You don't like lettuce, get rid of it. You don't want to have fresh tomato, that's fine. You want to go ahead and put like cilantro and lime in that, you can do that too. I find like stuff like that. There's lots of variants. Like burgers, you know, you have different proteins, while beef is the more common one you do here. It's like beef, some type of bread around it, and everything else is kind of whatever. You know, you want to saute mushrooms or onions or whatever. Sure, you don't want to do that? That's fine too. You want to use a pretzel bread instead of regular bread? That's fine. You want to use sourdough? Why not? Do you want to do like chicken instead of beef? Sure. There'll be some people who won't like it, but that's fine. Burger's just describing that it's in a patty, not what protein it's made out of. You do play a lot of Rust? You have 3.5k hours? I played a little Rust early on, and I had some fun with it. My big issue with Rust more than anything else was you would go to sleep for the night, and you'd come back and all your stuff was destroyed. So the only strategy for actually being able to keep a base was to have it hidden. Which, of course, when it's not, you know, when people find it's not hidden anymore. And I know they made lots of improvements and changes to say, like, these are the hours that, you know, you can raid each other's bases. Like, there's lots of stuff done to tackle that. But it was one of those games you either play it or you don't play it. There's no, well, I'm going to play it on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'm going to come back on Friday. And then, you know, like, Thursday, all your junk's gone. You'd have people, like, sleep on a rotation to protect your stuff. I never got to that point. The moment I got to that point, I was like, nah, I'm okay. Like, it's a good game. But, yeah, it's one of those things that you either have to have, like, some agreed-upon rules, or, like, you can only raid people stuff. You play PvE versus zombies? Yeah, back when I first played, the PvE versus the zombies, like, was pretty empty. The zombies didn't have any AI. You could defeat them super easily. There just wasn't much there. But this is talking, like, the very, very infancy of Rust. No rating, monthly purge? See, I would be more down with that style of Rust, where it's like, if the PvE was stronger, and again, I'm going back to like when it was very first introduced. I have no idea where it's at now. I could get behind that. But yeah. One way to deal with that is to make things invulnerable while no one from the group is online. Yeah, no, there's ways they worked around that. But it was always the weird juggle. Like, 90% of those functionality came later. And I just didn't go back because, like, that was around, you know, the time I played Rust was around that same time frame where I talked about where I got out of playing any kind of competitive or PvP games really that much. Because, you know, you'd play PUBG and the cheating and just the real toxicity you ran into so many of those games. And so, like, any of those games that had kind of a versus component, for the most part, I wasn't in. I still played, like, Rocket League and that kind of stuff because the opportunity for toxicity was negligible. About all you could do is when someone missed a shot, you'd be like, you know, goal, like, spam, that kind of stuff was about what people would do. And that's pretty benign compared to everything else. They have stone and metal wood skins now? Okay. Nah, most likely I'm probably not gonna be tuning into people playing Rust unless I already know them. It's just not something I particularly, you know, I'm not particularly interested in. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I wouldn't want, because like, if he had just like dropped in the link to his chat, I would assume it was just the long roundabout, you know, promotion. The colony died? Yes, it did. Well, that's the whole thing when we had a colony with just one person. You know, anything that goes wrong. What happened was there was a 3-person raid to 1. They were all melee. We were ranged. We downed 1. And I didn't back off before the second one could get up to me to have time to get through the door and have the door closed behind me to delay them. So the person caught up and started getting to melee, and a person with an equa versus someone trying to hit him with the butt of a rifle or something. Not really a balanced fight. So as I definitely misplayed it timing-wise as a player. I made the comment when I went to start moving, I was like, oh, I waited too long. Like, I recognized I'd already messed up. But I was hoping I was wrong, because sometimes you get lucky and you don't account for, like, your character can walk through and they have, like, one thing to climb over that slows them down enough. It took savings, but you worked 50 hours, 6 days a week, so you're a supporter now? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's, I'm a full-time creator. I'd been doing development for like 15 plus years, and the employer I had been got acquired and it was a bad acquisition, so I went on sabbatical and just was like, I'm just taking a break from working for a little while. Sorry. And during that time, like, the channel started to pop off, so I was like, I'll just do this for a while. And I've been doing that since. Going on over 2 years now, which is weird thinking about it. Like, it doesn't feel like I've been doing this nearly that long. And I was like, oh yeah, it's been over 2 years. I acknowledge the fact that we celebrated the 2 years that I've been doing this a while back. And it's cool. It's nice that I can do this, and I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for, like, you know, people showing up, hanging out, people subbing bits, all those kind of things. All the things that people do to support the channel. Even, like, you know, lurking. Lurking absolutely supports things. Makes the viewer count number bigger. Which makes it easier for people to see the stream and all that good stuff. Man, that's been solid stuff. Yeah, so once we get this field planted, I do the one pass at the fertilizer. And after that pass with the fertilizer, then we will be ready to move the day forward. I believe the next day on our agenda I gotta worry about is, so we are planting here in April for sorghum. We have the harvest in July for wheat. So basically May, June, all we're doing is cycling the bread and the flour. What map are we on? This is a map called No Man's Land. It's a modded map. For those who've never seen it, I'll just show it real fast. It is a modded map that when you start it, the whole thing looks like this. There's just nothing on there. But we've been slowly expanding. We're 3 tiles large now, and we're going to be moving over to 4 tiles soon. We did get our big cultivator, and I need to just do the tractor upgrade, which will knock us down to about 20,000 in the bank. So the next harvest we do, I'll have more than enough money to buy a new tile and probably still have 50,000 and some change to apply to something if we want. So that's possible that we'd probably keep the 50,000. By the time I set up whatever we're going to set up so far as like new fields or whatever, that would likely eat up that money between fertilizing and all that. It's also possible you could go for the animals. If I went for the animals, what I'd probably do first is I'd probably just invest in getting like the the bigger mower and windrower and all of that stuff, because I'm gonna need that for if we go for like having the cows and the pigs and the chicken. We've got some sheep just hanging out over here, but we get like a proper big one. It's you and your trucking sim buddies. I have your own server. We're on Big Flats, Texas. I haven't done that one yet. I've heard things. The two maps I'm doing is right now I'm doing No Man's Land on stream, and then I have a run I'm doing on YouTube only, like just the like edited up, that I'm doing Calm Lands, which is another map of the similar style where like it's a mostly empty map that you make what you want of it. Yeah. Get ready for 9 harvesters on a field. Oh yeah, no, if you make... Oh, does it have like pre-existing fields? I was under the impression it was the same style of map like this, where you have like your empty tiles and you set it. Just that was a much more just flat open. Not sure if that picked up. The fields are huge. Gotcha. Okay, then that's not the map I was thinking about. There's supposed to be another map like this that's supposed to take place in Texas. That it is a much more flat area to build on. It could be that like the map I'm thinking is like the not pre-filled field version of that map. But either way, I like making our own field. So for the record, we're doing the Survivor Man challenge here, where we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and we built all this up from literally nothing. I just got an achievement. It's so easy. Planting has never been so easy or whatever. I guess it's just for planting enough. I really wish the achievements in Farm Sim actually told you what the heck was required to earn them. Like, you just randomly get them as like, cool, I guess. Now, clearly we're planting stuff, and I got it while we're planting and implied something about planting stuff. But it clearly wasn't variety of crop, so I'm assuming it was a quantity thing. That we've just planted more than X crop, and it's given me the achievement or whatever. That's my only guess. You started that in No Man's Land? Yeah, no, it's a classic that if you're gonna do a Survivor Man, No Man's Land is kind of the default that almost everyone does. Like, it's what the map was made for. Like, that's the reason they have a lot of the stuff in the map they do, is you were intended on doing this style of play. Like, you can do whatever you want on it, but the idea is that you just start off from as close to nothing as you can. But then there's other maps that do the same thing nowadays that have different aesthetics. Like, Calm Land is a lot more... When I say rolling hills, they're not steep hills. You know, so you got a bunch more of that. Oh yeah, now if you don't like the trees, Calm Lands is a good map, because what they do on that map is, it's like this one where it's gridded out, but instead of just having random trees everywhere, they'll have like a road that goes up there, and there'll be like trees along the edge of the road, not like big clumps like this, but along the edge of the road. And they'll have like a lake, and the lake might have some trees on it, but otherwise the tiles are just big open areas with no trees in them at all. So it's not that there's no trees on the map, but it'll be like the city has like trees right around it. Like, when I say the city, it's the sell point, but it has trees right around it. You got like 1 or 2 areas that have like a little bridge area that's got like trees by it, but mostly the trees there are aesthetic. They don't have like these big clumps of woods or whatever. Otherwise, you go inside like your little box and it's all open. So it's much nicer about that. Nah, and if you don't like the trees, if you don't know, No Man's Land is a modded map. Like, No Man's Land is always a modded map. But for those who don't know, you can actually delete all of the trees and rocks off the map for the most part. All you need to do is let me grab the truck. We'll drive over there because I don't have a... I mean, it could teleport. But yeah, for people who are like, I don't like the trees in the map, or I don't like the rocks, and don't want to go through the hassle of dealing with them, because it does take time. If we go right over here to where the sell point is, we can just cut right through the woods here. But just in front of the tractor supply / sell point, this area, There's 2 signs right here. And if you look at this, it says, cutting the sign with a chainsaw will permanently remove all rocks from the map. This will not include rocks around the edge of the map. And then cutting the signpost chainsaw will permanently remove all trees. This will not include that. So you can actually remove literally all of the rocks and all that. The only thing that it doesn't remove is if we look at the side of the map, you see how there's a hard border here. That's just a wall of trees that you can't actually reach. Like right here, I'll bounce off. That won't get removed. But all the rest will. Or at least they should. We're opting not to. I like having little clusters of trees and rocks and all that force me to go around them. Or, like, I could clear them, but I'm mostly not going to. We did the one spot because, you know, the challenge run, they need the initial money. But I do like the fact that it isn't, like, you can't grid it out perfectly. There's, like, I'm starting to grid out, oh, wait, there's this one stupid tree in the, like, there's a stupid rock in the way, or there's a bunch of trees. So it gives it a bit more character. But that's personal preference. No, looks like the sheep need water. Let's see. You loved this. Make your own from scratch to the land. Way in the back. Yeah. It's a nice way of playing to, like, do something different. Because, like, when you go to the map where all the farms are kind of pre-populated, you're going to put the stuff where the farms are. One of the maps I've wanted, I wish in the base game, loading the trees onto something to haul them was easier. Because, like, right now the strategies are either use the winch, you grab 3-4 trees and you just drag them away. Or you take the time to use, like, the heavy loader or the high loader and, like, pick them up and drop them in the truck. That's kind of your 2 best ways. Because I like the idea of the Silver Run map where it's just this giant mountainous forest and you clear it and make it into farmland. But the issue is just dealing with the trees. There's just not an elegant or fast or whatever way to deal with the trees. You can cheat and use your hand. Yeah, I mean, you can turn on forestry, but even then, like, it takes a while to, like, when you cut them, like the long one, you can winch and drag the trees. Yeah, when you cut down a tree, there's a winch you can buy for your tractor, and it can haul. It's either like 3 or 4 trees at a time. It's not. 17, they had it figured out on tree care. But yeah, and that's one of those things that, like, just having a more efficient way of dealing with that. You've been hand loading a pickup truck? Well, that's what I did at the beginning of this one. Like, you have to buy the winch. It's not super expensive or anything like that. But that's for, like, if you're using a sawmill, the winch is usually the one that people will go with. Is they'll just cut down 3-4 trees, you know, use the winch, grapple the 3-4 trees, drag them to the sawmill, hit the button to have them pulled into the sawmill. But yeah, and that's, when it comes to doing, like, the full-size trees, you can turn on Forester or Super Strength or whatever you want to make it so you just pick up the whole tree at once, or at least most of it, and load them up, and that's something. But, for me personally, I wish there was something, like, I kind of wish there was the idea of where you have, like, the trailer that's got the little arm on it that grabs them, like, one by one. I almost wish there was a button that you could sit there and hit there, and you'd effectively hire an employee to operate the arm. Because, like, there's plenty of mods that, like, instantly teleport the logs into the trailer, stuff like that, which is fine. But it'd be nice to have something that was, like, in between that, so it's not straight up teleportation, that it feels meaningful. It's got substance to it. But isn't that now? Granted, I don't think they'll actually add that to the game. I don't even think the modding community could really do that in an elegant way. Like it'd be a pretty big ask. So you use the flat trailer from the universal auto load. Yeah, now you can do that. That works. I've done that before. Expected part of the cab truck you need to pull it. Yep. Let's see. Your Grand Bay is 5 and his board as big as a Farm Sim 19. And he learned how to play the games. He is 5 and he'll play 22 with you and do the land step by step. Very smart 5. Yep. Okay. So we got these all filled up. And we're still waiting for you to be ready so I can go ahead. And it looks like the greenhouses, they're not full yet, but they're getting close. Let's go ahead and grab the trailer. Load up the stuff at the greenhouses. And we're almost done seeding that field. But yeah, no, it's something. But like I was saying, is I kind of wish there was, like, just in the base game, not getting too much in the mods, like either like light mods or whatever. I do wish there's an easy way to deal with loading up the trees. Like the cutting down part, you just get the machine, it just goes, you know, zip, spits out a log that's, you know, whatever size you set it. You spit out a stack of logs and all that. I think the best one I had was just with the high lift with the big claw, picking up, dropping them in the back, because you could grab like a tree and a half or 2 trees all at one go with it if you set it up right. And then the semi with the larger trees, you could actually load up something like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trees all in one load. But it was just the whole thing with that was it was still very slow. But I like the idea of taking like the big foresty mountain map and slowly terraforming the land into, you know, viable farmland. See, Rual, you should copy that post and send it whomever that keeps reporting you for playing the sim. Not fit for children. Oh, that's the whole thing. The person who's reporting, they're not doing it for any honest reason. There's someone who doesn't like Farm Sim that tunes into the channel and then reports it. Like when I switch, because usually the flag comes like a little whiles after I switch, but not all the time. So it's not like I switch a category and automatically flags. It's someone who I don't know if it's like they like whatever game I'm playing a channel, RimWorld or whatever, and then I would switch over to Farm Sim, and it would immediately like that flag me a little while later. I've noticed since I've been ending the stream and starting the stream on TikTok to switch again, I haven't had it. So I'm assuming when they know I'm switching games and I'm not playing what they want, they don't bother reporting the stream because they have to wait for it to come back up to do it since they get punted out. So I literally think it was just someone who was tuning into whatever game they enjoyed in the channel and was just reporting it when I stopped playing the game that they wanted me to play. Never vocalized anything. Nor would I particularly care if they did. But the whole thing. Hey, Quick Gaming, how's it going? We've got just this one. Yeah, so that's all I think that was. I've not had too many problems with people who make it an issue when we switch games kind of thing. I used to have 1 or 2 back when Product Zomboid was the thing that everyone was tuning in here for. I'm doing pretty good. Nice relaxing evening and all that good stuff. Then I would have people who I'd go to switch the game off of Project Zomboid to it didn't matter what it was, just something that wasn't Project Zomboid, and then throw a little hissy fit. But here's a pro tip: when people do that, it makes me extra likely to switch games and stay on the other game. Like, I don't put up with stuff like that. When someone makes a big stink over anything, it's like, all right, well, you can find someplace else to be. we all have the games we like and dislike. I totally understand when I switch games and people, people sit there and go, it's not really the game I'm wanting, and they leave. It's like, that's fine. It's literally how you're supposed to do it. But, like, the people who make, like, a big stink on the way out the door were the people that are like, nah, don't let the door hit you. Or do. I don't actually care. Alright, so we're almost done seeding the field. Then we will get the sprayer going. Honestly, you know what? We're going to get the sprayer going here in just a second. I can hand it over to the AI and have it go across... Well, never mind. For whatever reason, I've had weird issues where the AI will go like 80% of the way and then just stop and then do something else. And it's not doing it with the other tools. It's just the sprayer. Which is not a big deal. I could get the spraying done in like no time flat. That is people have asked what I would like to see them change in like the next game. One is make your AI better. Just I don't need it to run the farm for me. But if I say, "Hey, do this job in the field," like it should figure it out. All right. More really, I'd actually like them for like the next crop. I'd like to have some type of tree crop. I know I mentioned that a lot. Almonds, peaches, apples, don't care. Some type of tree crop. Like proper tree crop. You'd use the same like kind of tree planting machine to put them down. But then, they'd have like maybe a machine or two you deal with, for like the nut trees, grabbing the tree and like shaking it to make all the nuts fall to the ground. Then you go in with the other machine between the trees, like just to sweep them up. Because I feel like that would be, a decent thing to go through. Because you just have to drive down the rows. You go to the tree, it'd stop, it'd shake the tree. You go to the next tree, stop, it'd shake the tree. And they do them in pairs usually on either side of you. That could be fun. Fun way to add something truly different. Alright. Need to shift that over a bit. Alright, so we won't worry about that quite yet. We got 2 more passes, maybe, for the cedar. And then it's all done. 3 more passes, actually. But then it's done. Then it'll take us all of, like, 4 passes with the sprayer to do all the fertilizing. And then basically we're set till it's time to harvest the wheat in July. It would be nice to get a larger cedar at some point. But that'll be, I think we get another tile of land first. Increase the amount of revenue we make per in-game year. Probably be able to go up another 40, 50, 60,000, get ourselves to almost 200,000 a year. And that would be solid. And that's not even counting production line stuff. If we expand that, that could take us even farther. But get that all going. And then after that, go for the harvester upgrade. And after the harvester upgrade, maybe we look at either properly replacing this tractor with like a much bigger tractor. Go for like an end game tractor or whatever. And then at that point, how much is the big cedar? It was like 200,000? Yeah, so there's the big cedar. We'd probably go for something like that. But yeah, because then we get the big cedar, and then like we do that because like we're getting a lot of fairly end game equipment now, but we still have gaps. Like the cedar definitely has upgrades we can give it. The harvester has upgrades we can get it. The cultivator only has 1 level higher we can take it. so it'll be good. It'll be interesting also to see how well things work with the wheat this year, because we're gonna cultivate instead of plowing it this time and use that giant cultivator, so it should go way faster. Like, we should get knocked out in no time whatsoever. And then I'll fertilize it. We get to seeding it. Then the next day we would fertilize it again, and well, not the next day. We would seed it. We would fertilize it. Then the next day we'd hit it with the herbicide, because that's when like the weed should be ready to show up and all that. And then we should be good. So we're adding an extra expense onto our process. So whatever the herbicide costs, that's going to come out of how much money we're making from that field. Because we're not going to be increasing our yield in anything by doing the cultivator as opposed to the plowing. We're just going to be speeding things up. But that should be fine. That's part of what's opening it up, where I'm comfortable buying an extra tile of land. And then that extra tile of land is where the extra money's going to come from. All right. But it is fun seeing like the slow growth of this map as we slowly get everything together. So drop you off. Just wiggle this all over the place because it didn't start off straight. That's fine. We'll just overlap it a little on the future. Okay. Yeah, so if I go and I buy like another like 500 plus horsepower tractor or whatever, it's like a really big tractor after we get our harvester and whatnot. I think what'll end up happening is we'll take the green and yellow tractor. That'll replace our little 25 horsepower tractor over there. We can use the blue tractor for a lot of what this tractor is currently doing that it's struggling with. And then, you know, the new tractor would do all like the big projects. Okay. Yeah, that was working out really well for us. Because even though it's not super fast, it's just such a large width that we're handling. It should also be curious if we sit there and we get like a really properly big field. Like, and we can cut loose the AI and actually have it do a good job of it. This will go a long way. All right. Eventually, we want to buy all these lands, get rid of a lot of these little individual trees. Make it easier to maneuver around. And just, you know, set up more yes. Okay. But as a reminder, tomorrow is my day off. So there'll be no stream tomorrow. That said, I know Tim's gonna be out doing stuff for, you know, with her friends and coworkers and all that tomorrow. So most likely I'll probably have something going on, which I haven't quite figured out what that's gonna be. So, you know, maybe keep that in mind. But we'll figure it all out. It won't be a stream, like, just to be clear. Taking a day off is important, but it should be fun. Alright, so I got probably a pass and a half left. I'm actually surprised, as much as this does struggle with the hill a little bit and all that, this little tractor being able to do this just fine. Like, it's 100 horsepower and this thing is giant. I really did expect it to significantly struggle more than it was. There we go. A little more off the edge than I wanted it, but that's okay. It's an awkward angle to start. Yeah, so I'm debating when we get the next tile. Like I said, the things that are the options of what I could probably do is, one, I can start by just tossing some soybean down. I could also pop in there and just plant another one of the grains in the interim. And I could go the route of either doing like sunflowers or canola and making oil as something that has just a different date for selling. So instead where I'm getting like, you know, 8 months go by, I have like my first sell day, and then we go through our 2 or 3 sell days real fast, and then nothing for 8 months. That's another one that lands in the middle. So we can kind of slowly work it out so I'm getting paid regularly throughout the year. So I can afford to be a bit more spendy in any season without having to worry about, will I have enough to operate my fields? I just know next month I'm going to get our payday, it's fine. If I just keep going with the grains, that doesn't really give me that availability. All right. We could also go for like the grass, the silage, and start doing the animals. Because I'm pretty sure the only things I need is I need the grass and the silage for the cows and whatnot. The sheep would already be good for. The chickens would need some of our wheat, so it's just we'd take some of the stuff we're growing now and tossing in the granary, and instead take it to the chickens. And then the pigs, I think they eat almost anything. They're pretty flexible if I remember correctly. I could certainly see going that route and getting all the animals, and then we just need to get all the stuff for We can mow and make bales now, but not well. We're just doing the minimum needed to keep the sheep happy. But we could get, like, the proper mowing equipment. That way we could do, like, really large amounts of grass periodically to deal with that. Alright, and for the last stripe over here... Probably a ways, but we'll go for the 9 meters. It's definitely larger than 2 and it's smaller than 9, so we'll just go for the 9 and just make sure it happens. It's fine. We haven't even used half of the fertilizer in this thing, so I know we're good for another full year for the fertilizer. You know, and then we can go ahead and we'll get the herbicide later to deal with when we use the cultivator instead of the plow. Because with this, then we're done with everything till harvest time. Alright, so let's go park this thing off to the side real fast. Get the tractor out of the way. And then we should be good for everything this in-game day. Tomorrow I just need to cycle the bread. And then same deal. Basically till cycling bread till harvest. And then we could get the harvester going, check out the sheep, greenhouses, all that stuff. Okay. I can position this tractor to be where the bread is to just speed that up. I've been partially using the littler tractor more because the maintenance costs are just so much lower. Like, I don't need to be using it, but it is a nice change. One of the other things we should probably get at some point is a really big windrower. So what we could do is get the new tile, get all that set up, then after that, buy the really big windrower, like one of the really big windrowers. So when it comes to like collecting the straw and all that, we can knock that out, and that'll kind of get us prepared for if we do go the route of grass or whatever. Because that'll cut down our time dealing with the baler a lot. All right. So checking our sales. I mean, nice things going on there, but not what I need right now. We don't have anything else to get to deal with here. Checking the sheep, they're fine. Check on the production lines. Everyone seems to be good here for the most part. We can move forward in our month. Which honestly puts us right where we started the in-game day. Didn't we start the in-game day with the wheat? Or am I think no, I think we had just finished the wheat was the in-game day. Like we were finishing plowing the sorghum and all that. To check the sales again. I mean, that'd be nice, but right now I need that money because we have to upgrade our stuff still. Still. And the sheep are doing okay. And those are doing fine. And now harvest day. We got a whole lot of wheat to harvest to put into our granary, and the process continues. But now when we're done with the harvesting step, instead of like very slowly going through with the plow, we can just blast through that giant cultivator. That's literally like 3 or 4 times the size of the one we've been using. So go ahead and drop this off. Alright, so I gotta repair the cultivator per the usual. I've left it damaged, so we don't want to do that before we start harvesting. Like, get it down in the fields and get it working. Now, unlike last year, we did move the field back a little bit. So the harvester should be able to handle all of those fields, getting absolutely every last bit of it without missing any. If it does miss any spots, we can correct whatever we gotta correct. But that'll be fine. Once we harvest an entire field, I could just send the cultivator in behind it. The AI should be able to handle it. It'll take it like no time at all. So we should get... I'm actually curious at the end of this year if we'll have better profit margins or worse. Because on one hand, labor-wise, we're going to be way lower than we were, because the plow is a big cost labor-wise, and the sprayer is going to be better labor-wise. But on the other hand, I have to do herbicide, which I did not have to do in years past, which will be an increased expense. And I don't really know where in the whole spectrum of things we will land when it's all said and done. Because labor is not cheap. At the same time, I imagine herbicide is not cheap. Speaking of which, before I forget, so how much is the herbicide? So it's 2,400. In before you go broke. Oh, I'm not worried about that. That won't be a thing. Like, we're not going to be losing money on it. It won't be nearly that bad. I suspect herbicide is pricey, but goes a long way kind of thing. Because, like, right now, I still probably have inside the bakery 120, 130,000 worth of flour processing into bread. Literally, all I'd have to do is stop production and just let that continue producing and just sell the bread, and we'd be fine. Hey, Ariel, how's it going? So yeah, so going broke at this phase of the game is... I would have to mess up in a really big way. We could definitely knock ourselves down where production lines get broken, which would give us a rough year. But, like, if I actually was in, like, a properly bad spot, I could sell one of the tractors to make ends meet, but that isn't a realistic concern. Man, 22 looks so much more fun than 16. This is actually my first farming sim, so I don't know where they land. I would imagine, from what I've seen of the footage of the different ones, that, like, it's surprising when you look at some of the older ones and just how far the game has come over the years. Like, even going back just a version or two, there's just the way like it drives on the terrain that's all rough, you know, looks better, where it like bounces around a little bit. So dirty? Yeah. The cost of getting our tractor properly like repainted and all that, way too high, unreasonable. I like my stuff to look properly like worn in. Mods make this game better, like Super Strength? Yeah, I mean, that's a choice. I'm glad the modding scene what it is. I actually run very light on mods in all my games. Like right now, the only mods we have is Universal Autoloader, and we have the map itself is technically a mod. Otherwise, we're running literally no mods. You know, other than those two, like I said. Nothing wrong with mods, and I have run mods in our games, just... I tend to be a player who is fairly light on the mods. Mostly I use them to like deal with pain points in the game, quality of life stuff. You know, get more information when information's lacking, that kind of thing. Does washing the machine make any difference outside of cosmetics? Nope. Repainting and all that, literally no impact whatsoever on how it behaves. Alright, so I've got you set up. So let's go and get you repaired. And it's time to get your engine upgrade. Which is going to hurt the old pocketbook pretty badly. But then we will get the trailer and the baler. And we can work on that. And when the field's done, we've got our cultivator. Meanwhile, before I forget, switch you over to wheat. You should try out farm sim mining. It's a mod. You'll generally find when people recommend mods, my answer is I generally don't mod my games. It's not to say that mods are bad or anything like that. Mods are certainly amazing, and I'm very happy they're there. But generally speaking, especially as a content creator, the number of times I've had to deal with like mods soft-locking saves or corrupting save files or causing performance issues or needing to troubleshoot them, it's just not my idea of a good time. And I always have people swear, it's like, no, this mod doesn't cause a problem, trust me. And I had to troubleshoot a lot of mods that people said trust me. So it's not any mod is a problematic thing. I just prefer not modding my games. There's also like the thing around balance. So like, for example, I really like this map. The map itself has like modded buildings that people are like, oh yeah, they're really good, you should use them. And the greenhouse on this map, it gives you like $10,000 a day in the amount of produce it makes. It's really absurdly high. I said, trust me. But yeah. Oh wait, we need to upgrade the engine. That's the things we were here for. So it's just one of those things. And it's part of the issue is like when it comes to terms like balance and that kind of thing, is something balanced or not is subjective. So customize. Alright, so that's gonna be the 435 horsepower engine, which I will need. Ow. My wallet. Can you build? Yes. Like for the record, the 2 greenhouses, the bakery, and the granary were not on the map. Literally, other than this building, there are no buildings on the map by default, so all the other buildings and silos and stuff you see down here are stuff I've built. And none of them are mods. You remember the solar panels have the highest return on investment? I'd believe. Like, that is one of the things for the challenge I disallowed myself from building, is the easy way to, you know, quote-unquote win the challenge would be just build the, just immediately build a solar panel, guarantee yourselves thousands a month, so then build the other solar panel. You know, like, just, you know, do that. Fast forward. And sure, if you care about winning and nothing else, sure, absolutely. That is easy peasy lemon squeezy. You're gonna get what you're looking for pretty fast. But for actually being fun and interesting, no. No, it is not. Alright, so we've got you settled. You're about to be full. And I waited too long to be facing the wrong way, so I'll have to deal with that, but that's fine. But yeah, I know I have a lot of time. People are like, "Did you know there's the instant infinite money hack?" It's like, "Did you know you can do this to give yourself tons of money?" It's like, yeah, all of that goes against the spirit of the challenge. The challenge is we started with $0 and a chainsaw and a dream, and we made it work. Can you make mature? I don't know what you mean by that. Can your character walk with legs? Yeah. Manure? Yes. That is a thing that your farm animals will produce manure. Some of them will, not all of them. All right. Yeah, that was my understanding, was Farm Sim 19 production lines. They had them, but they were all mods. Versus this one, they have a whole bunch of production lines just built into the game. Been saving up for a baler on Farming Sim 16 so you can make manure? Gotcha. Yeah, we're also at the point where I'm expanding. Like, after I have another upgrade I want to do. Actually, no, I take that back. We did the upgrade. Oh, I just realized, why do you switch this off? It's every season. Is it when I repair it? It's fine. It's like every season they turn off the thing that spits out the straw, and they make it so they cut it, and I don't know why, and it's really, really frustrating, because that one made it 2 whole rows that we wasted, so we probably wasted a couple $100, took up, you know, maybe $1,000 or so, that just money we're not gonna make. It's fine. I'm not that upset about it. But it's just annoying, like, I don't know what's causing it to get reset. You know what it could be? It could be because we're doing the sorghum, and sorghum doesn't have that available. And so it probably resets it when I do the sorghum, because I can't make sorghum straw. Which, if that is the case, that's annoying, but also would answer the question of when I need to worry about it. I mean, it's not that big a deal that we lose the straw a little bit, but it is a bummer, because we're making $10,000–$15,000 worth of straw each season, which is not nothing. Like, it's certainly something I don't want to lose, but at least of all the processes to lose out in some money, that's one I'm a little bit more comfortable with than, like, if, for example, we just mess up and we grow the wrong crop and I can't put in the production lines, we lose tens of thousands of dollars completely just from one mistake. Like, if I accidentally wasn't watching and we planted canola, you know, sure, I'd get the money from canola, but that'd be 2 depth of production line we wouldn't get. So instead of getting like 40, 50, 60,000, we would get like 15. Yeah, no, it's a long field. This other field over here is, I think, bigger in both dimensions, maybe. No, maybe not. But the other field over there is definitely the bigger of the 2 fields. Okay. We go till it slows down. Alright. Very annoyed that you can't say change sensory. I will say the 2 big complaints I have with Farm Sim, like from you know playing game side, is 1, the game is really bad about giving you information. That like they give you a basic tutorial, like here's how you use a handful of tools, but not the when and how and why, kind of stuff. So you just kind of have to like guess. And it is actually a thing that I'm very annoyed with, that half of the settings aren't available when you're in the game. Like, I would be able to like to change my resolution of the game. If I'm having frame rate issues, I would like to be able to be in the game, adjust something, see how it happens. Like, does it fix my problem? If so, great. If not, make more changes. But you have to like exit your save file, make your changes, reload your save file, which means you gotta wait for the entire thing to load up. And it's like, ugh. Alright. Yeah, so I think the process is new tile of land, potentially a windrower, and then probably the new harvester. Probably the order of operations for the purchases coming up. Is there a windrower harrower combo? No, my understanding was using windrower and harrower interchangeably, but basically the idea is they put them into one pile. Like that's the whole thing, is you take a pile and you put them into one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Man, I just need to get like a giant windrower. But that'll be after our next tile of land. That's the thing we're going to do, is we're going to do next tile of land. I'll figure out what the heck we're doing on it, whether we're dealing with grass or putting down in our crop, whether it's going to be like soybeans for just straight up cash, or, you know, I don't know, barley or whatever, to give myself another grain to put in the granary. They say there are a lot of different tools for different things. Yeah. Alright, now I need to grab the trailer again. That's right, the harrower makes it into hay. I'm not aware of them being combined, but I've never looked. Yeah, I think for right now, I'm more concerned about the windrower. The harrower would come into place if we do ultimately decide that we're going to make the next tile for animals. Then yeah, we would want the harrower to make hay. I could also potentially see getting a granary for like the wheat and that, and potentially putting more wheat than we could handle in the sorry, a silo for the wheat that we can put in then we can fit in the granary, because we will need that for the chickens when we get them. So you can see going that kind of route, as well as just upping the amount of stuff we could put in for flour to the point that we just have like basically a storage buffer. Because right now our granary shuts off for several months out of the year because it can process everything we can throw at it. Alright, and you're full. We're not full. It's to the point where it doesn't have a huge buffer of stuff in there. I still find it weird that I can put a windrower on here and it will work. But if I try, have a worker on the windrower, the worker can handle it. But if I try and do a windrower with a baler or the forging wagon, it's like, I don't know what you want me to do, man. You ask too much. It's just kind of a weird thing that's a problem they have. Hey, Gabby. Shame is so expensive in Argentina? Gotcha. Yeah, I have no idea what the prices are anywhere, but... Good seeing you. Welcome, welcome in. Tedler is what, airs grass. Harrow is for cultivation. Gotcha, we're just using wrong terms, that's alright. ADHD is brain doing the ADHD thing instead of sleep. Anything big happen so far this stream? We got the second largest cultivator in the game sitting over there, being all pretty and red. It's got to get its first use here in a minute. I did not pay attention, and we're spitting out the bale. That's fine. It is so weird how much of a struggle it is to get these bales to move. Like, we end up climbing on them. The reasons I like to try and make sure I don't miss when that happens. There you go. So we shoved it out of the way. Let's try this again. Do I speak Spanish? Nope. Sorry. Nope, it is an English channel, so I do have to keep it in English. So, sadly, that is the way it is. It would be interesting if one day we had the technology where I could speak in my language and it could be automatically translated into other languages in their words. You know, obviously it'd have problems, but that'd be pretty snazzy. That'd actually be good use of AI versus half the stuff we are doing, you know, stealing art from people. But it would be fancy if we could get there. Hey, helicopter reducing the cost of winning Twitch, bringing it down little by little. I need you to keep it English, unfortunately. I do have an obligation to moderate chat, and if it's not English, I don't know what you're saying, and I can't moderate it. So sadly, it does have to stay English here. I do understand for some people, they don't speak English, and I do apologize. But, you either have to use a translator or, or you have to lurk. So I do apologize for that, but in terms of service, I'm required to moderate my chat, making sure everyone's on the up and up, and I can't do that if I don't understand. You can't believe that people who still argue that AI art isn't theft. A lot of that is, so the argument they're going with is that there is the concept that you can make a piece of art and I can look at that art and I can make something based on that art so long as it's different enough that we have the term of fair use. And I acknowledge that with people, but when you algorithmically do that at scale, you're just doing complicated theft. That's my opinion as someone who's dealt with machine learning and all that kind of stuff myself, and also has a background in art. It's a way of trying to excuse not paying people. Now, if it was an AI that you made all your own stuff and you paid people a premium so that you could use their stuff for purposes of your AI, then it's not theft if it was made for the express purpose of the AI. But that's the whole thing. That's not what's happening. Like, even some of the bigger ones were like, oh yeah, if we can't just use copyrighted material to generate our stuff, we wouldn't be able to operate. And it's like, okay, so you're literally saying if you can't steal other people's work and not give them proper credit, then that's just what it is. If you can't give them proper credit and everything and compensate them accordingly, you don't get to use it. That's how copyright law works. You have to have a one-on-one negotiation with me on that copyright. And I can say, yes, you could use it for this price. Or, yeah, you could use it free of reign. But I gotta give you that permission. Now, again, there's fair use. But I would argue that shouldn't apply to algorithmic consumption and regurgitating stuff. Yeah. Now I've come to notice the same people are like super hyped onto AI for art are the same ones who are super hyped onto NFTs, and the same people are super hyped on like crypto stuff. And it's just like, okay, I understand. And even a bunch of them, because they got burnt during NFTs or crypto or, saw the light, as it were. It's just the next cash grab. More than likely what's going to end up happening is it's going to be so unpopular you won't be able to use it with your products. And more than likely there's going to be litigation that's going to come into effect about what can and cannot be allowed. And then it'll go, like, it won't go away, but it'll become minor background noise. That'll be mostly less than reputable places still doing it. Because, like, you can still get games that are based entirely around NFTs. I wouldn't. But they are still producing them. You're in the countryside, you work in southern scenes? That's why I love this game? Nice. We have a few people who've worked, either are working or have worked in agricultural. And, some of them have experience with some of the machines, but then others were like things they wish they had access to. Or don't. The AR is something that it was really exciting. I got into a bit. It was becoming popular, and then figured out what I was actually doing. So that's the thing. The concept of generative AI in itself isn't bad. The issue is, it is almost being exclusively used in a way that is bad. It's mostly not being used to help people, it's being used to replace them. So if we go way, way, way back in the day, we're talking like 2005. And so I'm saying way back in the day in regards to computer. So there was already systems in Photoshop where you could put an image on there, and you could hit stuff, and what would end up happening is it would go through and algorithmically figure out a way to take the image you put in there and try it and make it look like a cartoon. And while in a certain extent, yes, that's a filter, but ultimately what that filter is doing is it's taking an existing image and going through different ways it's figured out to kind of stylize that to effectively generate a new image that doesn't exist. And that's an okay and positive version of generate AI. It's not replacing someone's job, it's making it more efficient, but it is creating something new. Versus, you know, you type in a couple of words and it grabs like 10 different people's images and kind of mishmashes them together algorithmically and spits it out. Which is me oversimplifying it. But yeah. Look at a lot of program subreddits. The common joke is, hey, I got a job at an AI startup. And it's an Omen AI wrapper. Yep. Oh yeah, no, it's the same thing. Like, when crypto first started showing up, you had a billion different like startups that popped out. They're going to be like the next, you know, next cryptocurrency or a crypto marketplace or crypto this or that. Or they would just, you could clearly tell they had no idea. They're like, we're going to use crypto for, you know, personal identification. That's like, I mean, sure. We actually have some pretty solid stuff that doesn't even need to go to that thing. Like, you can use this, but it's not the appropriate hammer for dealing with this problem. But it was just buzzwords. And to be fair, with investors, buzzwords sell. Like, as painful as it is. Buzzwords sell. Alright, Gabby, thank you again for popping in. Let's see, largely works the same way as far as learning from other people's art. Yeah, it does. In a lot of ways. You haven't seen AI art. Most of what you've seen is like taking a picture of yourself and making art with your face. So when you're looking about, it's referred to as generative AI. That what it is kind of doing is it's like the computer looked at a bunch of people's art, got an idea of how it worked, and then decided to effectively remake it. You know, and it'd be different. Like you'd sit there and say, okay, I want Mario, but I want Mario drinking, you know, a frou-frou drink on the beach. And so what ended up happening is you'd have it where it'd take the styling and the technique of one artist and then be like, okay, well, we need to get Mario, and we'll try and like mishmash these together. And they can get pretty good, but you can see a lot of like where it's effectively robbing the style. And the biggest problem is you're using a computer to straight up replace a job where you're not adding anything. Because without the person that you're stealing the art from again, at the beginning, like to start with, there is nothing to feed the AI. The AI is incapable of producing anything. So it very much depends on consuming other people's work to try to effectively recreate that style and all that. And don't get me wrong, to a certain extent, that is how the human brain works. The difference is you're talking about a machine that can do it endlessly and forever without any consideration or compensation or whatever. Versus for a person, you know, for a person, they have to get access to that art and do all that kind of stuff as well. So at some point, either they bought the art from someone or otherwise consumed that art from a source that did buy the art. Versus again, if you're just ripping it off of everything and consuming it and then spitting it back out, the artist is never compensated. Now, to be clear, I actually don't mind when technology allows people to stop having to do jobs if they don't want to do them. I think that's the technology side, and there's an economic side, which is a separate issue. I do actually agree with that on the fundamental level. But in this case, you are taking people away from a job they want to do and are asking for more people to pay them to do versus taking them away from a job they don't want to do. Crypto ruined GPU prices for you for years. Yep. And I can promise you, AI art will do the exact same thing, because it uses a lot of the same tech under the hood, so far as with the generation and everything, and algorithms and all that. So if AI art becomes super duper big, like companies just all start investing in it, and divesting in computer graphic artists, they're going to need a lot of GPUs to power that thing. So get ready for those prices to go right back up. Also, AI degradation through self-reliant reference is a real issue. Yep. And they'll find ways to work around that, which will be mostly going through and saying, don't use these sources, use these sources, that kind of thing. Like, it's my opinion that ultimately, if you're going to use AI art for a for-profit situation, you should be required to list absolutely every single artist who was involved in like what was consumed to fuel the AI. And if it is a for-profit type situation, every single one of those artists should be compensated at least some portion of the revenue, which would mean it'd be dead on arrival technology. But that's kind of the idea. Like, that's what I kind of hope, is that they'd turn around and say, okay, well, if you're going to use their works, you have an obligation to compensate them for their work. Because I'm trying to remember with the rules with fair use. It wasn't that you couldn't make any money. There's very strict guidelines of what could and couldn't be done with fair use. And I believe part of fair use was you did have to attribute the individuals who you major altered material off of. Because hell, just referencing the number of people you stole the art from would probably be the end of that. Could you imagine, hey, we made this game, let's roll the credits, and then 6 hours of credits go by from every single artist, your AI consumed the information? Just tracking that information would probably bring an end to a lot of the AI stuff. Because they don't keep track of like who they're even taking the stuff from. They just throw this thing at like, Imgur or whatever, have it consume lots of images, DeviantArt, whatever. Just have it scrape, consuming every bit it can get from it. We had the same problem, and it's still done, with, like, social media type stuff, that we had all these scrapers that were just, chewing through data, and with that, the scary part of what it was doing is building up profiles around people and making connections with everything. And, it's like, okay, on one end, you're like, oh, but it's all public information. But on the other hand, it was doing what would take an individual years of work to like put together all the different pieces and all that, because the amount of information that we needed to consume. And it built out these complete profiles for people. In a lot of countries, they started passing laws that basically say you're not allowed to do that. I actually worked on a project that we had positive intent, that it was for association management systems, so stuff like Cub Scouts. You'd join the Cub Scouts, and we would manage stuff like your dues and your inventory and your documents and yada yada. We had software that did all that. But one of the things is that they had a whole thing of figuring out whether someone was a contributor or detractor from whatever stuff. So if someone is speaking positively about the Cub Scouts on social media or not. And there's value in that, because what you do is you turn around and you could send more resources to those who were contributing to your association, so that effectively you could spend money to do more good for your association. Makes sense. And we were putting together a thing that would go through and like scrape social media, that we like when you knew you're a member of that, you would scrape social media looking for those individuals, the positive things they would say about it versus the negative things they'd say about it, and like putting together this whole profile and everything. And so we had like a positive thing of like trying to help these associations, because a lot of them were like good causes and everything. And we started figuring out what we could learn about a person using the system, and went, yeah, this thing doesn't get to see the light of day. Like, we're killing this. Like, this, if this isn't illegal, it needs to be. And we scrapped, like, to the credit of that company, we scrapped the whole program. Like, we went, yeah, we've invested a whole bunch of money and time to this, but no, this needs to be illegal. Like, the amount of information we're able to figure out about people and tell about people by just doing this is, like, not okay to have this. We don't want this information in our databases, where if something ever happened, like, the damage that could be done would be astronomical to whoever was in the database. So we killed the program off, buried it. Because like I said, we were just trying to go and, help these associations figure out where they need to be putting their time and resources, all this other creepiness that came out of it was not really what we wanted. The another interesting thing is instead of AI being used to optimize labor or free people up for creative jobs, it's being used to replace creatives. Yep. Well, there's also lots, like, there's a bunch of people who are like, blanket statement, all AI bad. That's not good. AI can be used for lots of positive things. AI is being used in the medical field for especially very hard to detect thing to look for patterns that we see in different individuals, that when they have those rare and difficult to diagnose conditions, that we can try and help. That you can have the doctor being like, I have a patient, we don't really know what's going on, here's the symptoms, here's our charts and all that, and that the AI can go, okay, we can go through and based on this, we can narrow this down to a handful of things. Here would be the next thing in the line of procedures you could do to help confirm, like, is this guess of what they're dealing with, likely correct, or are we off base? Or, what is the least invasive way we could start ruling out some of these? And you can have, like, the AI do that. Because there's lots of problems in the medical industry, especially in the family doctors, where they don't have specialties in a lot of these things. They're not going to have the necessary knowledge. And we do a lot of stuff that could be really, really impressive with that. And that's a good use. There's lots of places where you can use AI to try and detect stuff like tax fraud. That, you, like, regardless of your stances on taxation and whatnot, if people are breaking the law, that is a way that you can sit there and go, okay, this is very suspicious. And it's not that you immediately go, it's suspicious, here's your fine. It's, this is suspicious. Okay, human being, we believe this is what's going on. And then they, send in the person to do the confirmation. They have AI start figuring out different ways for, like, making prosthetics. Was there a case with, was it Best Buy? Where, it's Target. That Target, because of having all the sales data where you put in your phone number and whatever, that what they actually figured out was, and this wasn't a deliberate or malicious thing, that they were going through and they're using algorithms and machine learning to figure out what advertisements to send people. And so what ended up happening was they got like a whole bunch of like pregnant women, like a ton of pregnant women. They put them in the machine learning and said, okay, this is what we're looking for advertising to these. These are the spending practices of these individuals to send this stuff. And what ended up happening was there was a case where the AI, it's machine learning in this case, not AI as people are presenting it other ways. It's machine learning, which there's a lot of overlap, but they are different things. That what ended up happening was they ran into a situation where it found the buying pattern for a teenager, I believe it was, and started sending this teenager all of this material for marketing for pregnant people. So it was sitting there going and sending, like cribs and diapers and bottles and all those kind of stuff. And this teen was going, what the hell? Why am I getting all this crap? And then, figured out shortly later that they were actually pregnant. And it was just their buying habits had changed, that the AI recognized the change in buying patterns and did that. Because it's not like you go to your local grocery store and be like, hey, I just want to go ahead and fill out your chart and say I'm pregnant now so you can market to me. They have to try and guess that information. But yeah, it was just, they saw the change in buying habits that were aligned with, various things that happen when people are pregnant, like, different cravings. I don't know what they're looking for, but like different food cravings, different buying habits, whatever, and happened to figure out this person was pregnant before they did. And yeah, I don't think they got like in super duper legal trouble kind of thing, like they didn't get sued or anything, but it was one of those things that the PR was so creepy and uncomfortable that they were like, okay, we're not gonna do that anymore. I would still 100% believe they may not be looking for that specifically anymore, But I would be absolutely not surprised if they still use machine learning to try and predict what products people might want or be, you know, looking to buy based on buying habits that they've seen in the past. But that's the reasons why I don't like putting my phone number into half those things. Like, yeah, they'll give you the $5 off coupon once in a while. I was like, man, I know it. Like, you're only going to use that data for a handful of things, and none of those are in line with my personal interests. Either A, you're going to sell this stuff on to third parties to help them market for me, which means more ads for me, or B, you're going to use this to come up with ways to marketing to me, which again means more ads for me. Like, none of this is for me. The $5 you give me off once every 8 months or something is what's for. And there's a bunch of companies that what they've done is they've increased their prices, and then they have sale discount prices that you only get when you put in your phone number or use their card or whatever system each one decides to use. And I just stopped going to them. I was like, look, man, do you know what I want you to do? I want you to put your product on your shelf for the price you expect me to pay, and that's it. I don't want the coupon juggling. I don't want you to play these games where I have to, like, use your card to get it for the price that you fully intend on spending, you know, having me pay in the first place. I don't want all the games and nonsense. Wasn't Facebook caught with shadow profiles? So even if you didn't have Facebook profile, you had a Facebook profile? Yep. Google's also been caught with that. I'd be surprised a lot of companies do that. But yeah. And that's machine learning, not AI. Like, that's the whole thing, is a lot of people use the terms interchangeably between AI, machine learning, as well as algorithms and systems. And okay, there's a lot of overlap. There's nuance of what makes one versus the other. But that's one of the reasons why I refer to the image thing happening to art. It's generative AI, because that is a very specific slice. You joined right at the correct time, talking about AI. So it says, most of the ads you see on Facebook isn't them listening through the mic. It's a shadow profile. Yeah, well that was a whole thing, that there was a whole conspiracy going a while that, you know, Facebook was supposedly like listening, or Facebook or Google, I don't remember who was being accused of it, was supposedly listening to your mic at all hours of the day and night because, you know, you would suddenly out of nowhere get an ad for like timeshares that you never would get ads for timeshares. You'd be like, but why am I getting an ad for timeshares? I just talked to Jenny over there about timeshares the other day. Oh my god, it's listening to me. And that's not what happened. What happened is Jenny has been on Facebook talking about timeshares, and it realizes you are friends with Jenny, and you and Jenny were in the same location based on the GPS in your phone, so you probably talked about timeshares. At least there's a good chance of it. And it was a reasonably accurate system, to the point that people were getting creeped out thinking that their phones were listening to them day in and day out. Hey, Aleximi. How's it going? I actually knew one of the people involved with that system who gave me the whole walkthrough on how it worked. I'm not going to go into details of that, because honestly I don't remember what I should and shouldn't mention with it. To not get them in trouble. It wasn't nearly as creepy as it came out to be based on what people were seeing. It literally was... It was watching what other people were posting on the data resources that Facebook or Google or whatever had. Like what they were talking about there, again, posting on Facebook or whatever. And if, you know, if someone is posting a whole bunch of stuff about Warhammer 40k and you have Facebook up, it tracks your GPS on your phone to see where you're going, and it happens to notice that you were nearby another phone of someone that you're friends with on Facebook, it would go on a guess that if this person has been talking about that a lot, they might talk about it. Let's see, but how do you guess products that I am verbally talking to the person without nobody looking? Well, that's the thing. They don't know what you're actually talking about. If you aren't sure there's an NDA, there's an NDA. Well, it's not an NDA. It's more, you know, the person told me stuff that was probably okay for them to talk about, but at the same time, you don't want to Like, if someone's telling you stuff that's kind of industry stuff for themselves, you don't want to just blab about it behind their back without confirming anything. Even if it's not NDA, it's just kind of a respect thing. But yeah, so it's not that the phone actually knew what you were talking about. It's one of the people in the situation was talking about it on Facebook or whatever their data resource was. Again, Google plus Facebook, whatever the data resource that they got the read on. Or it could even be that your friend, let's say it's Google, was looking up a bunch of YouTube videos about the lore of Warhammer 40k. And they know from your profile that you and that other person are friends, that you interact a lot. And they happen to see that the two of you met. And it's going to guess you talked about it. It could be wrong, it could be right, but it's going to start marketing to you about it. And a lot of times, it does happen to guess correctly. So it gets really uncomfortable. Because the perception is it overheard your conversation. But it didn't. Because one, they'd have to pull in literally millions of people's worth of voice conversations, recording at all times, and then throw that against a computer and do voice-to-text recognition, and then take that voice-to-text recognition and do another pass to try and find keywords, and then try and do the keywords against AI. The computational requirement for that would be so cost prohibitive, the ads would not make up for it. But being able to go, these two GPS coordinates were within this range of each other that happen to be friends, and this one is really into something right now from the looks of it, they might have talked about that. And if you believe they can do voice to text, try using TTS. Yeah. So it's one of those things that, like, the perception is super duper creepy, and it still is privacy invasive, don't get me wrong, I'm not implying that. It's just, the amount of creepiness it is in real life is nowhere near as bad as the implied creepiness. I didn't empty the harvester, I went like 5 feet and filled up. Which, for the record, I believe your European privacy laws basically made that practice. I don't think it was illegal, but it had to be like opt-in to the point it's pretty much dead. As I said, but the point is that dumbed down speech recognition is possible. Yeah. Oh no, this is true. Speech recognition can absolutely do it. But like, that's the whole thing. Usually that's localized running kind of stuff to try and pick out, did you say the word calendar? Did you say the keyword to wake me up? Like, did you do that kind of thing? It's looking for very specific tells. And then moving from that. Versus the implication was that at that time, because that was, I can't remember if Alexa was around or not, but it was at that point in time, none of that technology had reached quite as advanced a stage, and that supposedly it was the phone just listening into you 24/7 every single moment of every single day for the purpose of trying to figure out what ads to throw at you. And that was a factually not true and completely unrealistic thing. Now, you can understand people not being tech savvy, not realizing it's unrealistic, but it was just kind of one of those things that the way it felt as the person who was suddenly getting hit with these ads that had nothing to do with anything you had done, that you had just finished talking to your friend about, felt super creepy. And it just, there was something sort of creepy going on, but it wasn't the absolute paranoia, whatever. Because it was one of those things that when that came up, like, I want to say even Congress got involved, and that's when they kind of explained what was happening there. Because they were like, yo, like, we have people working in all sorts of, like, top secret stuff, and if your phone is randomly recording everything you say and reporting back to a server, we need to know about that because you're creating a national security issue. Like, we need to know if we need to chuck all of your phones into the nearest grinder and go back to buying bricks. But it was the whole thing, like I said, it was doing an association of the people involved. Like, it was just GPS. You know, you would have your friends, It'd have your GPS location. If it noticed in the last N amount of time you and your friend were in the same location, roughly, it would assume that you met and had a conversation. And it would try and guess the different interests you both had to see if they could catch you right after discussing something to get the ad there right when it was of peak interest to you. Let's see, and Facebook does experiment to drain your battery to collect stats on phones. What kind of phone they're on? No? Yeah. Well, that's actually... one of the things that killed that practice as well is both Android and iPhone started making it so if you don't use an app, it'll be like, hey, this app, you gave it permission to use the GPS. Are you sure you want to do that? And it didn't even used to be a feature that... Like, it only came later that both the platforms had the thing that says, hey, this wants to use GPS. Is that okay? Like, they really started buckling down on that. That a lot of those requesting permission... I think it was even a thing that, like, I thought it was Apple who, like, straight up, even though people had done it, they just revoked that permission at one point. Just unilaterally revoked that permission and changed the prompt. So you had to, like, re-up it. And you had to, like, go in and more explicitly say what it was. And let's see. The most used button on the phone is only while using this app. Yep. Well, that's like... That used to not be a thing. It used to be just a blanket, do you give permission for this app to use your phone? Yes, no. And that was the permission. And then to, like, revoke it, you had to go into, like, your app settings all the way down and then, like, go back and take the permission back, which no one took the time to do because it's just not a thing you'd do. Because half the time you'd forget you'd have the app installed and whatnot. But yeah, no, that was a whole thing. That was going back a while that whole issue came out. But yeah, now it's just a while they thought phones were just creeping on people 24/7. Oh, it's over here, isn't it? No, it's right there. Oh yeah, that's another thing they added. And a lot of that was for places where companies were abusing privacy stuff. Like both Apple and Android have done a lot to try and rein in where like apps would ask for like all of the permissions ever. And so, like, they did the one thing where instead of just having the one giant prompt that was like, do you give this app all of its permissions? They still have some of that, but they were also going through, and they would go through, like, the individual permissions, where it's like, do you want, like, when the app in the moment goes to use the microphone, it's like, do you want to give this app access to your microphone? Yes or no? And then you go do something like, okay, this is asking for control of your camera. Do you want to give this app access to your camera? And yeah, it's annoying because you get hit with, like, sometimes, like, the social media apps, you can get hit with, like, 6 or 7 different prompts. But all those prompts are one more time for the person to sit there and look at and go, you know what? I don't want to give them access to this. Oh yeah, no, that was the kind of things that were happening was you'd have a calculator app and it would ask for your like GPS information when that first got changed. And people were going, excuse me? And part of it was like a lot of developers not knowing any better because a lot of them were, you know, earlier developers, probably their first project just working on the side to have something for their portfolio or whatever, that they would just be like, yeah, I just need the permissions. They wouldn't go through and actually set, there was like a config file correctly that's like, here's the things I need. Because that's the way it used to work, is you just basically list off, here's the permissions I need. Or you'd have like an extension you'd add in and everything in it would get added to the list. So you can go through and adjust those things to not try and ask for the kitchen sink. I said, so the permissions were named badly or too broad. Used to be quite bad. You had a unique ID for a phone to manage call permissions. Yeah. Now's the least with Messenger Facebook. You can limit it to not just they can access your phones, but only allow access to select set. Yep. But yeah, so things have definitely gotten better. Because like I said, it used to be you would have just this blanket permission statement that it was like, do you give this permission to access your contacts, your phone? And like that was the only permissions you dealt with kind of thing. Like maybe it's a camera microphone. It'd be just this one big screen and you hit allow and it's forever. Forever with no limitations. And now it gets much more granular. And people are like, you still have the people who hit okay with everything because you're always going to have those people. But it has gotten better where people, when they see like, you know, a game or whatever asking for the kitchen sink, they stop and go, wait a second. Why is this asking for this? But that's kind of when people when I sit there and like people be like, oh, Vista was the worst, and I go, yeah, there's lots of problems with it. Like, don't disagree with that. But I go, there's a lot of good came from it. That's kind of one of the big things. If everyone remembers, Vista introduced that annoying prompt that's like, hey, this application would like to use administrator. Do you want to give this application permission? That was Vista who brought that to be. That had been a thing in Linux and iPhone or like iOS for basically since the beginning. Go Cultivator. But that got introduced, and at the time it came out, that angered everyone because everything you went to do was pop in that thing. But it was the same kind of issue with the permissions where everyone was accepting every permission because no one had ever enforced not to do that, so they just kept doing it. And we were running into all sorts of security issues with viruses and all that, being able to write to registry, well, not registry, but write to your system files and yada, 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 because there was nothing to prevent it. And what ended up happening was way later, they turned around and were like, okay, we're going to put this prompt here. And so there's nothing preventing it, not even game devs, just devs in general, put files everywhere. They put them in program files, they put them in your My Docs, they put them in System 30. Like, you used to have applications would just straight up write files to your System 32 folder, which is for the operating system. And they just hucked that stuff everywhere. And almost every other installer did a horrifically bad job of cleaning up anything. And so you'd end up with all this crap everywhere. And it was just like the Wild West with all that. And then what ended up happening is way later, they added that prompt if you tried to do like anywhere you weren't supposed to. If you tried to go and say, I want to write this system folder, be like, hey, this application wants to write someplace that's got no business to it. Do you want to say yes or no? And it took a good couple years, but a lot of developers stopped doing it, which was good, because they shouldn't have been doing it in the first place. There's set places that are meant for those files. And, hey FG, how's it going? For those who don't know FG, I'm sitting there going, because I was trying to remember what game I saw you playing yesterday. Was it RimWorld? I think it was RimWorld. Is it RimWorld or New Cycle? It doesn't matter. But those who don't know FG, absolutely fantastic creator. I am not paying attention and just dropping a bale right in the middle of the field. Excellent. Perfect. Yeah, I was going to say, it's RimWorld. I think you may have mentioned New Cycle. Right. I went over there, and you were doing your RimWorld TTK, and you had talked about doing New Cycle in place of one of the TTK days with doing the last, like, TTK day later that you owed. Right. That's where that came in. New Cycle is a survival city builder that I believe just recently came out, or is coming out. I don't remember which it is. I think, wait, actually, was it the 19th? It doesn't matter. It's coming out, but it's a new survival city builder. From what I have seen / heard of it so far, is it looks really good, but it looks like it had some balanced stuff that still need to be kind of tweaked and sorted. So it's one of those games that's like it's coming out. It probably just needs like a little post-launch patch to like isolate things out. But at least it's not crashy from what I've seen. It does have some excellent systems from what I've seen. Just needs a little spit polish is all. Is from what I was seeing. And that was from catching a little bit of... It wasn't Kiri. I know Kiri's also been playing it. Was it Jess I saw playing? There's someone else I saw playing, but it looks pretty good. It's got a really good start to it, but it definitely, as well as ones, it's got some... Alana, that's right, it was Alana. That's right. Like, almost everyone on the team's been playing it. Or is going to be playing it or has played it. Because I know I got the key for it today, and I was actually going to play it today to the point I had actually even gone in and put up a timer to like announce us playing it and yada yada yada. And I was like, I don't want to do it today. So I'm gonna probably play Saturday, is my plan. Or yeah, Saturday, because Thursday's my day off. Friday I owe Twitch integration to my community, which we're probably gonna do a bit of Noita to start with, and then switch over to RimWorld TTK. And then Saturday will be the first day I don't have a thing on the agenda. I think you're about to fill up. Yes, you are. And you're parked terribly. Excellent. FG saying, after 3 days of TTK Mass, I'm looking forward to some other gaming. I can imagine. I usually can handle 1 day of TTK at a time. Like, and to be fair, to say I can handle, usually by the end of the day, I'm pretty ready to be done with it. Like, I enjoy a bit of the chaos, but it is a lot. There's a reason I only do it for special occasions. FT saying, you also want to know what's crazy? A sec. Fixing the CPU power thing also resolved Fortnite Lego crash, where it was crashing on trying to connect. Like, what the crap it is. For those who don't know what FT's talking about, there's apparently a hidden power setting in Windows, and I actually changed it on mine as well, that it's not overclocking, it's kind of in that area, but basically it's designed to kind of give your computer a performance boost when it supposedly needs it, quote unquote. But it's really aggressive. Like, it's the setting is called aggressive. But apparently it's got issues with certain Intel processors that are newer generation Intel processors, among other things. And really just straight up makes them crash. There is a good chance my crashes for City Skylines, that may have been the cause. I have not gotten to the point being like, yeah, let's break out some City Skylines. I'm actually curious to like look at how it's doing to see if I want to try and pop back in, because I'm also scared to just like break out City Skylines, be like, oh, this is working, pop on stream, get 4 hours in, and then blue screen if it's not that. J.R. says, you like playing TTK, but you get why some streamers don't like it. So it's not that I dislike TTK. So there's two kind of problems that you run into with TTK. One, if you're doing it regularly and taking the time to tweak and adjust your values and all that kind of good stuff, that can be like really solid. Like, I still to this day, when people ask me about TTK, I'm like, oh, if you want someone who does it well, check out Alanorama. Because Alanorama has taken the time to balance and adjust and tweak and get it down to a science. And sure, sometimes things get out of hand one way or the other because, you know, there's more viewers this week than the other week or whatever. But has it really well situated. Honestly, a big part of it is by disabling half the crap, which is 100% something you should do. But if you're not going to take the time to do that, it's good if you just want mayhem and chaos, because that is what it is. And my stance on it is the value prospect I try and offer on the channel is for like chill vibes and hanging out and, you know, for people to like wind down after a busy day and all that. So not like the high pace anxiety kind of thing. which is what you get with TTK if you do not take the time to really, you know, lock it down. So it is a very poor fit for my channel for a regular thing. As a one-off, no big deal. Yeah. I've actually had, to be entirely honest, I have had a lot of people express that they don't like Twitch integration stuff on the channel. Very specifically TTK. TTK is called Twitch Toolkit. It's a thing for adding Twitch integration into RimWorld, so that people can like request, you know, like where we can name a person that I do manually, or you can actually have it where you can just like, you know, say you do a redeem and suddenly you have a colonist in my colony, and you want a raid, you hit a button and a raid happens, and there's like a whole point and karma system and everything, so it's not that fast, but you get the idea. How chaotic will the stream be? Oh, TTK, the stream will probably be really chaotic, because I have taken zero time to really lock it down and do it correctly. Because it's not something I actually have the interest in doing regularly enough for me to justify taking the time to clean it all up. I don't know why I'm sitting in this thing. Alright, hear me out. I didn't know you were just sitting here waiting. Because you know what we're going to do? I'm pretty sure that's going to go right underneath that. Uh-huh. The worker's like, it's in the way. Is it, though? Is it, worker? Was that in the way? I seem to have gone right under it without having to even change your course. Or you can drop like 10,000 shares. Let's see, your community started spawning hundreds of lamps. Oh, no. With the lighting system? I was going to say, that's actually one of the performance issues you run with the lighting system. If you had those lamps installed, like, RimWorld would... Okay, right, they're just dropping the object lamp that, you know, you could install if you wished. I was just sitting there, like, wait a second, you could crash the game doing that. Because that's, for those who don't know, that's one of the optimization pain points of RimWorld, is lighting. You've sent 10,000 doormats to a streamer playing RimWorld with TTK? Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. There's just so many ways that people can troll you with TTK. And some of them are hilarious. And get really, really creative in how they troll you. And I will give credit when someone comes with a brand new, interesting way to troll. Sure, let's have fun together. But there's kind of a handful of ones that people go to, and even if you figured out how to like deal with them, that they'll still try and do it because one, they don't pay attention. But that's like, if you do TTK, one of the very first things is they will try and give you a bunch of ducks or a bunch of chickens. A lot of the other animals aren't necessarily as bad, but the ducks and chickens, because it's one of those things that if they get away from you, it can be a real big deal. Yeah, but that's the whole thing, is you got to go through and properly customize. Usually my dealing with TTK is I load it up for the stream, and if something's getting out of hand, I might disable the one thing that's getting out of hand. And otherwise I don't really pay attention. Because like I said, I do it maybe 3 times a year at the absolute most. I don't mind Twitch integration. I like simple Twitch integration. To me, peak Twitch integration is stuff like Noita, where you're just playing the game, having a good time. Every couple minutes a thing pops up, and it goes, hey chat, here's your 4 options. Some are good, some are bad. You know, vote. And then, you know, chaos ensues. And it will absolutely 100% kill you. But I don't have this whole mess of configuration I gotta deal with. And you can go through and configure them, but it's not something I've been very invested in. We can just have fun. Cult of the Lamb has really, really good Twitch integration. But RimWorld, it's fun. I just am not interested enough to put the time in to fix it. which is a me problem. Like, I get jealous. There's a friend of the channel, I won't say her name because I don't want to make it into a thing, that they do Twitch integration for like all of their games. They let you use bits and stuff to spawn in enemies and do that kind of stuff, and it works great for them. And their audience loves it, and it's all positive on the up and up. And I get really jealous of it sometimes because I'm like, man, you are just doing numbers, and like I'm happy for them. They've got their thing and it's working, and like it's enabled them to completely change their situation financially, to go full-time streamer where they were in a not so great job beforehand, and I'm very happy they have that. And I also think it's like, man, I'd love to do that. And I also think it's like, no, I wouldn't. Who am I talking? I'd get angry by the time this is done. Like, it's cool that he can have a blast just dying again and again as his fans just bury him in problems. I like having games that you can have like that slow burn run to build up and do stuff, and you just can't do that with Twitch integration. There's too much opportunity. Look up a King of the Castle. That's one that's got brought up. I was asking for games for Twitch integration for a while and got only 2 people to respond, so ultimately I came up with a list mostly. Like, it took some of the ideas they had. Like, I didn't ignore them. Like, we took those ideas. We only knocked off one because I didn't own the game, and then the other one we knocked off because it was a big problem. What is happening over there? Did you seriously? Okay. Why is the AI the way the AI is? What are you even doing right now, AI? Look, you're not done with this stripe. All right? But yeah, so we did a poll, and I only got a couple people to give feedback, so I put a bunch of lists on the game. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I got a bunch of people to give me a little bit of feedback and everything, and we put up a list, and then we came to the realization that the vast majority have to use crowd control, and ultimately with crowd control, it boiled down to is effectively pay to play. Like, you get a tiny little bit of points that you get for free per stream or whatever, or week or whatever the time frame was. And then the rest of them you'd have to pay for, you as the viewer. And this was something I was going to be doing as a reward for, you know, how incredibly generous people had been with subs in that for the month before. I'm like, you know what would be a messed up thing to do? To reward people for giving you money by asking them to give you money. And removing crowd control from consideration took us from like 7 options to 2. Because those games didn't come with Twitch integration, it was kind of a bolted on thing. Which is really... What? I don't understand. You just need to drive in a straight line. Like, it's so much faster, but the AI is weirdly, really bad at running the sprayer. So I wonder, with this, if I wait till the crops... So if I wait till we get weeds, and I hit it with herbicide, then I plant, will I get another round of weeds? Because it does make me curious. You think the go forward, please. Let's see. You think the king of the castle is getting enough viewers to really make it meaningful? Yeah. Good. I was worried he's gonna catch on those seeds. I mean, we get a decent number of viewers. Like, that is my fear with the Twitch integration streams we got planned. Is my fear is that we'll have some people participate a little bit at the beginning for the novelty, and it'll be just like 3 or 4 people doing stuff, and you know, that'll be kind of it. That I'll be doing this for basically, you know, not many people, because like how little participation I got in the when I asked really does make me worry that, you know, it's not something that the community is really actually wanting to do. It's just something that was, you know, it's something that's like put up as an option, and that's what happened. I don't know. It's one of the reasons I wish we could get a lot more participation on stuff like when I do the polls and the surveys and whatever. Because it's really hard to gauge if people are actually into something or not. If I don't have enough people to participate to get that. Because like a lot of times I put stuff like that, we'll have like 6 or 7 people, you know, participate in whatever the poll is or whatever. And you just scratch your head and be like, there's thousands of viewers. 6 or 7 is an irrelevant number by how little it is. But it's all the data I've got to work with. For the main castle, it would be good to give the factions a place to discuss and coordinate. I've not played it, so I don't know anything about it. I wouldn't be against something like that, but like I said, I've generally not. So it's weird. When I did the survey, I had a lot of people make comments that they really wanted to see more like Twitch integration, that kind of stuff in the survey. But then when I asked outside of the survey, I've had a lot of people say that they don't like the streams with Twitch integration and all that. And the issue is neither of those are of significant enough number to make any type of any type of reasonable conclusion. It's just not enough data. And so, and I don't get me wrong, there's always going to be some who say yes and no to everything. But like trying to get a feel for the larger audience, is it like 60, 70, 80% of the audience like, nah, we're not into Twitch integration. And it's like 10% who are into it, or is it like the other way around? Like it's so hard to gauge all that. I do really wish, really wish Twitch would give us something equivalent to the community tab in YouTube. And I know there's a lot of creators who don't want that because they're worried about having too much stuff on Twitch, which is a completely reasonable stance. But for me, I cannot, like, I have to take people out to Discord or straw poll or whatever, and getting people to do so on any measure, like meaningful measure, has been something I've been struggling to make happen, and unsuccessfully. Well, that's the whole thing, though. If I'm surveying, like I'm literally saying, hey, survey, it's a vote. I need them to vote. and I get there's people who don't mind either way. They don't have a preference. There's people who the stance is do what you want, which that's fair. But a lot. After you said, well, sub email used to be a thing. But certain streamers abused them to advertise their OnlyFans to people every time they went live. Yep, this is why we can't have anything, chat. Not even good things, just literally anything. If you do TTK, I would build a pond to help the colony. Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. TTK, the part of the reason it's such anarchy is it's like you have the most aggressive Randy Random that has ever been in existence. And what I mean by aggressive as in just doing things. Not good or bad, just Randy just kind of like hucking stuff at the wall and trying to just deal with it. I genuinely, by the time I'm done with a RimWorld TTK stream, I'm like Like, the last one I actually ended early because I was getting a really bad headache. Because it was just, you know, the whole thing was at 11 the whole time. Not as in bad things were happening, just the things never stopped. And that was with me halfway through, like, nerfing the points people were getting and everything to try and slow it down. Yeah, TTK is, like, literally no breaks, which kind of ruins one of the best parts of RimWorld, is it is a game that, you know, there's times that get sweaty and stressful, and then there's times that aren't. You've got a nice little balance there. Which is part of why, like, a lot of people like it. People who want the non-stop action, it delivers. But you also have a lot of people who like more relaxing chill stream, and it takes away from that. Which is, again, why I was trying to get the way in between the audiences of, like, what they do and don't want to see. But that's fine. Like, like, very genuinely, when I do those things where I say, hey, let's do Twitch integration, like, if we do this, we'll get Twitch integration, everyone's all excited, and I go, cool, what do we want to do? And I get no response. I just assume people don't actually want it. And then you're like, well, if it's something I don't, like, I'm doing it for the audience, and they don't want it either, why am I bothering? Like, like, I should just go to doing a normal stream. Like, that's genuinely where, like, you know, it's those things that I agreed I was going to do it already, and had people wait in and said, no, it's like, we actually don't want to see it. I'd be like, cool, like, we'll just do something else. And it's one of those things that, like, the lack of feedback makes it even harder. Because, like, it's one of those, I've had times where people say, oh, you know, yeah, we might be interested in seeing you play this game, and I play the game and, like, 20 people show up, and it's like, you almost want to sit there and go, why the hell did I bother doing this? It's like, this is straight up terrible for my channel. I was doing something I thought was being nice to my audience, and they don't want it either. Like, I don't want you to agree with me, I want you to tell me what you want. Like, it doesn't hurt me. I mean, it does hurt me, actually, but, like, playing a game, like, not playing a game that you don't want to see doesn't bother me. I'll play the games I want to play that I know aren't good. I've played Path of Exile on the channel a whole lot. Yeah, it'll be impossible to tell until the stream is actually happening. You can see how many people show up and who they are. Yeah, well, that's kind of the problem. Like, there's been a lot of games that I've had, like, I've had people ask for time and time again, like, we'd love to see it, we'd love to see it, we'd love to see it, and then I play, I was like, oh, I didn't want to tune in and spoil myself, like, then why, you lied to me, you said you wanted to see it. Oh no, we thought you'd enjoy playing it. It's like, that's not what I asked. The equivalent of, where do you want to eat? Whatever. Right. And if it's whatever, then I should do the thing that makes sense. Like, you know, if the answer is like, what do you want to eat? Whatever, it's like, what's cost effective and relatively healthy? That's the correct answer. You know, if what do you want to see me play is whatever, well, then it's play the strategic thing that makes sense for the channel. They didn't realize you can play what you want off stream? Oh, I don't do that. No, that's not true. I mean, actually, it's not true lately. I have been spending so much time recording stuff for YouTube videos and all that and editing that, like, my off-stream time is spent making content as well, which is not really a great move to do. I've always been notorious for I'm bad at not doing things. Because the moment I open up space, my brain is like, hey, now that you have all of this time that you set aside to do something other than work, what if you had this great idea that we did? It's like, oh, that is a great idea. We should do that. Wait a second. Edgy says, I swear all content creators are workaholics. To be fair, I feel like you have to be, you know, reasonably succeed in the the whole situation. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. Like, once you get big and established, you can get away with not being nearly as much of a workaholic, but very much. It's just kind of one of those problems. And it's hard to force yourself to take the breaks you should. So I've says yesterday your mentee went off at you because they saw you were quickly approaching burnout. Yeah. Well, I'm good about if I do realize I'm starting to get like frazzled, where you know those early signs like, oh, if I keep on this course, like I'm gonna be miserable. And I'm pretty good about recognizing when I'm reaching there from having been there. So like I can definitely see where I start reaching points like, oh, you know, even if I'm like on an unsustainable schedule, when it starts to get to that point, I was like, oh, this is gonna burn me out. I can usually sit there and be like, all right, let's bring it back in and adjust. But until I'm getting that point, it is difficult to get yourself to stop, especially when you are in something like content creation or whatever these, where you do very genuinely have to put in what would otherwise be pretty unreasonable amount of time. Like, if you didn't really enjoy what you're doing, you will not make it. You know, like the 9 to 5 job, when 5 rolls around, you go home. The day's done. But like, it's a thing that your brain is fully engaged, that like a new game comes out and you think about like, okay, well, what do I do? Like, is this a game I should play on stream? Is this a game I, you know, should buy? Like, all that thing. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like with the it not feeling like work thing, it's like, okay, like the game part of, like the streaming part of it doesn't feel like work. Like, sure, there's a lot of things that I have to go into. My attention's being split 30 different directions at any given moment and all that. So it actually is very mentally taxing. But, you know, you kind of enjoy it, so it's not really that bad. But then there's all of the stuff you have to do off stream to maintain it. And that feels like work, you know, keeping up the various people who might, like, sponsors and opportunities, doing, like, all the self-marketing kind of things, and, you know, juggling different game keys and expectations and all that, trying to keep track of what games are going to be coming out to figure out which way you're going to go. Eddie says, you're so chill during stream, according to my Garmin. Watch, I recharge my stress batteries. But yeah, behind the scenes work is annoying stuff. Yeah, most streams are not, the stream itself is not stressful for me. I think that's one of the big reasons why I don't like Twitch integration, is those are stressful for me. Like, very genuinely stressful. Because you're also using this thing that has sweeping changes to a game that's kind of bolted on top of it by the necessity of how it's designed. So you're just waiting for stuff to break. And it does. Oh boy, does it break. Not TTK specifically, but like, we had, oh yeah, what was it with, was it the tornado thing or something? There was something with TTK that it straight up caused all sorts of problems. And like, even TTK was like, yeah, this is a thing that's still in here, because once upon a time, but like RimWorld has, for all intents and purposes, removed this functionality from it. So, you know, you can use it, but like, it's not going to go smoothly. I think it was a tornado generator. I can't remember. It was something like that. I don't know. Maybe it'll be... Maybe Friday what I'll do is I'll do like a poll, or I'll ask around, and just see people's thoughts, and maybe we just do something else for the Twitch integration stuff. Because I promised it, but the fact that like so people seem interested in it, it's just one of those things that like you worry, because I've had so many people express they don't like Twitch integration on the channel, that they like, when there's people doing Twitch integration, they'll watch someone else because it's too chaotic. That it is a thing that genuinely worries me, that you do this thinking you're doing the right thing for your community, and at the same time it's actually the thing your community doesn't want. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing, is I probably need to find a way. I think that for 2 polls would be better. One for both halves of the stream. Well, the problem is the first half, the first poll, I think I only had 6 people respond to it. Over the course of the week, it was up just about. Like, that's the issue, is I do the polls and no one responds. Like, getting people to pop on the Discord to weigh in on stuff is like grabbing people, kicking and screaming the whole way. And I need to figure out a way to do that. I need to be able to get that feedback. Because it really is trying to make decisions to provide the content people want. And you can't get answers for anything. Like, that's the issue. Is I'm a very data-driven person. I like data. Data's my safe place. Data's my happy place. And getting data is real hard as a content creator. Like, you can pull up analytics and they're better than nothing, but you have to be very careful about how dependent you get on your analytics. Because on one hand, they will give you information, and it'll be accurate information within a certain realm, but it's always incomplete information, and you know it's incomplete information. You just don't know how incomplete. Online polls, baby. You can put a pin in the stream comment. So I could do polls during stream, but the issue is that only considers the people in that stream, and you have people who can only be like there certain parts of the day and certain days of the week and all that stuff. So unless I'm polling like 3 times per stream for 7 days, and then the issue is I can't separate that out for the person who's there for the whole stream participating in every single one of those polls versus the one who's just there for the beginning of stream. So, you know, there's a certain value in... No, not Twitch polls. What is it called? Oh, you're talking about like the straw poll, that kind of thing? I haven't been able to get people to do straw poll. I've used that before in the past. And I've also tried to use the Google Docs. The only one I managed to get people to participate was the survey I did. And even then we got 65, 70, which was honestly really good compared to what I normally get. And that was me literally bringing it up like 4 times per stream for like a week and a half. And like basically harassing people endlessly. Hold chat hostage. You want to see the fight? How this fight ends? As soon as they get 10 responses. Yeah, and that's exactly the one I did get participation FG was the when I say seasonal, this I've only done it once, but I think my plan was to do it either once a quarter or once like twice a year kind of thing is what I'm thinking I'm going to do for it. You know, not so frequently that feels like I'm always hitting people up with it. I think it's gonna be half a year, like every half year, is I'm gonna do. And it was just basically what genres are you enjoying watching on the channel, what genres don't you really care for watching on the channel. You know, there was a couple questions. I had a couple questions I asked that I realized the nature of how I asked led the question that I was like, all right, this one question, the data's no good. I got lots of good data out of that. For the record, to date, out of all the things I've done so far, surveys and all that, like surveys, polls and all that survey was easily the best data I've had, both in quantity and in quality. There's 1 or 2 questions that I had to be like, oh, the way I created this question, I've poisoned the data on this question. But considering there's like 8, 9 questions, having one question you throw the data out because you messed up in your setup, that's still not bad. But yeah. I've also debated, and this is gonna be for the people hanging out since it's a quieter night at this point because we're getting towards the end of stream, and it's been a fairly quiet day in general. Like we had a big raid from Blind earlier, but other than that, it's been a relatively quiet day. The last couple days have been a little bit on the quiet side, which. To me, I'm honestly wondering if people on my channel are burnt out with RimWorld, because I did notice both today and yesterday, or not yesterday, both today and the other day I played RimWorld, that viewership was way down for the RimWorld part. But yeah, so it was. I'm kind of happy our RimWorld run died today. I didn't sabotage it. I misplayed a fight, and you know, one colonist in a colony, you misplay a fight, and someone gets an equal stab on your ranged person. You know, it's not going well. I'm actually amazed we survived through the flu. We were at something like 80-something% flu, and we got raided with one colonist, and we were like doing pretty good with that. Like we managed to make that work. I don't even know how, because it's a raid of 3 people with a person that was like ready to drop at any second from extreme flu. Like they were gonna survive the flu. We had gotten the bandage. We wasted. I mean, we didn't waste. We used a ton of glitter whirl. That game looks good. Yeah, I tried to get a hold of Key, and it's been pretty clear. They're like, yeah, we're up to our eyeballs in key requests, so that's not gonna be a thing we're giving out. I don't think I'm gonna buy it. At least I don't believe that. But yeah. But even before the Paulwood thing, like the other day when I did RimWorld, it was, and it very well could be. I'm playing so many simulation games lately that likely I've started to adjust my audience. And then on top of that, separate from all that, I was getting feedback that people were like, okay, we love RimWorld and all, but you've been doing RimWorld pretty much nonstop. You took like a little break before the potato, and then you went right back to it after the potato. Alright, you have a good one, FG. Yeah, so I've been getting a lot of feedback from the audience that they're like ready for a proper break in RimWorld. I'm just trying to struggle to figure out what I want to do in place. We've been doing a lot of simulation just because those have grabbed my attention. But I know I've gotten feedback that there's a bunch of people like, you know, we like farm sim and all that, but seriously, you're playing at like the end of like 6 out of 7 streams right now. Like we like it, but we want a little bit extra mix in, a little bit more variety. Construction sim. Honestly, when I played construction sim, I feel like that one I'd have a lot of fun with another person. Playing it on my own, it wasn't like it was fun, but the stuff I would enjoy, I don't think people would enjoy watching. Like I was perfectly happy leaving it on the difficulty we had and just slowly digging the entire thing out over the course of what would have been an entire stream. Like we spent a good 3 hours digging a hole or whatever it was, and I was having a good time with it. But you could definitely tell people were pretty zoned out. Which is fine. It's not particularly exciting. But yeah, and I've been kind of struggling what I want to put in there. Like for other games. We played a bunch of games that we had in the poll. And I had a lot of misses in the sense like Tavern's Rest bugging out, and so we couldn't continue as soft locked. Brittington said, in my opinion, farming sim is incredibly slow with this run. It'd be more interesting to see massive farm being worked on from all different aspects, but obviously it requires setting up said farm. Yeah. Well, that's the thing that should get interesting is as this run keeps going and we're making more and more money, is it should pick up the pace more and more until I can't keep up anymore. Like, there'll be a point I have to decide, do we set the time down to like 1 or whatever. But I do like the slow starts. But yeah, it was it's just one of those things, like I don't mind putting something else in here. I know I need to split up the farm sim more. You're mentioning something for people hanging out right now. Do you mention what you said after? People hanging out right now? Oh, I've been debating very much, and this manipulative is not the word I want to use for it. People have suggested it, but it's almost a thing to make the Discord a bigger deal. That I'm debating just hopping on the Discord from time to time, just ready to play with, you know, play games with whoever happens to hop on at any moment, and just start doing that. And it very much will be a fear of missing out thing that people check in on the Discord. But literally, I'm planning to just not announce it, not do anything. If you're there, you're there. If you're not, you're not. So I'm saying, for me, I would like to keep up on Farm Sim. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think there's a balance you strike. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get like I'm gonna pull Farm Sim off the schedule or anything like that. But I think what would be good would be to mix something else in here. Like I've found in the past the channel's done really well when I have like 3 games in rotation. And you know, whichever game gets wrapped up, it goes off and something else pops in. Because that way if the game I'm like into at the moment isn't like really your jam kind of thing, that you know there's something else. Like, and that's also the very last 13. I've been going hard on Farm Sim on the later half for a while now. And that's fine, but it's just the issue is unless I intend on doing Farm Sim as like my main game, I'm gonna have to do some stuff to mix up a little bit. But you have plenty of Discords that have various roles to get informed when the streamer's playing a specific game, looking for players. I think if I can get more people on the Discord, that makes sense. Right now, we had previously, we actually created a channel because people were saying, hey, we'd like to be able to find other people to play games with. I was like, okay, cool, that's a great use. And I put the Discord there, and there's like 2 messages have ever been in that channel. Like, the person who brought it up went there, and they never got a response. I think they got 1 response one time, and that was the end of it. Like, it's kind of the chicken and the egg problem, that it's hard to provide value with the Discord unless people are active on the Discord, and it's hard to get people to be active on the Discord if there's not value in the Discord. Because I started adding like the channels for the individual games, and we occasionally were getting a little participation here. For instance, so like streamer posts looking for players at Borrow Trauma, anyone want to play? And if anyone who has Borrow Trauma role, it gets pinged. I mean, I wouldn't be against doing that. Like, very genuinely. I would need to get... I need to get those games set up. Like, I do think I want to switch where we're using the roles we have right now to using the Discord built-in roles where you can sit there when someone joins a server, it's like, hey, to, you know, do anything on the Discord, here's our roles, what do you want to see kind of thing. Because right now, that doesn't happen. You have to, like, actually look at the channel and go there. I have to double check what it's like for a new person. It's been a long time. But when polls and surveys are getting so little interaction, I doubt that it would make it work either. That's like the problem, is I'm not getting enough of any kind of interaction on the Discord. Right. And Burning said that means playing with the viewers and such. Well, that's kind of the thing about where putting in time where I play stuff off stream occasionally on the Discord, where I just like hop and I do that. That could be a thing that, you know, it'd be a benefit for people who do hop on the Discord. I don't see this channel ever being a multiplayer heavy anything, because that's one, it's not what I want to do, and then 2, when you get into doing multiplayer stuff, that adds a number of layers of things you got to deal with as a content creator, because you have to deal with moderating not only your chat, but moderating the people you're playing the games with. It means that people get beef and drama with each other. That's a thing you got to deal with. It also can be a lot more frenetic and chaotic when you're dealing with that kind of stuff. And not that that's bad, like, if that's the kind of content you do, that's great. But there's just a lot that goes into you got to worry about. And that's just not the audience I built, nor is it particularly what I want to do. Now, I would be fine for, like, playing after-hour stream. Like, I enjoy multiplayer. But see, I think it eases when you start to know your community through off-stream gaming. I do think the off-stream gaming is probably a thing that I should be doing. And very genuinely, I am deliberately going to not announce when it's happening. Like, in advance. Like, I'll hop onto the Discord and I'll say something, you know, let people know it's cool that they pop in. But I very deliberately not, because I'm going to make it a thing that if you're on the Discord, here's the perks. If you're not, too bad. And I'll mention that it happened over the week, so people who miss it, you know, they realize they miss it. Which is, again, that might even be a mean thing, but I gotta get people participating. Like, it is a thing, just flying by trying to guess what people want is really hard. But you have other streamers that you're sure you'd trust not to break TOS. You can play. Oh yeah, no, we've done that. Like that's honestly a frustrating point, and this isn't any specific other creator. Managing to coordinate anything with other players, like managing to like get anything, or other creators, like on the calendar coordinate. If you're not like a group who's organized around it, is so hard, unless it is a big event. Like if it's a big event like the hot potato, where they're like, it's gonna happen on this day and this thing, that works out well. But just trying to set up a collab with people, oh my god, it's so hard to get people to work. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, I'd love to, and this isn't me going, hey, they're, you know, whatever. But everyone is very ad hoc. And so be like, okay, you want to play this game? I'm down to play this game. When would you like to do it? Oh, sometime in the near future. Okay. Does Wednesday work for you? Yeah, sometime in the near future. Is Wednesday a good day for you? Yeah, that'll probably be a good day for me. But like actually getting anyone to like bolt down for anything, because very much it's very ad hoc when you do content creation, that you very much will change on a whim what you're playing, because you have to. Because the game will just suddenly announce, we're released today, by the way, here's your key, and you're like, well, I guess I'm doing this if I'm going to play this game. And like it's herding cats would be easier. And it's nothing like for the stream team I'm on, I've not had any problems with that. Like actually, it's one of the things I really like working with Sui. Is Sui is actually someone who's really excellent about, hey, you know, would you like to play this game? Yeah, I'd like to play that game. I'd be down to play that game together. And I'll be like, cool. Saturday work for you? Yeah, Saturday. What time? That time? All right, cool. And we're set. And I know they'll be there. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. But a lot of other creators, it's like, okay, does the 15th work with you? It's like, let me get back with you. And it's like, look, man, I just need a day on my freaking calendar. I'm willing to meet you on whatever day you want, but I need more advance than, does today work for you? Because that's what I get with a lot of other people. It's like, hey, does anyone feel like playing this today? And the problem is I get those things like, do you want to play this today? And it comes up while I'm streaming. And it is infuriating. And I get it. People don't plan in advance. And it's fine. But I can't work with that. I like to know at least like 3 days in advance what the heck I'm doing. Not that I'm gonna stick to it. Like if I'm collabing, I'll stick to it, of course. But it's not one person. It's so many people I've tried to collab with. Like they'll be all excited about it, but getting them to actually put a day on the calendar is so impossible. And I get some people's schedules are chaotic and they can't and all that, and that's fair. Like I know people who are working in service industry kind of stuff that they get a phone call and suddenly it's canceled. Brett says, I think it's because of how you stream and the community around it. If you're asking someone who has a regular stream time, they have to work around their schedule. Oh, well, that's the thing. I'm down with that. Like, I'm absolutely down with that, where it's like, hey, what day works for you? Like, I am willing. I've told people, it's like, hey, I am willing to adjust my hours for your stream. Like, I just need to know what time works for you. And you'll have it's like, oh, probably middle of the month. Like they'll give you loose things, but actually getting them to like put down a date is so impossible. It's incredibly frustrating. And like I said, it's not one creator. If there's one creator, like I just stop trying to coordinate with them. Like I just accept that either one, they don't actually want to cooperate and they're just trying to be kind, or like very much. And to be fair, I've even sat there and tried to do a thing where it's like, okay, here are the 3 days that work for me. Like, they're on your schedule. Like, they'll work for you. Like, so far as your hours. I don't know what your plans are. Do any of these 3 days work? If these don't work, you know, give me a suggestion for an alternative. And it just it falls between the cracks. And I don't know. It's so frustrating. It's to the point, like, it's a thing I genuinely don't try a lot of times anymore, because of how much it's been an impossibility to get people. Again, exceptions apply. doing the streams with Sui goes buttery smooth. It's one of the reasons I really appreciate doing streams with Sui. Because with Sui, it's like, we find a game, it's like, hey, there's this game coming out. Do you want to play that? It's like, yeah, I'd love to play that. And I know we can put a day on the calendar. Like, by the time that conversation's over, we'll have a day on the calendar. Or we will know when we're going to get a day on the calendar, and we're good. Now, I have seen where a lot of people, if they have regular people they work with, that goes very smoothly. Because they already kind of get the setup. Let's see, you don't want to get details, e.g. I watched another streamer who streams almost as much as you do, does ad hoc gaming, has 4 or 5 other part-time streamers, plus 5 or 10 community members. Oh yeah, no, I know a lot of people like that. Like the ad hoc thing works. It's fine if they do that. Like that's fine if you work with them directly, but it is one of those things you kind of have to build your community up with the intent that, hey, you know what, we're just gonna jump in this game today. Who wants in? And you could do that if that's the type of content you want to do. I haven't had an interest in doing that, nor do I want to do that. But I'm down to collab with people, and it doesn't even have to be creators. It just has to be people I fairly reasonably trust won't break TOS or whatever. But like for me coordinating with other people, I much prefer having some level of notice in advance, because it's the same thing that I want to be able to go to my community and say, hey, Tuesday we're going to be doing this. Let's all get excited about that thing we're doing on Tuesday. And if I don't know what I'm doing Tuesday, it's a whole thing. Oh yeah, no, that's just the like, and it's me venting frustration that I don't like ad hoc scheduling. Because like I said, most of the time when the people bring up, hey, do you want to play this game? It's while I'm already in the stream and they want to play it right then. And I'm like, yes, let me go on my stream where I've told chat what I'm doing. We've started doing the thing. And let me say, never mind. I'm going to go play this multiplayer game now. It's not a good way of like handling your channel. Now for the other person who's like, hey, I'm getting ready to start my stream and play this. That makes perfect sense for them. Like that, if they have the community built around, that makes perfect sense. That's what you have to dictate. Yeah, no, I've tried doing that as well. I've tried going onto some of the communities on saying, hey, I'm going to be playing this game later. Does anyone want to play? And I don't get a response. And that's again a thing. Like, I was a little bummed when we did the farm sim server and not one person. I didn't expect many because it was too short notice, which is a problem. And that's on me. Like, really, I had gotten access to that server, and I was like, cool, I'll probably set up to do something this weekend, and I just hopped on, like, that next day. So that's on me for not, like, I'm the guilty party in that one, not scheduling something in advance. But yeah, I don't know, like, doing online community stuff has been something that I've gone back and forth with. Like, I could see doing, like, Jackbox games or something. You could do ad hoc kind of stuff, pretty low effort. But, even when I put out stuff for, like, hey, what would you like to see on the channel kind of stuff, for, like, you know, sub goals and that, would people like me to spin up a server? The only one is I got, like, the meme-y things about, like, oh, this, but with the mod we know you don't want to run. Yeah, no, I get you, Soul Adams. Like, I'm not mad at anyone or anything like that. Not with, like, people not participating. It's just trying to figure out how to navigate it. And I do think, honestly, for the first step, it is just start hopping onto Discord and playing with anyone who hops on the Discord. Probably the first step. Which I don't have any problem with that. I'm not going to do that on stream, though, necessarily. At least I don't plan to. Maybe things will change over time. But if I do that, hopefully at least people will be active on the Discord more. And I do hate that it's in that situation. Like I said, I really just wish there was a community tab on Twitch, because that would solve so many of these problems. Because then I could, you know, pull and do all that stuff there and be like, go here. It's right there. You just click right below the screen, and I don't have to make you sign up for a bunch of stuff and do a bunch of garbage. I get why people don't sign up for Discords. I don't like signing up for Discords. Yeah. No, I agree, Burning Sun. But that's exactly, like, why I am thinking about just hopping on and start doing multiplayer things. And I'll probably do the whole thing, where I'm not going to here or anything like that. Would you not open Discord in a month? Well, that's, like, very genuinely, I try to use the Discord for the schedule. I try to use the Discord for feeling things out and asking people what they want. I try to get feedback there. It's the only tool I have. Like, you can't do it on Twitch. You leave too many people out when you do that. And then Discord, because you can't get people there, you leave people out by doing that too. I mean, that's the problem. That I don't know why, to this day, Twitch does not have a community tab or something to fill in that goal. The fact that step one of being a content creator is to drag your people off the platform anywhere else so you can actually interact with them outside of the immediate chat is so bizarre to me. Like, I would have thought that'd have been like week 2. You get the thing set up where you can actually host your streams. And you're like, oh right, you're gonna need both short and long-term communication. All right, well, let's set up the long-term. That doesn't exist on Twitch. There is no long-term communication on the platform itself. Like, just literally none. So everyone has to get invited to a bajillion Discords or Google groups or whatever. That's why you do the roles. Post announcement. I'm looking to play X. Anyone want to be informed? Check live. Quick reaction roles. Yeah. Not I do need to. This is probably something I'm going to do on my day off tomorrow. Is I am probably going to rework the roles on the thing to make it a thing when you sign up to the Discord. It goes, this role does this, this role does this, this role does this. Like, you have to choose what you want and what. And that's just a normal practice on Discord now. And all that kind of stuff. And we have that. Like, I literally have an information role. I have whatever. It's just, it was added after the fact. And it's not the built-in Discord thing. I need to put a lot more work in the Discord. It's one of the things you just get so disheartened because you put so much effort into it and nothing happens because you just haven't managed to figure out what sticks. But yeah, no, I'm literally planning on just not even going that route. I'm just gonna hop on the Discord. I'll put a message in the chat. People who pay attention, we'll play games. People who don't, sorry. I need to do something to kind of force people to actually be on there. I hate it. I hate it. I just wish it was one of those things that I could just communicate with you all on Twitch and not need it. How long do you take to prep for stream? It depends. Like, sometimes I have so much going on that I barely get in time to get stuff going. Other times I'm here several hours early, getting everything squared away. Like, it all depends. Like, the more involved a stream is going to be, the more likely I've spent a lot of time prepping ahead of time. If I'm collabing with someone there, I'm here at least half an hour earlier. So, because I will not be the one to hold someone else up when it comes to their streams. I would feel terrible about that. Because then you're negatively impacting someone else's work who is arguably doing something for your benefit. Even though it is like a mutually beneficial thing. If you don't at something or another, likely you'll get anywhere with that. That's I know people hate the at here and at everyone. And there are definitely been times I have just debated being like, well, no one's coming, so I'm just going to start doing this. And I can't stand it, so I won't do it. But yeah. No, that's the whole thing, is I do plan on putting a message of some kind. I haven't decided how I want to do it, but I need to do work on the Discord, and that is a thing I do need to do. And I also know I'm going over my time. I'm just trying... Hey, be kind. I was going to get this field done. Would you stop shoving me? You don't need to go back this far. Stop. Where are you going? Well, right. No, but I said I need to set up the roles. Where are you going? There's currently almost no interaction with the server. Right, that's the kind of thing is I needed to go through. That AI is showing you what it's like to play multiplayer? Right, and that's actually a reason I don't play multiplayer games normally on stream. Like, when people are doing silly stuff like that. But, I think actually I broke it on that one. Is I think what happened. I think I was in the way, and the AI was trying to get around me. No, and I get that, Soul Adams. Like, that's the reason I gripe, is because, personally, from me, from, like, not the creator standpoint, from the viewer standpoint, I don't like joining all the Discords either. So I understand and completely get people not wanting to create another Discord, like, get on another Discord and figure out where to put in the hierarchy of Discords you built up over the years and doing all that. And I don't blame Discord for that. It's a problem it has just by the sheer number of different ones there are out there. I blame Twitch for that we need the Discords, because we shouldn't. Like, it should be an optional thing. I should be able to communicate with my community on Twitch. And I can't. And I have screamed into the wind on that one. Like, if step one of people on your platform is to try to take you off the platform so that you can do the thing that you need to do for the platform, that is a failure. You're still making your courage to do a server purge? Oh, you're saying a server purge, just going through your Discords and getting rid of them? I do that from time, because there's so many, like, dead zombie Discords I'm on that, or were on, I should say, not am on, that, like, that was just a way of doing that. It's just like, okay, what servers have I been on that no one has posted in literally months? Alright, well, I'm going to leave that one. You just have to. Because there's plenty of creators who, you know, they make their Discord, you get on there, you're active, and then, you know, they stop streaming because, you know, life gets in the way. And their Discord, because they're no longer doing anything, just dies. You know, no one's at the helm. Or it's like, it's still there, but it's just kind of people reminiscing about when that person was streaming. And at the only time they pop in is they might wish, like, a Merry Christmas, and that's it. I have one Discord that I need to leave. It's a Discord that I set up. And it was for a group of people I played Warframe with. And there was kind of the one, you know, there's certain groups that you have like that one person that's kind of the glue of the group. And that person, you know, and she went off to do like her own thing. She's like having a good life and all that. But like she burnt out in the game and went to do her own things. And a bunch of us went off to play other stuff together for a while. But the problem is we all burned out on the main game, which is Warframe, and just didn't have the same interests in other games. So it just didn't stick around. But it's a server I run, and I could turn it off, but then I'm kicking everyone out. And no one's participating there, but it's also like, oh, does Rual not want to talk to us anymore or something? Like you get the whole thing where it's like, it's your responsibility to like maintain the server or whatever. Alright, so let's go here. Yeah, well, that's where it is right now, right? So it said shove that server into a folder, and if it's still light up, if anyone messages, that's basically what's happened to it. Is it's just in a folder, and maybe twice a year, someone will post that there's a new event in Warframe. Not a single other person that server plays the game, and they only play it once in a while. So what I'm doing now, if you're wondering, is I'm just getting a thumbnail screenshot for... You just got a winter storm warning. Fun. But yeah, so it's a whole thing. Because I do try and have like the thumbnail for every one of these. Then this is for like YouTube nonsense. That I do this just because it's very easy to be like, oh, they got the new thing. Here, let's make this at least believable. Let's get to the end of the video. So is the carrot video up? No, it's gonna be a while. Like I said, I'm posting one video up per week for that run because it takes me several hours of time to record. Then it takes me several hours to edit. And they do it around all the other stuff. Okay, so with all that said, let's not leave that. You know, actually, that's fine because it looks like it's done. So it's gonna be weeks before that goes up. Like the run is going, but you know, editing takes time. Editing takes so much time. All right, so with all that said, what's gonna end up happening now is I'm going to attempt in vain to jump on here. I'm going to save our game before I forget. Because what we're going to go do is we're going to go find someone for us to raid. In the meantime, for those of you over on the YouTube side of things, I'm going to be saying goodbye to you because there's no such thing as raiding over there. So don't forget to do the liking and subscribing and all that over on YouTube. And for those over on TikTok, goodbye TikTok.